Welcome to a new kind of tension, all across the alien mission, where everything isn't meant to be okay. Television dreams of tomorrow, we're not the ones they're meant to follow. They're nothing up to or you.
Welcome, one and all, to SQUID-A-MANIA 2025. Our usual host, Ash and Stack of... our usual guest spot of Ash and their fantastic friends, a very special episode. But right now, let me introduce our day players. In this corner, you know them as our regular hosts, but tonight, they will be presenting a match unlike that has ever been seen before, unless you've already seen wrestling. Get ready! It's Ash, Hey Dave Danger, and Stack the Dag!
This is what wrestlers do, right? Punch. They don't punch. They don't punch. Fuck. They do this.
And in this corner, the master of Twitter, when there were no more comics to read, Alexander wept. Welcome, Daystar!
Hey. Hi. Well, why is that my music? What is that?
All right, hold on.
We only have a little bit of time before copyright strikes.
Yeah.
What song? I know that song.
That was the Batman theme from 2004.
Oh, I don't watch TV.
No. And in this corner,
It's a lot of corners.
hold on. There's a lot turning on the floor.
Four corners. Pretty good.
There's four of them.
The
And
third
over
corner.
here we have the master of the Elseworld and the What If. From out of this world, we have Rena's not here.
The walking on is great.
Right.
Oh, this okay.
And for our main event, the host of this evening, he took off work just to be here tonight for you folks. Welcome, Humble Squid!
Hey yo. That wrestler reference is only funny to me because I did not give you one of his matches.
Good tier.
Yeah,
What was that? Okay, I got
that was the main menu theme. And
The
I'm
back
Ayaan,
was
so now
right
TM. Welcome.
I have to note, for those watching, the one person watching now, the entire fun opening that we had, there was no one on for. That
That's
was
okay.
for us.
That happens every single time. It's fine. That's for
That's
the
fair.
viewers that come back.
That's for
after
me
the-
mainly.
That was mostly. And I'm gonna bet like $10 that that's Nemesis. Nemesis sound off.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
So, just to explain, so last week, I just because we always assign each other books and stuff like that. I was like, why don't I assign everyone a wrestling match with an associated storyline and see
Not Nemesis.
kind of how everyone enjoys that? Because I deeply love wrestling as a medium, and I wanted to see what people thought of it and like the stories that kind of can be told with it.
Mhm.
So I assigned 5 matches, and I'm very excited to see what you all thought of it. I think you've already decided on an order, and I have short-term memory problems, so I've already forgotten the order.
I
forgot the
think
order,
we have the ability to wait a bit. Of people are trickling in. I want to immediately jump to it. Usually we give some leeway before we jump into the main event.
Oh, here's
Nemesis is here with raspberry cheesecake ice cream.
So
Nemesis is ready. I think we gotta go.
moderators here.
while we're doing while we're waiting for people to kind of trickle in as we're getting into it, I might as well talk about like how I got into wrestling. It was because of it in kindergarten. My dad was always a fan of wrestling, but I was never shown it. But like when I was in like kindergarten, I had a friend be like, "Oh, do you watch wrestling?" And I'm like, "What's wrestling?" And they told me some stuff, and I'm like, "Okay, I think I have to watch that tonight." I turned on SmackDown. First thing I see is Undertaker sacrificing a Frenchman to ensure his win at WrestleMania by tombstoning him head first on the middle stairs. And I'm like, this is perhaps the greatest thing I've ever watched.
I think Undertaker would be in my bunch.
And let me just say that my proxy has now gotten me into wrestling. My cousin also started watching like indie wrestling specifically, and I got really into that too. So, thank you, Squid.
My familiarity with wrestling is very like by proxy. I'm a fan of people who are already fans of wrestling, like namely Team 4-Star are big, like, or at least with Lenny Pator and Takahata 101, they're big wrestling fans.
You can tell by the raccoon.
Yeah,
he talks like The Rock.
But no, I appreciate the medium. I haven't gotten too much into it because like there's a lot of it, and I never know like what's the best place to start. Much like comics, if I'm being honest. But like there's a lot of characters and a lot of lore.
Wrestling is like comics.
I have a friend who's a wrestler. So, like, that's my main knowledge.
You have a friend who is a wrestler?
His name is Danhausen.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I like in terms of the sport, I was more into like boxing.
Wrestling is his side job, but if you know Robbie Cosmos, then
I had a coworker who was a professional wrestler down here too, and I actually had two coworkers, one at my last job and one at my current job. And they worked very limited schedules because they basically had one day scheduled, but it was because they would just work all the other days like as overtime. But it was basically so they could just leave because basically one night would pay like a week's worth of stuff. So
I think like my wrestling knowledge is like sort of the same in how like I know D&D, which is mostly through TikTok memes and jokes.
Interesting. My wrestling knowledge is entirely constructed by one Mountain Goats album.
That's a good one too. That's one specific song, the Chavo Guerrero song.
I love that song so much.
Part of the way I know wrestling is because I know power scaling and terminology.
I think wrestling also has helped me like understand like a lot of narrative mechanics, because a lot of things like are like stated very plainly, like when they talk about like getting someone over with the audience, like getting them like accepted by the audience, like they do that a lot with like fictional characters too. So like let's talk about, I don't know, a shitty movie, for example, Infinity War. We haven't seen Thanos do shit. They get him over with the audience by having him beat Hulk. Like that's like very like simple, like kind of.
Is Hulk in that?
Yeah, well, for a minute.
Right at the beginning, he gets jobbed out, which is also a wrestling term.
Like I already knew the term job and no sell and selling and all this stuff before I knew that wrestling was like a thing. And it's so weird to me when people use it. Like I'm like, yeah, no sell. It's when like you sell the power of a particular person by like having them not react to someone's like major attack.
Yeah, I learned all these terms once again from TFS, mostly through the TFS commentary streams. Where
like a year ago.
Most of my
wrestling knowledge. Listen to this Mountain Goats album.
Whoa.
It fucks like
most of my wrestling knowledge comes from I think Monster Factory started with a wrestling video game thing.
Oh yeah.
So pretty much just Monster Factory is the most of what I know about wrestling.
So the Legend of Chavo Guerrero song is they mentioned one of his brothers, Eddie G, in Eddie Guerrero, who was one of my favorite wrestlers, who sadly passed on now. But one of my purest wrestling memories is like I went to see SmackDown when I was little, and I was seated by the entrance ramp, which is probably the closest I've ever sat in a wrestling match. I have not gotten to sit close since, because now they do surge pricing, and I probably will never sit close again. That's what you get for fucking UFC controlling their ticket sales now. But Eddie had just turned into a villain, and he was playing a really heinous villain, but I fucking loved Eddie more than anything. So the crowd was booing him, but I fucking leaned over the barrier and I yelled, as my little fucking elementary school self, I yelled, "I still love you, Eddie!" And he fucking turned around and smiled at me. And that's like one of the purest memories I have. He unfortunately passed away like less than a year later, but that like I was inconsolable when that happened.
Is it sacrilegious to bring up boxing when we talk about wrestling?
No, there's things I could talk. They bring in boxers that like
because I do know the Simon and Garfunkel song, "The Boxer." That's a good song.
That's a great song.
I like the Rocky movies.
First WrestleMania, Muhammad Ali was a special guest referee. The WrestleMania 14, I think, I can't remember, whatever one, it was main evented by Shawn Michaels and Steve Austin, because their rivalry was so heated. Mike Tyson was the special enforcer.
That's wild.
At the end of it, he did fucking punch Shawn directly in the face. But there's like, one of my favorite bits is fucking Jim Ross, the commentator, who's in a fair amount, who did commentary for at least, I think, four out of these matches. The only one he didn't do commentary for is the Japanese one, where like Austin and Tyson start fighting. There's a famous audio clip of JR going, "Tyson and Austin, Tyson and Austin," as they fucking jump on each other.
Daystar, do you have like an AC running? I think I've been hearing some air coming out.
Yeah, the furnace is on. Is it loud?
I don't think so.
Not too loud.
That's us. Maybe the air noise is us. We have
No.
many appliances.
No, it's Daystar watch. Daystar, you can't tell because the furnace is on over there, but I've muted you when the noise has stopped.
Is it back? Should I turn the? I don't know how to turn the furnace off.
No, you
Throw
don't
a
worry
little
about
blanket over it.
I didn't know it was that loud. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't recommend throwing a blanket over it. But... Nemesis, you don't hear nothing?
Oh, I have to know, because I did jokingly assign Nemesis a match. Nemesis, did you watch that one?
Nemesis, did you do your homework?
Oh, Nemesis did say that their clip was insane. All right, so who's first?
Where did Ash go?
They'll be back. Okay, well, you didn't have to say it like that.
I didn't
Rena,
hear.
what match did you get?
I got Ron Flair. Is it Ron or Rob?
Rick
Flair.
Already
off to a great start.
I think you were mixing up Ric Flair. You combined Rick and Sean's names.
Ric Flair and Shawn Michaels. I know Shawn Michaels from a single Hot Dad song. I think
there's a band called Hot Dads.
Hot Dad, singular.
Hot Dad.
It's singular. Only one hot dad.
You also know the name of his finishing move from a Kendrick Lamar song.
Oh yeah, I was so surprised when I heard that. Like, I thought that was like a label he was like talking about when he said that, but no, it's a wrestling reference.
Yeah.
What's the name?
The Sweet Chin Music is the name of his finishing move, which is a super kick directly to that face.
And it sure did finish. Hold on, I don't know what tab I am in. Okay, there. Ayaan, pull up the match.
I got it.
Are you doing the thing where you're
No.
gonna
No,
kind of
got
like
it.
click around on it to kind of tell?
Yes. I was concerned whenever he kicked it because I was like, "That's how you lose teeth." That's
It's
how
funny.
like you
He did do an interview recently because people asked like, how do you get it looking so perfect every time? And he said, "Well, I measure about 2 inches further into their face, and I just apologize beforehand."
Hang on, Rena, are you sharing your screen? Because I don't see it popping
Oh,
up.
I'm not. I was asking someone else to do it. But fine.
Oh wait, shoot, Ayaan.
Well, Ayaan doesn't have the link, so
Yeah.
Who has the link?
Rena would have the link.
Rena has the link. Rena and Squid have the
you
link.
just look up Ric Flair and Shawn Michaels, but okay.
I'll do it.
I have mine
No,
already
I got it.
pre-prepared.
I'm already in our chat. By the way, this is a special shill time here because today I was on a podcast that I recorded for a week or two ago, and that is dropped today. So everyone go check out the Sidekicks podcast. It's spelled side like dark side, SIEDKICK. We talk about the Green Lantern movie.
A podcast just recently followed me for some reason. Heroes for Hire.
Stop it.
And I'm like, I don't follow them.
Don't be mean to people on random people on Twitter.
No,
who have
it's
nothing to
white
do.
men with a podcast.
Okay.
Only
Well, then
follow
be
this
a-
podcast and whatever podcast Red is on.
Rena, do you want me to share it or?
No, I got it. I'm sharing it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can we all see?
Hold on. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
WWE's also been uploading the WrestleMania matches up to the.
Oh no, we can't play it. We can't play it visually. We can't play it visually.
Pause.
Ayaan.
So is Woo like a Ric Flair thing? Because
It's
like,
Rick's thing, yeah. Rick goes, woo!
how do you just like call Woo?
He just started doing because he's been around so long. It was when kind of him showboating the way he
I am
did was
so
like
worried
very,
getting.
very.
I know,
As long as we're not like clicking play and we're just kind of clicking around to specific moments, I think we're fine.
This is a slideshow.
We did actually get taken down for wrestling before, just for context.
we
For
just
some of you guys who haven't
can't
been
we
here as
can't
long.
play their theme songs. We can't play.
We're just this is a slideshow, YouTube.
And that was the
Good
episode that we
news
showed
is- good news
Paige
is-
Horn.
With mine, I don't think
Yeah, and it
think
wasn't the
AEW
game
does
one.
themes.
Can I say I love?
I
Ric
did
Flair.
my due diligence on that one. We didn't
Yeah,
see
wait, I want to hear what Rena says about.
I like Ric Flair's outfit. He gets the 2001 audio. Is that his normal like entrance music?
Yeah. This is
Not that
normal
fun.
music.
This is sick as fuck.
I want
He
to put on
comes
top
out
of
in
my
a
Christmas
different-
tree.
He comes
Now
out in
I'm
a
mad that
different
my
robe.
match didn't have good outfits. They
He-
had fine outfits.
He comes
I
out. He
love
comes
my
out in a
guy.
different robe every night. His daughter is currently a wrestler, Charlotte Flair. She also comes out in robes like this.
Nice.
Oh my god.
I kind of want
Sorry,
to just
yeah,
do like a
familiar.
fashion show after we're doing this.
So you want to tell a little bit about the story behind this because I did send you
Okay,
the promo
so
that was the story.
I don't know why everyone had it out for Shawn Michaels. It's not his fault. So Ric Flair gets inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame, right? Wonderful, great. We're happy for him, right? And then he's like, I'm never going to retire. And then the villain of every story that has to deal with wrestling comes in, one Vince McMahon, and it's like, if you lose another match, your career's over. And it's like, well, I guess fuck me then. And they decide like right after he gets inducted in the WWE Hall of Fame that Shawn Michaels is going to fight him at WrestleMania, right? And like the big thing is like, oh, Shawn's like, I'm gonna put you out of your misery like Old Yeller, and then Rick gets like really offended at that, even though it's like it's trash talk, baby.
Shawn also super didn't want to do it. At first, he was like, "No, I don't want to do this."
Clearly doesn't like it's like a chore, right? And like this entire fight is like having to make Rick look like he is he can still do it. So Rick gets just put on his not Rick, Sean gets put on his ass for so much of it. For so much of it.
Did the back of his robe say Nature Boy?
Yeah, his full name is the Nature Boy Ric Flair.
That's okay.
Why is
he
why
chose
is that?
I mean, Sean's nickname is the Heartbreak Kid. So
I don't know. Nature Boy seems like
For
something.
a minute. Oh yeah.
Now you
Congratulations.
have one more skill than Ayaan.
Okay, I have my permit. I don't have a license.
You don't have a license?
Get your license before Ayaan right now.
Nemesis, you can do it.
There's a moment here that I can't show because I'm not going to look around for it. But there's a moment where they're like, one of the announcers is like, they didn't. I rewatched Old Yeller. They didn't put Old Yeller out because he was too old, but because he had rabies. And Ric Flair's acting like a rabid dog. And I was like, oh, you definitely practiced that in the mirror.
it's funny. It's funny because Jim Ross, the other person who doesn't say that, like ignores it. Ignores that Jerry said it.
You thought you were so clever. This man is too old to be wrestling.
I mean, I agree. He kind of does look like a rabid dog.
Like, what I find interesting is that you can very much tell these are two different eras of dudes. Like, Rick is like much more. He's fatter, for one. And he's got his little tidy whities on, and then like I feel like these pants right here should be an illegal costume. They got points on them. Okay,
He got crosses on the knees. It's fine.
It's fine. They're cool.
But inevitably,
we talk about the bit. There's one moment in the middle of the match when Rick gets out of the ring and Sean.
Oh my god, it's so funny. Hold up.
Do you think these guys all just like meet up and bleach each other's hair, and that's why they all look like that?
I just hold on. I need to find the one bit because
it's about 10 minutes in.
10 minutes in. Okay.
I'm like double
Also,
checking.
counting
just to make
are
sure that
so
the YouTube
liberal.
live stream didn't go down.
They count so liberally. Okay, so just the little quarter here, and like he jumps in to try and get it, and just he
fucking misses and fucking cracks his ribs on the side of the table.
Which like it looks like he wasn't gonna hit him even if Rick didn't move out of the way.
It's sick as fuck though. It's really cool.
Ow.
He just smashes on the table. Anyways, this is what I'm talking about. Where like for half the fight, Sean is just like so thriving around, just like in pain. Like
there's also
like,
another bit.
It's mostly just like Rick like doing the works on him, and then Sean just barely breaking out right before he gets pinned. Also, these are bad referees. These referees are terrible. I'm so sorry.
Well, they're not referees.
They're actors too.
They are instructed that they do have to follow the rules, but they are very lenient because they do know what the finishes would be. And Vince is in their headset at this point, and he will scream at them.
I was about to say, like, when I was like watching Stacks specifically, but it seemed like most of the refs were just there to make sure that no one died.
Yeah, that might be what their job is. Their actual job.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine was a submission match, so he was just there waiting for someone to say they're out.
Slaps that they make act like is the end of the world. Like they get slapped and it's like, oh no.
So the funny thing is, those slaps are because those parts of the ring isn't mic'd. I've seen like people's chests have started bleeding from those specific slaps. They're really hard.
Oh,
Yeah.
you don't have to slap that hard.
Where they get a double up where like Sean once again like barely hits right here. He
If you
barely.
use a comma and period, you can go frame by frame. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So comma period. It's not. I don't know.
There you go.
Okay. It buffers every time I try. Hold up. So like, what's the word?
He moonsaults.
He moonsaults and he just barely hits Rick. Like he mostly misses, and it's so painfully looking. A double count out is a loss for Rick. He just barely lets them both get in on a 9. It'd be very funny if the match ended like 15 minutes early because that failed moonsault. And then
the super kick at like 17 minutes in that Sean aborts.
I love this man's pants, and I hate that other man's little booty pants.
Like this fight, I'm assuming they make it act like it is the end of life. Like
it's the figure 4 leg lock. It also shows up, a modified version shows up in Ayaan's match, where it's you're bending the ankle over the person's other leg, and then you're putting pressure down on it.
Yeah, there was a lot of that in mine.
I have to say, my question here is twofold. One, like, how do you win with it? You can't win.
They would give up. They would just like tap, like a submission.
Okay, that makes more sense. But also, it was wild that this stupid thing, like, I think it says something about the way wrestling like repeats on itself, that it got me pumped enough that after seeing Rick do this like once or twice, when it gets flipped on him, I'm like, yo, let's go. There was a part in which I was starting to get sleepy, but I did. That's not the wrestling's fault, I promise you.
Rena just doesn't sleep.
Who does these days?
That one bit that you were just scrolled past where like Sean tries to reverse the pressure by spinning over, but Rick just rolls through with it and then gets back him in the hold.
That's what he was doing. Because I'm just watching two men just kind of like fall over, and I'm trying to figure out the moment. Hold on.
He's so red.
He got so red over this match.
Oh, you have not seen anything about getting red over a match until you see my guy.
These white boys are always so red in wrestling.
This moment.
Yeah.
They look like white.
Like the ending moment where it was just like, that was so. Where they going for the end, and it's like, fucking.
So just because I know we're limiting the frames. Someone did say it in chat already that right before Sean delivers the kick, that Sean says, "I'm sorry, I love you," and then kicks him.
Just kicks him right in the throat. That's intense.
And like it hits. Like when they go to the rewind and they explain what it was. And Rick just sits there crushed. And like I know that like I don't think Rick wanted to win this match. Like
winning meant wrestling more.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's times in which he could have like Rick could have like ran to the stage faster to avoid a double count. Like there's a lot of times in which like one or the other could have won sooner. I don't think I can't imagine if Rick pulled a Mr. Satan and was just like, actually, I'm not going to retire. how that would play out, you know? Like, also, you can't, like, copyright wooing. That
He doesn't copyright wooing, but it is just associated with him.
That's what I mean.
It's the same way that the word "what" is associated with Stone Cold Steve Austin and why he's ruined every wrestling promo forever. Because Stone Cold used to do a thing where he would interrupt people's promos by going, "What? Like every time they try to start a sentence." And now the audience does that every time someone pauses in a promo. You hear the audience all in unison go, "What?"
Rough.
But I have to say, this was like a very heartfelt match where, like, for one, you get to see Rick, like, actually, like, okay, remember the, like, Mike Tyson versus Logan Paul match where, like, it was incredibly pathetic because it's like, why would you expect Mike Tyson to do well? He's, like, way too old, you know? Like, it was, like, the opposite of that, where it's like, no, Rick can still fight. He's still good at this. He still, like, kicked Sean's ass for most of it. It's just, like, he couldn't win. And honestly, sorry, what? Like, also for me, I was deeply concerned that I would not be able to maintain momentum for a half hour. I was like, oh, it's a half hour. Okay, that's like better than 45 minutes. I don't think I'll be into it. But no, like, I was capable of being into it for the whole 45 minutes. When I did conk out, I rewound it to continue watching again, and it was like to catch up, you know. I really thoroughly enjoyed it, and I was surprised that, like, will I watch more wrestling? Probably not. I'm so sorry.
But every once in a while, you'll probably hear about one thing that you'll be like, yeah, that sounds like a story I'd want to hear.
Yeah, like, maybe I'll, like now if I hear about a wrestling thing, I won't necessarily, there's a chance that I won't just satisfy myself with clips from TikTok, and I'll actually go and watch it, you know?
Yeah.
That, and yeah.
So I'm glad you liked this one because this one was pretty good. So this was Flair's last WWE match. Unfortunately, Man was bad about paying his taxes and owes the government and his ex-wife a fair amount of money, and he was not making the appropriate amount of money on the autograph circuit. He did do some matches in a smaller wrestling company called TNA, which for a little bit was like an old folks home where that's the older wrestlers would go for a very light schedule. There was no travel involved because they were all pretty much shot down in Orlando studios. Like, they just had like a back lot there that they shot in. He did do some stuff on the indies, which I see Michael and Chet has talked about. The indie stuff has been pretty bad, but his TNA work was pretty good, especially him getting to wrestle some people he never got to wrestle during his career. Some of those got pretty bloody because Flair likes to bleed. But
you wouldn't even be able to tell if he was bleeding. He's so red.
Oh, that's a very funny Flair story. So he used to work at a company before WWE. He worked at a company called WCW, and they had a no bleeding policy because they wanted to be TV PG. And if any wrestlers bled, if they found they did it on purpose, they would be fined an amount on their paycheck. So wrestlers would get around it by, like, making it look like it was an accident because you can't fine them for that. So earlier in the night, two wrestlers do it. And they're like, oh, it was an accident. And then Flair's like, I want to do that too. And Flair cut himself so fucking deep. And, like, the whole fucking mat's red. And, like, his hair, because he had the blonde hair, it's all fucking red. And it was like, there's no fucking way that was an accident, Rick.
I don't get why
everyone got fined that night. They're like, fuck it. We don't care. We know you're doing it on purpose.
I don't get why you would risk getting fined for the blood.
Because it's for the art. They're like, it hypes up the audience more. Give the match a little color.
Better TV.
Oh my god.
No, it doesn't. It's bad. I don't like blood. That was what I really enjoyed about my match. There wasn't a lot of blood. Well, it did. There was actually a little bit of blood when I watched it the second time. I was like, "Oh,
I didn't notice until like my third watch through that like there was a moment where I'm like, oh, they got Matt kind of bad on that landing.
Yeah, it wasn't like because I didn't notice it the first time. When I did notice it the second time, I was like, oh, it like blends in with the floor, but it's just. It was this match was my match was fucking insane.
All right, who's up next?
Do mine.
Yeah.
Be sure.
So, introduce your match.
My match is it's a match between Manami Toyota and Akira Okoto. I tried to put on like the auto translate captions.
Does not work.
did not help me a lot. So I don't really understand what's going on with this whole.
I gave you kind of the brief rundown. And most things you're getting like the name.
I'm getting. So it's Toyota is the one who's like the title holder, I guess, and she's trying to defend it.
Oh, none of them had a title. This was just like the end of a tournament in this case.
End of a tournament.
Yeah,
Sure.
Toyota had lost her title. She was trying to get her title back because Japanese wrestling is crazy in that they're kind of unified in a way that, like, if you work for one company, someone from a different company can just win your fucking title from you. And it's like, yeah, it's just gone from your company for a little bit. And that's just what happened.
Okay, so the thing that I liked about this match was the fashion, and I think that the fashion in wrestling is a lot of fun. So the first girl comes out, and she's in just this black wedding gown, and she looks so cool, veil and everything. Here, this is her going out.
Will we get taken down for this one?
I would skip around just to be safe, but Japanese wrestling, especially from this era, just gets uploaded in full on YouTube. But skip around to be safe. Pause and skip.
I think this one's fine. But this is her outfit that she comes out in, and it looks so cool and badass. And then the other one comes out in like this angelic, like feathers, white dress. I'm trying to get the full dress. There we go.
Oh my god.
Like, it's beautiful, it's silver, it's shiny. And then when they get in the ring, they completely switch aesthetics. So she gets in the ring and she, hold on. Where's the one? Okay, so she comes in. She gets in the ring and the first thing she does is rip her dress off. This is the other one.
And this bit is crazy. Yeah, she rips her dress off, and it's just like a black thing underneath. I don't know how to describe it. She also immediately goes to fucking drop kick Akira immediately and misses and falls out of the ring. And then, in the fucking wedding dress, Akira fucking 450 hits her.
And then we miss the other outfit change. Like, she gets back in the ring in the wedding dress, and then a second later is in a different outfit. Like, she's just she's now in like white fringe and it's just like, hello. So they've completely like switched their whole color scheme instantly. I thought that was fun. I was trying to find this one spot where I liked this one move that they do. I think this is it. Or they do like they do like cartwheels together or something. Hold on, I think they're gonna do it. Here we go. Loop-de-loops.
Oh yeah, this pin. This pin is really fun.
That's fun.
That's so funny.
That's my favorite part. And then there's a part where they get the tables out, of course. Is there more you want me to talk about? A lot of hair pulling. There's a lot of ripping of the hair.
I thought you would like all the flips Manami does in the match.
There's a lot of flips. There's a lot of jumping, flipping around. They get very tired. Part with the tables. Because they pull the tables out and then they
before that, right there, this fucking move where she goes between her legs and lifts her up.
This
is the coolest
Picks
fucking
her up.
move. Yeah. And then bridges back into a pin.
uh-huh.
That's crazy.
And I think that's possibly the coolest fucking move in the world.
And they get the table. Of course, there's got to be a table. There's always gonna be a table.
I
I
think it's funny though. It's not like a gigged table. It's like the press table from the audience.
Yeah.
They just brought
I
a
love
real
when
table.
I love she puts the table out and then she like throws her on the table and then does a body slam from up on one of these.
And it doesn't break.
It doesn't break, but I like when she, like right after this they put the table back and there's just an old guy sitting there laughing his ass off. I thought he was so fun. They put the table back.
So the fun Japanese wrestling has different rules because even more than American wrestling, they hate. Pause it just so we don't get a strike, just to make sure. They fucking hate anything like a disqualification finish or double count out. So their countouts are 20 seconds, and the ref can just decide not to count for a variety of reasons. So, like, let's say we're outside the rings for 18 seconds, and I immediately drop you on your head in the concrete and then roll back in the ring. The ref will just stop counting because it's like, that's not fucking fair. That's not fucking fair. You're cheating. I'm not counting the rest of that. Also, outside the ring, there's no disqualifications in Japanese wrestling. The disqualifications only apply if you're in the ring and you do the shit. Because if you're out of the ring, you're forgoing the rules. You're already breaking the rules by being outside the fucking ring. So it's no man's land, essentially.
Oh, wait, I do want to find the clip of the old man.
Also, did you notice that the crowd was less rowdy than an American audience by any chance?
No, because it's muted.
I thought, no, I was asking if Daystar noticed because I saw something interesting about it. That so Japanese wrestling, the audience is very different, and like a lot of times when they do, because why we don't get a whole lot of Japanese wrestling imported here is that the audience is very different. Because like here we're screaming all the fucking time, but the way wrestling gets kind of treated in Japan, he's enjoying the hell out of himself.
He's having a good time.
In Japan, it's kind of treated like a Broadway musical almost, where it's dead silence, you're just enjoying it, and then like you clap at the end of a really impressive sequence.
Yeah. That would happen a lot where they would do a big thing and then just lay there and everyone would be like, "Good job."
That's kind of it. It's like that was cool. Like they're not screaming the whole time. You don't get the rowdy chants as much.
You run around a lot in the like this is behind the gates and stuff.
Yeah.
They're throwing each other around.
We get another table out. We steal the press table again.
There's a different table. We're gonna do a body slam on that one as well. Like
I do find it insane that they're just using actual tables.
They're not gigged at all. They never break. It's just like, no, you're just getting hit with this thick ass wood table.
There's a lot of like you could see them get more and more tired. I don't know how much of that is the bit of them getting like injured and extremely exhausted. Because there's whole parts where they're just laying on the ground for like 5 minutes and nothing happens. So this is the end,
moving tables. I've noticed
so many tables. So she wins. Do we want to see the
finishing move? I think is nuts.
This
this
situation.
The body slam, and you think it's gonna be like a normal scoop slam, but then how she drops her is crazy. And I'm like, yeah, that's definitely the way to finish the match. Right on her fucking head.
And then she climbs on top of her, and then the pin. And then they both just kind of like lay there for several minutes while like a bunch of people come on and are like, oh no, they're dead. Like just around them.
Yeah, Hokuto does not get up after this. They fucking get up. They fucking stretch her ass back.
So they scoop her up and they parade her around, and she seems like she's in bad shape already, and she won the damn thing. They take her out of the ring, and they do it like a little interview with her, and the other girl is still like down, just like she's still down, unconscious on the mat, and everyone's like, somebody comes out and tries to give them a stretcher, and then this is like her friend or something. Like they try to hand her a stretcher, and she throws the stretcher out of the ring. She's like, "Fuck you and your stretcher." So then they go and she's like she's down, and she like scoops her up and like drags her out of there, and then they drag her out to the interview room.
When they fucking go to the interview room, like, because they do Manami's, but then they go to Hakuna's interview and she's just like fucking laying down.
She's dead. She carries her out. And then they just have her like on the ground in the interview room, just quietly sitting there. This is her. This is her friend. Her friend's just like yelling at her, and she's just in a heap. She's just in a heap on the ground because she lost.
So that's just so mean.
She's just there. She's having a time. Just going through it.
This gets called one of the greatest matches of all time, too.
And they're like holding Mike up to her and stuff. She's not saying shit. She says something at the end, where she like gets up after several minutes and she says something. I don't know what, but. And then she leaves. She gets up, does her bit. The other girl also, like, the other girl doing her interview, she doesn't seem happy about what's happened. She also seems like she seems like she's also been through it.
There's a great compilation of her from this year where like the caption is Manami Toyota seemed bent on killing herself in 1995, and it's all her doing backflips out of the ring.
Like she doesn't seem like she's happy. She also seems like she got fucked up.
Fucking planet.
Yeah. So that was my match.
What'd you think of it?
It's fun. I liked the fashions.
I do.
I
you did request something. You requested something gothic, and I saw the all black wedding dress. And I was like, yeah, this is it.
I like the angel and then the goth bride, and then they switched. I thought that was cool.
Yeah. The only like Japanese wrestler that I'm familiar with is Maki Ito. Michael Scaly just mentioned her in the comments.
Maki Ito is great. Maki Ito is getting.
Oh, the idol one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's gonna be in America for because always before WrestleMania, like the whole week around it in the city, there's like a wrestle convention and a bunch of indie shows run stuff. And she's gonna be going up against WWE Hall of Famer Mickie James, and I'm like, I fucking need to see this match.
Hang on, now I gotta.
I'll find the tweet about it and I'll just throw it in chat.
All right, I'll go next. Hold on. 1 second. I have an idea of how we can play this footage, and I think only.
Oh my god! You did the fucking puzzle pieces.
I'm gonna do.
Ayaan, I swear to fucking god.
The puzzle pieces.
Do not puzzle.
It's gonna be really funny to me.
No.
No, but some of the visuals will be lost. There's some visuals I think it'll be fun. There's one visual that we should warn Stack before because there's blood, so Stack can look away. It's not yet, but we will let you know when I get there.
Yeah. This version that you got me on Daily Motion, it looked like it was stretched out, so I'm just gonna crop it to 4:3.
Yeah.
No, wait, not crop. I'm going to use the aspect ratio thing. Hold on. So there it is. Now, now it looks better.
Now turn it into puzzle pieces.
No.
Invert it. Do a puzzle piece.
All
Put
right.
a sepia tone on there. What is he gonna do to this little boy? What the hell?
Okay, pause it, because Ayaan, this is already too much.
We're gonna leave it paused and we're gonna skip around. That's how we're gonna do this.
Yeah, keep it paused and skip around. Daystar was the only one who could show their match, and I think it was mostly because it was not WWE. I'm not fucking around with WWE right now.
It's actually WWF.
Same thing.
This is from WrestleMania 13.
So do you want to run down the story real fast for
No,
everyone?
hold on. What's going on with the refs? Don't usually wear tight clothes like that.
So
well, that's Ken Shamrock, I believe his name is.
Yeah, he's like an actual UFC fighter. Right. He's a UFC fighter back in like the infancy of it. So they were like, well, this is going to be a very hardcore match, and no referee wants to be between these two. So Ken gets to do it because no one's gonna fuck with Ken.
Right.
Sure.
So yeah,
no disqualification.
Bret Hart. This is a submission round. So like, if the other person taps out, then it's over. But like, if they do anything, like, I don't think there's any rules. So yeah, Bret Hart. From what I can tell with my little bit of research in the promo that I was given, Bret Hart was like out of it. He was retired for a little bit, and then Stone Cold Steve Austin was calling him names, and then Bret Hart was like, "All right, I'll pick up this. I'll pick up what you're laying down. We're gonna have a fight."
Also, Austin fucking just went at him when he came back a whole lot. What
was the exact quote?
It's like, if you put the letter S in front of Hitman, you got my exact opinion of Bret Hart.
Yeah, so this is again.
And there's tons
Sorry,
of
I had to explain it.
like,
Zach is dyslexic.
Mean to me.
and there's tons of bits in the promo where like it's like Bret is in a different match, and then like Austin comes up while the referee's back is turned and just nails Bret with a chair in like the matches he's not even involved in.
Yeah. So yeah, Stone Cold shows up, breaks the glass.
Yeah.
And enters in on frame.
What a fucking cool entrance.
Yeah.
Is it actual glass or a screen?
It's glass. They would put a black glass that said Austin 316 on it, and they'd shatter it, and he'd just walk through it.
So yeah, and then Bret shows up. I wasn't sure which one I was rooting for.
Oh, he's so
like
greased
people were calling him like a whiny little baby.
Yeah, Austin says in the promo, "Since you got back, you ain't did nothing but cry."
He's so greased up. Look at him.
So yeah, they go right into it. It was a funny frame. So they go right into it. There was a bit where Stone Cold just like slammed him nuts first on this.
Crotched him on the barrier. My favorite thing is that when he does this, they do hit someone in the audience.
Yeah, hold on. So I'm doing it frame by frame to be all shuddery.
Frame by frame nut shot.
Austin reverses the suplex and reverses it, stops him again. And this guy's walking through, but
well, this feels like his fault then.
Fucking crotches him on the barrier, but comes down on him.
Hit that guy right in the head.
Picture like that person was snapping photos right at the right time. Now, going...
like, oh shit!
So yeah, nuts first on on this rail here, and then he gets punched down into the audience, and so for a good portion of this fight, they're just taken into the audience as Stone Cold.
Wait, that's already too much.
We're doing it frame by frame, jumping it around.
We're gonna get this.
You're gonna get my channel copyright.
Do puzzle pieces a little bit.
Puzzle pieces.
All right, hold on. This is the bit that I like. So this guy was serving drinks. Like this person was selling drinks. Stone Cold picked up. Is this? Did I get
He
it?
picked up like Coke, or like so whatever the drink was. I think you may have already.
I skipped over it.
It's
Hold
fine.
on.
We can just describe it. Soko grabs the drink from the guy, takes a sip, and then dumps the rest of it on Brett.
That's crazy.
That's very fun.
And my favorite part is that at
You
some
pay for the
point,
drink?
no.
What the hell?
My favorite part is that at some point the cameraman can no longer keep up with these two.
Yeah, there was a bit where like there's this guy who in a brown jacket that was just like tussling around like Brett's hair and going
up the stairs and he fucking is like rubbing Austin on the shoulder and tussling Brett's hair.
I swear one of the announcers just like, because I wanted to like punch that guy.
Yeah, Lawler is like, someone beat that drunk. Lawler has some fucking all-timers in this match, like calling Brett's little baby daughter ugly.
Yeah, hold on. Like there's a bit in which they cut to Brett's infant child.
It's covering her face because she doesn't want to watch her dad get beat up. And Lawler is like, she's probably told to cover her face because she's ugly.
Why would he do? Why was he so mean about it?
I like the random bullying a child.
It's just a baby.
It's insane that Vince is on commentary, but normal.
Yeah, Vince McMahon is like one of the commentary guys, and he's like
the most normal one in the match.
Trying to find the exact spot with the daughter. It's when
Lawler was fucking taking liberties.
Oh yeah, I think it was around here. Because like Brett's on the floor. Like Brett has been abusing Stone Cold's leg throughout this match.
Because
like
Austin has a knee brace on because he was out with an injury for a bit.
Yeah,
there is. Fucking Lawler. Like,
mean to her.
And Mom in the corner is, I think, like consoling her, telling her it's all right, and then like probably telling her kind of her face that she's so ugly.
let me listen because you said it in our Discord. I need to hear exactly what fucking Lawler says.
Hold on.
Just play it. Come on,
me
doing a move.
Yeah, wait, I think this is it. Hold on. 1 sec.
Put it to puzzle pieces while you play the audio.
All right.
Yeah. Puzzle pieces. We can solve it a little bit. Can you set it to less puzzle pieces?
Yeah, less puzzle pieces.
And then go back like
This
less
is a
puzzle
good
pieces
number.
and we'll solve it a little bit. Yeah, solve a little bit.
This is 5 by 5.
Solve it
Do they
while the audio.
I realize that this is a bit that we've never done on stream.
They have no context.
Regardless of context.
All right.
Yeah.
So for those of you
Puzzle
who don't
pieces.
know, VLC
No,
Media Player.
don't explain the bit.
No,
Puzzle pieces.
the bit is that we have puzzle pieces. Don't worry.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Okay,
two
he's-
puzzle
Do the edges at least. Come on.
I can hear
Yeah,
him laugh.
yeah, fucking when like they cut to fucking this little child crying, and Lawler goes,
pieces. You
I can't hear your audio, Ayaan.
You don't have
Oh,
your
right.
I can't
audio
hear your
show.
audio.
Right.
I can't fucking believe he fucking laughs harder at this than he did when JR said Blackula was a superhero. I can't believe.
Blackula.
Dracula.
That's practically one of my vocal stems now, and Stack has not known peace since that started happening.
It happened in the middle.
For the weak at heart. There's no doubt about that. No pun intended.
I think she's just been instructed to cover her ugly face when she's in.
fucking taking liberties.
I do like the puzzle pieces. This is funny.
It's helping.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she's just been instructed to cover.
Her ugly face.
Jesus, Lawler.
Now Ayon's just solving the puzzle.
No, we have to stop at a certain point, but I think
Yeah, you can only solve so much of the puzzle.
yeah, I kind of understand what's going on. Okay, continue describing the match.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, we started this. It's only like.
Well, get things in the vague right area.
Yeah, don't solve it this good. Just solve it vaguely.
All right.
Get things in the around the right area. But not...
Ayaan, you're too good at puzzles.
It's an easy one. It's not like.
Okay, stop now, and I think we have the edges, and we'll still kind of skip around, but we will use the audio if we ever have to.
All right.
Yeah, this is good. This is ideal.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Do we want to change the colors around?
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
we
Oh my god,
the...
he's at the puzzle.
Oh, it's
Right.
Kane. Turn it back to red. Oh,
Kane's
Kane's coming out. Kane's here.
We can turn it to sepia.
Turn to sepia, yeah.
Actually, that might help. It
That's
might
good.
help. If you,
Oh, now
So-
Tony's coming.
so maybe put it to sepia and make it smaller on the screen. Like, don't have it full screen, and we can probably turn off the puzzle pieces with that.
I don't want to test it.
I don't.
I like the puzzle pieces.
This is
Puzzle
bad.
pieces is good.
This is bad to look at, guys.
I think this is.
This is so.
I think this is what
God,
Vince
this is a-
McMahon. This is what Vince McMahon intended.
Oh yeah.
We can't do this.
All right.
Oh, that's
No,
good.
okay.
That's good.
No, that will protect us, I think.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
there's
Anyway,
no fucking way.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no fucking way.
Oh, yeah.
This is getting copyright struck. There's no fucking
There's
planet.
no fucking way our viewers understand what's going on.
I
They're
don't understand
driving
that.
them, they get us.
This is just how Rob Van Dam sees the world.
Hold on. Let me just add everything else onto this. All right.
There we go.
No, this is good.
Sorry,
for-
guys.
Oh my
Don't mirror it.
Tell you
No,
what.
it's good.
No, make it tiny. Do not have it in full screen.
This is.
Yeah, keep it like that though.
This is perfect. I
Yeah.
think we solved it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's good.
Send me your videos, guys. This is only how we're going to be describing it. Anyway.
This is how we can watch every video ever.
Yeah.
So while they're
I can't even pause it. I can't even pause it.
no, you did,
They're
you
really
did.
good
The effect
You
continues
paused
to
it.
go. You paused it, but the effect continues.
I see.
This is false motion.
Oh, I have cloned abilities too.
They're
Oh,
not
shit.
actually doing the worm. What have you done? What'd you do?
So-
I
Something
think you
hilarious.
made 17 windows.
You fucked it up.
Oh my god.
Okay, Ayaan,
Hubris.
Ayaan, what else do you have to say about the match?
It was pretty good. I didn't even get to the blood
Yeah,
yet. Hold
yeah.
on.
One of my fucking favorite parts. I don't know because it's a very minor part. It's like after like Stone Cold's leg got really fucked up, and Ken goes up to him and audibly asks him like, "Steve, do you want to give up?" And Steve like stands up for a second, gives Ken the finger, and immediately collapses.
Incredible.
Hold on.
What have you? What have
You
done?
fucked up your VLC crazy style.
I mean,
It's
I
not
may
going to
have
open
fucked up.
anymore. You might have to
Okay,
uninstall the program and
I
reinstall
can't
it.
fucking. I can't fucking believe you did that.
Anyway,
So just describe them, and because there's blood in it anyway, so we weren't Stack would not
yeah,
like
we can't show
All
the
right.
blood. Just
Well,
describe.
there was a lot. It was pretty brutal. A lot of leg play, and then like they get out of the ring one more time, and then like there's this really funny shot where it's the cameraman, like they're over far in the corner, and the cameraman is watching, and then Brett throws Stone Cold into the like near the cameraman's direction, and he falls into like
a crowd of people. like there are like 8 people that he like collides into. Like,
yeah.
But
And
then
so, like this actually, like him getting knocked into like this crowd, like actually cuts him on the forehead.
Yeah, he slams his head into the barrier, which was just a metal thing at this time.
Hold on.
We can't show the blood because it'll make Stack uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I have
Don't try and show it. Don't try and show it. We're already playing too much with copyright.
I'm like keeping up the stream on YouTube and refreshing it to see if we get taken down, but we're good right now.
Yeah, I can. If you hover over the viewer count for me and Rena specifically and Ayaan, you can see.
You had to fucking switch to Windows Media Player. You fucked up me so bad.
You killed her.
Okay, so now you can't play it. You just have to skip around and like hit. If it doesn't change the preview, you have to just get it.
All right. I think no. The thing is, it automatically unpauses when I show the thing. I'm gonna keep it paused. All right. So anyway, try to look for it. So this is the shot I'm talking about.
He fucking whips him like.
And then he tosses him into
like 6 people are victims of this.
And it ends up with Stone Cold getting his head a little cut. Okay. Sorry, guys. Puddles of blood is just like forming on this floor.
He's got so much blood up there in that bald head.
Don't worry, Stack. He's all right now.
We won't do the. He has cats now. He posts about them on Instagram all the time.
We'll show.
Pull up Stone Cold Steve Austin's cats. We can watch that, right?
Yeah.
His WWE doesn't own his cats.
They don't.
Do they?
All right, looks like this is
No.
buffering.
Their names are Poncho and Macho.
Nice.
So Bret Hart was like around this time, he was winning basically. He was holding him in that leg lock we talked about before. And then
the fucking figure 4 he does on him where it's like around the ring post.
Yeah.
Like,
hold on.
Because he locks in that hole that was in Rena's match, but it's like Stone Cold is in the ring, but Bret is like hanging outside of the ring and just dragging him like dick. Dragging him like dick first into the ring post.
Ass to ass.
This is a different. This is the sharpshooter, which is his finisher. Blood.
Blood.
Oh, you forgot we forgot to talk about that. We forgot the bit where Stone Cold attempts to hang Bret.
Yeah, Stone Cold, as he's steeping blood, like takes a microphone wire and wraps it around. He does go multiple rounds around Bret Hart's neck and starts strangling Bret Hart.
Whoa.
Bret grabs the fucking ring bell and nails Austin in the head with it to get out.
Because this ring bell, he pulled it out. He tried to pull it out earlier to smash Austin, like earlier. But then Austin like got him out of it. So this ring bell is sort of like our Chekhov's gun.
Yeah. Can I just say I'm so disappointed. I thought I was gonna have milk with a cookie, and it turns out the milk expired yesterday.
Drink it.
It might still be okay.
No, like the reason why I found out it expired yesterday is because I smelled it and it smelled bad, and then I checked.
Yeah, don't smash it. Yeah, don't eat it.
So yeah, Stone Cold screaming in pain as Bret Hart is doing this. And then he passes out from probably blood loss and also all of the excruciating pain. And
so
then Bret Hart...
He never actually gives up, but they call it because of that. Because it's like, well, what can you do? He fucking passed out.
Yeah, but Bret Hart doesn't take this, so he lifts up Stone Cold's leg again and starts slamming it even more still while he's passed out. This is when Ken has to like step in, like, dude, stop it.
Ken like fucking flips Bret.
In his like little.
Throws him out of it. Bret Hart's like, yeah, man, I'm out of here. And like,
another dude.
he gives the finger to these guys who are like.
So Austin. So just rewind it a little bit. Don't play it. Referees come try to help Austin, and when Austin gets his feet, he immediately attacks the referees because he doesn't want help.
That's just the real referee. That's not even the wrestle referee.
Yeah, they got a real referee in because they like all the announcers like we probably should get this guy some medical attention. We should probably get it.
And Austin does this fucking finishing move to the referee.
It's rude.
He's like,
And he just like
I can't do it to Bret. Someone's gonna.
He limps away. Like they're patting him on the back, and it's like, all right, you'll get him next time.
So you liked the match?
Yes.
So this match is usually credited to being the beginning of what's called the Attitude Era, which is like the peak of like 90s popularity of wrestling. So like peak Stone Cold, peak The Rock stuff. Because that ending of the match is a rarely seen thing called a double turn, in that Bret becomes the bad guy by like attacking him after the bell, and Austin becomes the good guy by showing how much fight it was in him not to give up. So they double turned them, where Bret became the bad guy and Austin became the good guy, without like their characters really fundamentally changing, just from like actions like, oh yeah, they would do this. Like
they just do it naturally.
Like it's an interesting character thing where it was like it just took these characters to where they were like to the end of it, and like it's launched the whole like probably one of the most financially good eras for wrestling.
Interesting.
All right, am I good to go?
Yeah, I thought we were gonna pull up Stone Cold's solid ass cats.
Oh yeah,
oh wait, hold on, it did something weird to the link. It split it up. Hold on, let's just fucking link his fucking Instagram.
Just pull up his Instagram.
I don't trust celebrity Instagrams.
You should trust.
He's just an old man at this point.
He just posts his cats. That's all he does.
Hang on.
Gonna thinking about whether or not I'm just resetting my computer, just deleting VLC real quick to fix that issue.
Yeah, the closest he's done to anything branded was that a couple days ago was 316 Day.
Here we go.
March 16th.
Solid ass cat.
With Pancho.
We have to see a video of him talking to the cats because it's very funny. This is just my uncle.
This is
the first one has to be a video.
This is just my uncle, but he has a dog. Yeah. Cat-sized.
Ancho, here's Mancho right here, buddy. Man, that cat right there is soft. God damn it.
This fucking spilled his beer.
He's up the street, come to the Brooksville Ranch.
He's an old ass man. This is great. I want to see more cats.
It's so funny. He also has his own brand of beer because for years the joke. Yeah. Oh my god! For years the fucking joke was because they could rarely show what actual brand of beer he was drinking in the ring. They would call it the Steve Weisers. So now he just has his own brand of beer too. Which I'm like, if anyone should have their own brand of beer, it's the person who would fucking get beers to thrown at them in the ring and just soak the fucking mat with beer.
Okay.
I'm gonna restart my computer real quick to fix VLC.
All right, while Ayaan does that, it's time for my match: the Bastard Pack versus my favorite, freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy.
That can't be his real name. That's not his real name, is it?
That is genuinely they have like nicknames. So Pack is known as the Bastard, which can tell you a lot about him. And then Orange Cassidy goes freshly squeezed, and like people will chant that during the match. Like, if he's doing really well, they'll just start chanting freshly squeezed, and it was great.
Any relation to Anita Bryant?
Ash is still on level 1 of gay. Don't worry about it.
Oh, Ash, we gotta get you a book. You gotta know about Anita Bryant.
Yeah, give me a book. But anyway, and then also when he was down, they would scream "No pulp."
That's good.
I think it's the funniest fucking thing on the planet. Anyway, so obviously you can already tell who my favorite is, Orange Cassidy.
Oh, this guy. I know this guy.
He's got a shirt.
He's got a shirt of himself.
He's got a shirt of himself. A shirt of himself wearing a shirt of himself.
This is like that one. Is this what's that? It's what's his name? Samuel L. Jackson has a picture of that.
Yeah.
Have you
That's
seen that
exactly what
picture?
Orange Cassidy's entire bit is. So Orange Cassidy is the king of sloth style. I will explain what sloth style is in a second.
Can I explain what the pun is? A style of Japanese wrestling is called strong style, which is generally known for being stiff. Like, it's like, oh, if they're hitting each other, they're probably just fucking hitting each other to make it look good.
Yeah.
But so how I know Orange Cassidy is because Danhausen is now his wrestle daddy. And Dash has described it.
It's like the opposite of a drag mother.
Yes.
Right? Right.
Are you saying this because that is the fucking funniest way I've heard someone describe, oh, that's their manager. Like the person who comes in the ring with them. Like, it's their wrestle daddy. Paul Heyman is Roman Reigns' wrestle daddy. Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't think it's the opposite. I think it is the direct equivalent.
And he's a more accomplished one, and he's taken Orange Cassidy under his wing, right? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
That's a drag mother.
That's a drag mother, yeah.
Yeah.
They're wrestle daddies.
Wrestle father.
Anyway, so he's a friend of Danhausen. I also need to mention these two other guys because they show up later in the match. So
they're called the best friends.
Yeah, his best friends, Chuck and Trent.
No, their team is just called Best Friends. That's the name of their team. Is Best Friends.
Specifically,
they're just best friends.
Chuck and Trent.
I know what the fuck. They just show up with Orange Cassidy, and I'm like, okay, this is happening now.
No, those are his best friends.
Those are his best friends.
I thought that was what was happening.
Also, the most notable thing about Orange Cassidy is him putting his fucking hands in his pocket. He would do a fucking power move before he did it. He would like put his hands really high up in the air, and the crowd would go fucking wild, and then he would just put them in his pockets and just slouch. And it was the funniest fucking thing.
He's
like,
so cash.
You see this man's face right here.
Did y'all just see that man put his hand in his pockets? That was crazy.
It's crazy. Anyway, so what is sloth style? I think it can be best described with this. It is the style where you do the least amount of moves as possible. to like the least amount of effort being put towards whatever you're doing. And it was so funny because at the beginning of the match, they kept like Orange Cassidy's entire thing is at the beginning he'll kind of kick him a little bit when the match starts, like just with his foot gently, and then Pat started doing it back to him. So there was like a solid like 2 minutes of just them kicking each other like this.
Say what the crowd was doing.
The crowd was fucking screaming. They were going wild.
With every kick, they went, "Ow!"
Like this was the fucking biggest match ever. I love AEW. I really do like this wrestling.
The Rupee
company. But anyway, also Orange Cassidy's best move, which is just rolling off the fucking mat.
Can you explain the context of why he did this for everyone?
he just fucking like
No, but why was he on the ground?
Okay, so he usually like what would happen every single time is that like Orange Cassidy would have like this big burst of energy, do something, and then immediately the second Pac hit him, he would just go flat on his ass.
So he was rolling. Do you remember? Because Pac was trying to jump off the top onto him.
Yes,
rather than try to get. Okay, we'll get into it.
Well, we'll get into this later in the section of things I like. So Orange Cassidy just kind of rolls out of the way of like any finishing move.
I love how fucking befuddled.
Fucking like so tired because the entire lead up. So there wasn't really much of a lead up for mine.
You had like a little promo at the beginning showing like why they didn't like each other.
Yeah, they don't like each other. Specifically, Pac thinks Orange Cassidy's a joke, which he is. So I don't know, like Orange Cassidy does not seem to really give a fuck about that.
Me and that guy in the front were matching hoodies.
Anyway, things I liked about this match. The fact that Orange Cassidy showed up in fucking like a jacket in like jeans, like jean material, everything. I think that's the funniest fucking thing.
He's wearing formal wear. It's a Canadian tuxedo.
It's a Canadian tuxedo. Also, when he ripped his shirt and the jacket off, and then put the sunglasses back on.
Did you catch how they introduced him when he was coming down to the ring?
No, what?
Because when they came out, they're like accompanied by best friends from wherever, weighing. Whatever. Freshly squeezed orange Cassidy.
These people don't give a shit, and it's great. Anyway, so sunglasses, back on. The kicking, as I mentioned at the beginning. Whatever this move was.
The Superman punch, yeah.
Superman ass punch. My favorite thing about Orange Cassidy is when he gets going, he fucking pulls out some Goku ass shit.
He busted this out of nowhere too. There was almost no lead up, and suddenly he's 3 feet in the air.
He just ran fucking back and then jumped and then fucking punched back in the face.
You could hear the noise that you hear when someone gets hit in the jaw. Like you hear like the wet hit sound when someone gets nailed in the jaw too, which was nuts.
It was crazy. Also, what kept on happening? Orange Cassidy kept on rolling off the mat when Pac was getting up to do like his big like finishing like hit, like getting up on the rails to do his hit, and then Pac would have to get down, drag him back onto the mat, and then Orange Cassidy would just roll to the other side. And this went on for like 5 minutes, and Pac had to keep on going around the ring to try and get him to stay in one spot. He just kept like anytime he noticed that Pac was on the other side, he just rolled away from him.
Did you get the screenshot of when they were like face to face and like Orange Cassidy just smiled?
Yeah. great job of it. Also this, I forget what the lead up was to this, but Orange Cassidy just jumps at people. It's super fucking funny. Oh, also, I'm notably he gets progressively redder during the match, and I think that's funny. Also this move, he managed to get up on the rings and just fucking like flying jumps on him. Oh, this was towards the end where he just kind of started smacking him, like he was
like very lightly,
just lightly smacked him. And Pac just kind of looks at the ref and he's like, I don't know what you want me to do about it. There was also so Orange Cassidy really got Pac down on the ground, and then Pac just started fucking rolling away from him. Like the exact same fucking move that Orange Cassidy was pulling earlier.
There was fucking drama to it because Orange was fucking like crawling after him. Like he was desperate to get him.
And he was just rolling out of the way. Also, these two luchadors show up.
Penta and Phoenix, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so like one of the best friends noticed that so Pac was like crawling out here. So he fucking grabbed Pac and threw him back in. And then all of a sudden these two luchadors show up. I don't know what the fuck their deal was. They just came to fucking kick Trent in the face. They just did that and then stood and then just started mocking him, and then the other best friend had to go and help him beat up these luchadors for some reason. I'm still not sure what the fuck was happening with that.
They got their own beef. It's separate.
Yeah. Things I didn't like. Orange Cassidy fucking losing. I wanted this white boy to win so badly.
Yeah, what the fuck was up with that?
We are so lucky that we watched my match first and then Stack's match. I was very sad. I was distraught after this. Final thoughts.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Fuck you, Pat. I hate you.
Does that say very nice, very evil?
Yeah, that's Danhausen's. Yeah, he's very nice, very evil. So I watched the clip where he does the curse on someone from the audience and they don't react and he just shrugs and goes, "No curse!" And I lose my shit every time. I do agree. I would prefer it if Orange won, but I think the way they ended the match still protected Orange as a character, where he still looked because he only really wins because he's distracted by the shit with the Lucha Bros. Orange is distracted with the shit with the Lucha Bros and the best friends, and Pac gets him by surprise.
Pac gets him by surprise and then puts him in a shitty chokehold.
It was a shitty chokehold.
And here's if there's any reason to call someone a bastard, I think that reinforces their kind of gimmicks. And Orange Cassidy still looked really cool, but Pac was a bastard, and
Pac was a bastard. Also, most notably, I kept on thinking that because there is a separate match where Danhausen gets, Danhausen is just there for some reason, and it's Pac versus Orange Cassidy, and Danhausen's just there. He puts the curse on Pac. He goes to fucking hit Orange Cassidy with a chair. Orange Cassidy ducks out of the way, and then I can't remember what move he does to Pac. But he manages to get Pac again.
I think he does I think he does it the hands in pockets drop kick he does. Where he fucking I'm surprised he didn't have anything more to say about the kip up he does, where after he does the drop kick with his hands in his pockets, he immediately kicks his legs forward and is suddenly on his feet again.
I did not notice that. That's too quick for my brain to process it. Anyway, I really enjoyed my match. I really like AEW. Also, hold on.
What are you doing?
I forgot to put this in my thing. So if you didn't know, AEW has a collaboration with DC Comics. And guess who fucking got? Guess who fucking in one of them?
Hell yeah, we do.
Fucking Orange Cassidy.
He's great. We should read this.
I love this.
While we're speaking about orange juice, can I show you a clip real quick, Ash?
That's Johnny Cage.
God, he would be. Holy shit!
Hold on. Oh, I have to remove the other media now first?
This is annoying.
This is Anita Bryant. Anita Bryant, known for orange juice and homophobia. Think of her as the J.K. Rowling of her day. Okay?
Yeah, she died recently.
Yeah, fuck that.
Very important clip.
Oh dang, we can't hear the sound. So
No, it's just probably just saying something bigoted. There's
We need to bring this back.
We need to start pieing big.
He's got his fucking hands up.
She does say right after, she says, "At least it's a fruit pie," which is a good bit. I'll give her that one.
All right.
And he's just like, "Yep." Let's pray for him right now, they say. So now she's gonna get out of there.
Actually, I'll tell you all about Anita Bryant and her whole deal.
She's doing a prayer. She's saying a prayer while her face is covered in whipped cream.
All right.
Weird. All right, now it's Stack's turn for the fucking most. I also watched Stack's match, so
God, that intro really did.
I don't even know how to describe what happened.
I don't either. So this was the tag team championship, tables, ladders, and chairs, featuring Edge and Christian, who don't have a tag team name, I guess.
They're just ENC. That's it. That's all they
yeah,
know.
Sure, why not? And then we have the Dudley Boys and
brothers, who are also brothers.
I read a lot of Nancy Drew, not so much the Hardy Boys. Did they do a lot of edging, or?
Well, they edged a lot of Christians, it seems.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
much different than the Nancy Drew series.
There's a fucking thing that is said in this match that I didn't remember Jim Ross said, but holy shit, I'll need to tell you after you describe this, because it will describe.
I will be honest, I didn't hear a single thing happening in this match. There was so much physically going on that my brain couldn't comprehend anything. The way I would describe this, to give y'all a vibe of what's happening, because I am going to give us a play-by-play, sort of. I left a lot of stuff out because a lot was going on. But the general vibe is Looney Tunes ass shit. Everything is going on. It's nuts. It's good. So I'm gonna rate everyone's like sort of fit. So this is the Hardy Boys, and if I was gonna put their outfits between like rate them 1 to 10, I would say that it's like a raw dog by Spencer. Their fits are so fucking ugly. It's fine.
Everyone should follow Matt's wife on TikTok.
What?
Matt's wife is Gothic Baby's mom.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Oh, that's why I know the Hardy Bros.
So why'd she let this happen?
This was before they knew each other. We'll get into it.
This is before the Gothic Baby.
Okay.
The Gothic children.
Baby's first club kid outfit. This is fine.
This is just how Jeff dresses in real life.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, so which one's Gothic Baby's dad?
Go back. So the one that's Gothic Baby's dad is the one on the left. That's Matt. And the one on the right is Jeff.
Oh, okay.
I didn't learn any of their names. I don't even know which one is Edge and which one is Christian.
They had it on the pants.
I don't care.
Which one's Sting?
Okay, you can see them labeled right now. Which is who?
Okay, purple is Edge, yellow is Christian.
Yes.
Okay.
And Stack throughout the entire match only referred to them as the Booster Gold one, which was the purple one, and the Blue Beetle one, which was the yellow one.
I feel like that's accurate. Anyway, if I was gonna write,
they're doing old man Yowie right now, so it's so it works.
If if I was gonna rate these outfits out of 10, it would be like boots the house down, dude. I imagine they would say that. It felt like a thing they would say.
I feel like this is a biased ranking for both of these.
They're the only
clearly,
outfits with color. If you look at the other outfits,
the inferior
they're the most
outfits.
boots the house down.
Clearly the inferior outfits, but okay.
Are you looking? Okay.
You have not seen the last.
You haven't seen the third outfit.
Let me see.
Hell yeah, the Dudley boys.
This is their asses are not hunting. These outfits are hideous. I hate camo. You can make it work. This is not making it work. It's fine.
This is Duck Dynasty.
Did you catch their backstory at all? Because I know you're saying, because I know they say it at the beginning before the ship starts going.
Is what I got.
So, so all of the members of the Dudley clan, and there's more than the three, but you have to go back to the other company to see Big Dick Dudley, Sign Guy Dudley. I think maybe there's a Native American one too. I forget his name, but weirdly the Native American one speaks only in Spanish, so I don't quite get what's happening. The Dudley clan was once like 50 people, but they're all the children of Big Daddy Dudley. And they all have different moms.
Yeah,
but they're one family.
Wild. Okay.
So Bubba Ray Dudley's on the left, Devon Dudley's on the right.
I kind of love that.
General thoughts. Here's how I would. This is my general thoughts about the match before we really get into it. It was just a lot of like back and forth, like, okay, this is happening. And I mean this is a good thing. This was fun. There was a lot going on. I asked for this.
You did want something that was crazy.
It was crazy, and I had a great time. So, like, this is how it starts. Like, the tag teams are all in the, like, their little corners of the ring. Hell yeah.
I'll explain the rules of the match for everyone, just so they know what a TLC match is.
I think I figured it out.
Yeah, but for everyone here who hasn't seen a TLC match.
I don't know the rules. You explain.
Okay, so there's a champion. It's very. I thought you figured it out. That the champion. They don't pin. There's no pins or submissions. The championship is hanging above the ring. You have to climb a ladder and get the championship.
Okay. Yeah.
The ladders were the only part that made sense. Everything else was just because it's funny.
No, the chairs made sense.
So the chairs are the Blowjob Brothers thing, the Edge and Christian, and the tables are the Dudleys thing.
Yeah,
so
okay.
it's all and the Hardy Boys love jumping off of high things.
Did a lot of jumping.
There was a
lot
of
jumping.
doing that a lot.
There was so much fucking jumping. Anyway, they're all this. So immediately, as soon as the bell rings, the other two tag teams immediately go for Edge and Christian and start beating their asses. Is that allowed? It seems like they decided fuck these guys and their colorful pants.
Well, they kind of explained on commentary, but now I'm understanding you said a lot was going on, so you didn't pick it up. That their friend Rhino, who I'm sure you will introduce later.
Oh yeah, he should. Don't worry about Rhino yet.
Had injured Matt's girlfriend Lita and the littlest Dudley, Spike Dudley.
Is that who?
That's
those
who
are the other two people.
That's who the child was.
The child with full goatee.
We were so confused.
I was hoping the commentary would help, but I'm guessing too much.
It wasn't super helpful. They were like the Rhino, and I was like the Rhino. They didn't.
I didn't pick up the little Dudley.
The commentary
the other two
announced who they were, but did not explain much. Anyway, so ladders. I really liked this bit because after getting their asses beat by the other two tag teams, they start going at each other, and we lose track of Edge and Christian. But then suddenly they're coming back into the ring, and they have a ladder, and I'm like, ooh. And then they fucking
clothesline them with the ladder
and mow down the other boys. It's so funny. This is excellent prop comedy. Everything about this was just perfect slapstick. It was so fucking good. Okay, and then the match keeps happening. It's great. And then then fucking Edge brings in like a chair and just puts it in the ring. And I was like, what's he doing with the chair? I was like, what's going on there? Like, this is a bad screenshot, I guess. But then they just fucking shit. Then they just fucking trip him into the chair. Like, they're just like they're beating up on this guy, and then they just kind of like push him, and his like face hits it. It's so good.
Can we go back to the previous screenshot where they're hanging Matt upside down?
We'll get there. I have a
you have a thing where you go back to what they did to Matt?
I have a separate slide for a very specific type of bit that they do.
Oh yeah, okay.
We've got a dick and balls slide. Don't worry.
This is like a million Chekhov's guns going off every 5 seconds.
The setup and payoff, the way that every single thread is accounted for. This is a beautifully timed comedy. Like, it is excellent. Okay, and then we have eventually, like, Christian gets dragged out of the ring, and he's getting his ass beat by the Dudleys. And then while that's happening,
he's like, whatever.
Edge in the ring. He's like, I'm climbing up the ladder.
Edge is in the ring.
Edge is in the ring.
Just climbing up that ladder.
Like the other the edgy ones are passed out. The Dudleys are beating up Christian. And it's just like, I guess I'm gonna go grab the title now. Nothing else for me to do. But then they just fucking. Your ass is not ascending to heaven. You are not getting that. Not yet.
Can you explain how he does this?
He gets pulled off the ladder, and he's like, "I'm gonna go back on the ladder." And then the Hardy Boy comes fucking. I don't know how he got that high.
So you can kind of see it. You can see it on your screenshot because you can see it. Matt is on his all fours. Jeff ran and jumped off of Matt to just drop kick Edge off the ladder.
It's like there's so much jumping. It's so good. Everything.
I like the rock sign that looks like cock from this angle.
Cock.
Why is there a sign from Rock?
Because people just hold their sign the whole show and Rock at a match later.
And then the fucking and then they set up these ladders, and I'm like, they're gonna go for the tag team belt. No, they just pull Christian's like limp body in between them. In this match, the boys with the Z's, those tag teams are obsessed with doing the most amount of pain, and Christian feel like the only people trying to get the belt. It's really funny to watch. Okay, and so the Dudley Boys start building this like table. They take 4 tables and they like do a 2x2 situation, and they're like, do construction, and I was like, they're building something. And then like stuff happens, and then we forget about the tables.
That's how Fortnite works, I think.
And then they drag all of the ladders into the ring, and they all start climbing up the ladders and start doing like a little cat fight at the top. And then we lose one ladder.
My favorite thing is that Bubba notices that on the ladder next to him, Devon is not on that ladder. So it's like, oh, it's Christian and Matt. Get rid of them real quick and pushes them.
And then the other ladder falls. And then like all of the ladders fall.
Edge then notices that the one next to him just has Devon and Jeff on it. And Christian is on it. Oh, I'll push that one down. And then they push each other off.
It's just like this whole thing, this like ladder dominoes. It's so fucking funny. Who the fuck? I did not know who the fuck.
It's little Spike Dudley.
He goes running in, and then the Rhino's here. Like, I thought he was Team Rocket for a second. Look at the fucking. It's
That's
the same.
fucking crazy. No one has said these words.
We're saying a lot of words that Squid has never heard referring to wrestling.
I was like, okay, Rhino's a friend of the boys, the Blowjob Brothers.
Yay!
Matt's girlfriend Lita.
There's a lady.
I love her. She does take her top off for some reason, and then the announcers say, "Take it all off." And I was like,
Specifically, Paul Heyman yells it, and JR just gets very quiet.
I'm not. I was also like really upset with the fact that she wasn't wearing a sports bra, and I'm like, girl, this is an extreme sport.
I imagine she did it because she does it exactly because she's Matt's girlfriend. She was Matt's girlfriend in real life at the time too. Matt took off his like sheer top the same way earlier in the match.
Yeah.
So my guess is that that's the reason they did it because she
they
ripped it off the same way that he did.
And then so hold on. I guess I didn't put in the before of this, but Edge. This one's Edge.
Yeah.
Yes, Purple Pants is Edge.
Yeah,
He's
Pants.
climbing up, and then she grabs him by the pants and pulls him off the thing. And I was like, okay, what's going on?
She also slams his head into the ladder.
Yeah,
Nice.
she's very violent. I like her a lot. She's great. I don't know why she was there. Like I was like, there was already 6 people in the ring. Now there's 9 people.
She's there to help Matt and Jeff because Spike was helping the Dudleys and Rhino was helping Edge and Christian.
Yeah, they all had like a little ally to deploy. It was really funny. And then like the allies start fighting each other. She fucking
It's like phone a friend
over
who wants to be a
steel chair.
millionaire.
It's great. Then there's this extra tall ladder that is used for one bit. They bring up.
They use it for 2 bits. There's one more.
Where did that ladder come from?
I don't even think it was a part of the original, like, 3 ladders that were there.
No, there were 3 ladders. And then they brought out an
A
extra...
mysterious 4th ladder.
Where did it come from? So they bring in this one. Big ladder.
I want to point out it is the same size as the ladders in the. It's like as tall as the other ladders, but they're standing in the ring.
Yeah, exactly. They say that. It's like the ring plus the other ladders. So then they put the Rhino and the other guy.
Little
on
Spike
a
Dudley.
table. Yeah, Spike Dudley.
You'll remember him if you just realize his name spells LSD.
That's funny. That's funny as fuck. He looks like he'd do LSD. And then one of the Hardy Boys, he climbs up onto this ladder. And fucking
Fucking swantons.
He does like a flip on the way down.
Yeah, I think I don't think that the flip was on. Like,
No, that's his finishing move. It's called the Swanton Bomb. He does the flip on purpose.
Stumble. Like while he was flipping,
He didn't seem super happy about
he
doing
didn't.
this
Yeah,
move.
he also like does not return to the ring after this.
No, he does.
He does. I thought he did.
They say in the announce like he's taken out, but he shows up again. He's
Okay.
fine. I don't know if they're fine. This seems like a lot.
It seems like a lot.
And then they get the ladders back in, and there's this part where Christian and one of the Dudleys are fucking just hanging from the belt. And you're like, this is when someone's gonna get the belts. No.
Can I go back to where they're both hanging there? Because they took out the ladder from underneath them. Christian tells a fucking great story. Because as they're fucking hanging there, Devon apparently said to Christian, I'm afraid of heights. I can't let go. Which is why Christian started kicking the shit out of him to be like, you have to drop.
It's part of the rules. We choreographed this. It's so funny. And then one of the after like he falls, this dude is running over the tops of the ladder.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, he did that.
That was
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
it's circus ass shit. Crazy work.
And then he. I don't know if you put this in your screenshots. What's the next one?
He fucking eats it.
Oh damn!
She like is running across them and they tilt over, obviously, because that's how ladders work. You're not supposed to step on the top. Everyone is flailing and falling. It's awful to watch, but also the best thing I've ever seen. he finally gets onto the belt and then they take the ladder away from him again, and he's just hanging. There's a lot of just hanging from the belts. It's so fucking funny. There's like a part where like he's kind of hanging onto the ladder with his legs, and he's like walking with it like stilts.
Yeah, and then Bubba takes the ladder here.
Notice where edges. Notice
how the really tall ladder has entered.
Notice how the really tall ladder has entered in the ring. Remember when Edge got taken off the ladder by like a fucking jump kick from one of the Hardy Boys? Yeah. Wait. Hold on. He fucking
tackles him.
This isn't a great screenshot, but it also captures the energy, I feel like. He fucking jumps from this big ass ladder, grabs him, and fucking pins him to the fucking ring. Like, it's insane. It's so good.
I hope you got a screenshot of the face Edge makes when they land.
No,
because he looks like he got like the face you see of someone like the moment they got hit by a car, because he like sits straight up and he's looks so fucking shocked, and then he immediately falls backwards.
Everyone looks really shell shocked after the fight ends. Someone might have gotten seriously hurt here. Okay, so remember the big ass. Remember the table setup that happened? You lost track of that already because so many other things have happened. But then you see it again, and you're like, I remember this. Remember this. This was the setup. Here's the payoff. They fucking tossed them off the ladders into this. It's the Dudley Boys in here, so
it's Bubba and Matt are at the top of the really tall ladder.
And they're at the top, and they get tossed. So it's so fucking funny. You're like the fucking tables. The tables. Forget about the table.
I had to explain what was going on to Stack, because Stack did genuinely forget about the table.
I forgot about the fucking table.
I remember the table because I was like, "Why are they doing this?"
You guys,
because I at least watched. I watched Glow, like religiously when it was coming out, and so I remembered. I know that it's all choreographed. So any move that they do is a setup for a different move. So I was like, I have to keep those tables in the back of my head.
I think everyone who is watching this stream should watch the matches we're talking about, but watch this fucking match. There's so much going on. There's so much.
Looney Tunes ass bit.
It's so funny. Anyway, the Blowjob Brothers did fucking win. They eventually got them out of there after everyone else has been like beaten, and they don't look happy about winning. They are so shocked and so much.
Do you want to talk about like how they won?
I could not tell you.
That Devon was about to get to the top of the ladder, and then Edge like grabs him by the pants and is holding him down, and then Rhino comes up from under Christian and like lifts him up.
I'm gonna piggyback right up to the fucking belt. It's so good. It's so good. This match was crazy. Anyway, final thoughts. But first, we have to talk about the cock and balls. There are so many fucking dick shots in this match. People get hit in the dick so often, and I didn't even get them all. The first one is when they this poor man hang him upside down and start stomping on his fucking junk.
How he had Gothic Baby after
How he has fucking 4 children is amazing.
4? Jesus.
Yeah, Gothic Baby isn't his only one.
There's this time where they take Edge, and one of the Dudley Boys just fucking slams his fucking head straight into his dick.
Yeah, that's a spot they love to do. Do you want to say what they do right before they do it? Where they look at each other and they go, "What's up?"
Yes, I know that from pop culture. It's like, finally, one thing I understand.
Are we going to talk about Ayaan trying to feel up Sandy cheeks, or are we just going to ignore that?
What is Ayaan doing?
We're not paying attention to that. So much other shit is happening. I think that just brings the energy of what this match was to watch.
And then there's this one of the Hardy Boys like slams his into the face of one of the Dudley Boys, and then the Hardy Boy gets slammed into Christian's jaw.
Slammed through Christian through the table.
It's so insane.
No, through Edge. Sorry, it's through Edge.
Yeah, and I could see. Yeah, it does say it on his pants, but I can't recognize those as letters because it's weird as fuck. Anyway.
Yeah, you can't read.
So anyway, here are my real final thoughts. This was good shit. I had a lot of fun. A lot going on, but it was a good time. It was excellent slapstick comedy. Like the perfect setup, perfect comedic timing. If I was gonna give this match a 1 to 10 rating, I would give it a Tom and Jerry out of 10.
Okay, so there are things I want to say about. So go back to the panel where Lita pulled Edge off the ladder.
Fuck if I know where that is.
It was shortly after you had, this one.
Yeah, before the big ass ladder got introduced.
The thing JR said here with like kind of the things that would transpire between some of the people in this match later in life made me lose my fucking mind.
What?
So first of all, I want to preface this with be like, they're all on good terms now. We don't need to worry about it. There's no internal drama anymore. Okay. The thing JR said, no, I'll say what happened first. So after this, a little bit after this, they did a thing called the brand split, where basically instead of everyone traveling together, they put different people on different shows. So some people would only be on Raw, some people would only be on SmackDown. And so that gets more people screen time, but that also means you're traveling separately. Matt and Lita were dating in real life. Matt got sent to SmackDown, got injured, and Lita got sent to Raw, and Edge was there too. So they were all good friends. Everyone in this match was like good friends with each other. While Matt's out with an injury, Lita ends up having an affair with Edge. And Matt, not taking it well, goes on a tirade on social media. And this is like 2004, so companies don't know how to handle this yet. So Matt gets fired for publicly talking about it. But they end up bringing Matt back because everyone was super pissed about it in like the crowd, and they end up doing a storyline between them where shit kind of gets resolved between them. But then they're all on good terms now. Time has passed. It's been like 10 years at this point, or more than 10, because this was like 2005. Yeah, this is 20 years at this point. So they're fine with each other now. But the thing JR says when she pulls Edge off the ladder, he says, Lita jerking off Edge off the ladder. And I like had to pause it because I was laughing so fucking hard. Lita jerking off Edge.
That's what you did.
Prophetic, really.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking JR. No one fucking doing it like JR.
Matt Hardy, Gothic Baby's dad, is not married to Lena right now.
Not married to Lita, no. He's married to other professional wrestler. I guess she's retired now. But no, she still shows up sometimes because Matt splices. Rebby Sky, what's her stage name? But now she's Rebby Hardy.
Fascinating.
Huh. I only know them as Gothic Baby's parents. The second you said that, I'm like, oh, that's where I know the Hardys from.
Anyway,
Right.
I like these boys were fun.
Yeah, and now they do Old Man Yowie and Edgy AEW.
What? Okay.
Wait, they're also in AEW? We just gotta go watch AEW.
Let me explain their current storyline because so there's a little bit of like in real life stuff and I'll talk about. I'm trying to get a good image of this. So basically, I'm going to share my screen as soon as I can get a good image of this because I keep trying to copy the image link and it gives me a really low res one. So Christian showed up in AEW a little bit ago, and I think more than a couple years ago, and he became like a bad guy. So switched to my screen. But then Edge showed up like after it, he shows up with his original theme song, like as Christian's beating down like a legendary wrestler named Sting. I heard Daystar mention the name Sting earlier. He's different than the one you're thinking of.
I'm thinking of Edge and Sting like music.
No,
Yeah.
Sting is a wrestler who looks like the Crow, so don't worry about it.
Sting
So like
looks like
there,
a wrestler.
so basically, Edge shows up at a pay-per-view. It's a total surprise. He ends up saving Sting, attacks all of Christian's underlings. Christian runs a faction right now that's called the Patriarchy. And they're the bad guys, which I love. It's so
Yeah,
fucking...
they could be the bad guys, yeah.
So Edge basically does like his like interview, and he's talking about, because he does like kind of like a work shoot promo, which is like part real, part like the story stuff. But he talks about like why he chose AEW over WWE when it was time to renew his contract, and he was like, "Oh, do I go back to WWE? Do I need to do it?" And I asked, he's like, "I asked my daughter what to do, and my daughter said you should go hang out with Uncle Jay again. Uncle Jay would be Christian." So like Christian's in the ring, he's talking to him. He's like, all those people, all those like your underlings, they're gonna betray you. They're not there really for you. We need to show everyone again why we were one of the greatest tag teams of all time. And Christian drops the title. They embrace Christian, and as they're embracing, Christian pulls up the microphone and says, "Go fuck yourself," and then leaves the ring.
That's wild.
And they've had an ongoing feud for a bit. And so they
watch AEW. Yes. We have to.
Wait, so the one who comes back says "Go fuck yourself," or the one
the one who was in AEW first, Christian, he was the one that he tells Edge, "Go fuck yourself," because Edge is like, "I only came to this company to partner with my best friend again," and Christian says, "Go fuck yourself."
That's wild.
God.
Wow.
So they get back together, right?
No, they're still at odds.
But they're going to get back together.
I'm
right?
assuming before their fucking careers end, we're gonna get an Edge and Christian reunion on AEW.
Okay, good.
I like. There's no way it ends unless fucking Edge gets a career-ending injury again. But I sincerely doubt that's gonna happen. There's a good documentary about Edge's career and like him getting back to the ring, because he fucking almost ended his career in a way that really fucking sucked. It was like after WrestleMania where he won the main event, and he was doing a spot outside the ring where he did the spear, except like instead of diving off a ladder, he just does it running on the floor. But when he came down, came head first down on it, and he like cracked his neck in a way where they were like, "Yeah, you can't wrestle ever again, or you'll be paralyzed." So he spent like 8 years because he was like, "I'm not gonna let that be the end of it," and he spent 8 years getting back into like a shape where he could wrestle again, and then returned.
That's crazy. I feel like at that point you should just kind of like coach and do like character bits.
Some people do that, but some people miss like actually doing it, and they'll like another wrestler I really like, Big E. He recently broke his neck in a really botched spot in the match that I don't think should have ever happened, because they were bringing up someone from their like underdevelopment group, and fucking during a German suplex just drops Big E on his head, and Big E broke his neck, and now he's like he's backstage for he's like does backstage work, but like it's the reason he hasn't come back is like, even though he's like I can walk, I have feeling in my fingertips and all that, it's like the platelets in his neck have not healed yet. Like they healed back wrong the first time. It's like, no, that's not gonna work. But he's always like, there's always a chance I'll come back. So it's like people want to come back and do this shit more.
This is scary.
Yeah.
Wild. Wrestling fucks like crazy, man.
I'm glad y'all seem to like it.
Yeah.
They gotta get more girls.
So there's entire Japanese wrestling groups that are all women.
Yeah, most of Japanese wrestling is women.
That's
So
like,
they have
with like most of the girls. I know that there are some that do like the fun stuff. Like I like the one cheerleader girl is fun. She does all the turns and stuff. But it's like, I don't know, it seems like they give all the fun, goofy stuff to the dudes, and like girls just have to be like good at wrestling.
I mean, you kind of have to know because they do different stuff, and I think now like a lot of it is like kind of the historical end of things, where like now like there is a lot less goofy gimmicks currently, and you kind of really have to look for them, and a lot of times you do get, because the thing is like now like it's less protect, because a lot of times wrestlers would stay in character 24/7. There's lots of fucking funny stories of wrestlers getting arrested before the fact that they decided to stay in character the whole fucking time. There was like one time it was like the wrestlers, the Wild Samoans, and their whole fucking thing was that they didn't speak English, but in real life they did. But like them, like the person driving was a different wrestler, and like some shit happened where if the Wild Samoans like spoke up, they could have done it, but they're like, no, we'll stay in character right now and we'll be quiet the whole time. And they all fucking got taken to jail. So, but now it's like even like fucking like people with supernatural gimmicks, like the Undertaker or Bray Wyatt when he was alive and stuff. They would they're fucking out about what they're like on their Twitter. Danhausen, like if Danhausen was a wrestler in the 90s, we would never see him do his fucking little action figure videos and shit, or him sampling different cans of fried peanuts.
Oh, you also forget that the one time where he made a bet with another wrestler.
CM Punk.
And like he won the bet, and so he just made the wrestler buy him comics.
Yeah.
And like the entire time. So Danhausen's at the convention, so he's buying like $1,000. Like I think he bought like a Amazing Spider-Man number 3. Amazing Spider-Man number 6, Amazing Spider-Man number 1, Fantastic Four number 1, Fantastic Four number 3. Like he bought like $1,000+ issues, and the guy who's buying them all for him is just like, these cost that much?
CM Punk looks dead inside at the end of it. He's like, don't tell me any of the numbers. But my fucking favorite part is, so CM Punk has problems with Dwayne, with The Rock. My favorite part is fucking Danhausen grabs one and is like, first appearance of Black Adam, and then CM Punk goes, nobody likes Black Adam. Danhausen says, I'm gonna tell the Dwayne you said that.
The Dwayne.
I'm gonna tell the Dwayne.
That's one of my fucking favorite bits, that he'll fuck up other wrestlers' names. Like Chris Jericho, he calls Chris Judas. Like,
don't pull up the first appearance of Black Adam, by the way, because I will never forget Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson being like, Black Adam looked like me when I was a kid, and that made me want to like embody him. And then you look at what Black Adam actually looked like, and he's like,
he looks like fucking Bela Lugosi.
He's like a fucking elf.
Well, the Dwayne looked like an elf.
Yeah, hold on.
I love Danhausen so much. Danhausen is he truly embodies me personally. You know,
sure,
with the whole comic book thing.
So here's the
I'm
first ever
image this year. That is my number one goal.
Here's the first image of Black Adam. He's just tossing rocks at Shazam over here, at Captain Marvel over here.
No, that's where he got confused, because there were rocks.
Yeah.
That's where he saw it. Let's see. Yeah, I saw myself here.
This is a very Dan Garrett Blue Beetle-esque panel. This is
Why I oughta.
Hey, you get off the street! You're blocking traffic.
He fucking banes him.
You are talking to
He
Mighty
killed that
Adam.
officer.
You're talking to Mighty
for him.
Adam, better known as Black Adam. I take orders from no one. Holy smoke! The bullets bounce from him, just like from Captain Marvel.
Have you tried shooting Captain Marvel?
Idiot! You forgot how
Help! There's no fucking version of him yelling help that isn't funny. It's either like a really loud, prolonged one or a really quick, hey, help!
The cry is hated by nearby Captain Marvel Jr. Let him alone. Let that officer alone.
Let that child alone.
What? A flying boy. This is amazing. Here's something more amazing.
Hey, keep
right in
that.
your face.
Can you
It's kind of
keep that up?
Gargamel.
Keep that up, and then let's pull up a picture of what The Rock looked like as a young child.
Pull up Young Rock.
Yeah, I just said it.
Oh, Young Rock, you like the TV show?
What was the pebble?
That's what made this very hard to search.
Oh, look at
Oh.
this baby.
You're cute.
No, switch back to Black Adam real fast.
This is before he had evil in his heart.
Actually, now that I'm looking at it side by side, yeah, I can see it.
Well, for anyone who's not convinced, let's look at a picture of how The Rock looked when he was 15.
Like,
Excuse me?
Yeah.
is he so muscly?
That's
He's
how he
like
looked when he was
48
15.
here.
He's
He
15
looks older
here.
here than he looks older here than he looks now.
He's 15 here.
I think that's just him being Samoan. I think.
That's one of my fucking favorite TikToks. Have you seen the one where it's like, I'm not racist, but if like a Samoan takes my seat on an airplane, that's just his seat now. It's funny, like, so that's a bit in wrestling because there's so many like Samoan dynasties of wrestling because it just happens to be a lot of Samoan families that Rock is a member of the big one. It's a common joke that gets repeated in a ring. It's like you don't headbutt a Samoan. So the bit is someone will go to headbutt a wrestler who's of Samoan ancestry, and then the Samoan person like is not affected, and the person who headbutt like falls the fuck over.
That's
Like,
funny.
it's like ineffective.
I want to see what Black Adam looked like, and like through the decades. I need to pull up his chronology.
This is just Gargamel. Computer, pull up Gargamel.
When The Rock was little, he felt seen when he watched the Smurfs.
Because he was blue when he was young.
Yeah.
Okay.
They had to edit the color on those other photos. He actually is blue. He grew into it later.
Okay, so The Rock was born in like the 70s, and there was not a way to go back and read his first appearances. Let's look up what Black Adam looked like in the 70s.
Okay, so already
Okay,
do
I
a
guess that
bad.
wouldn't be fair. Let's go to the 80s instead because he wouldn't be reading when he was a newborn. Let's say 10, 11, 12.
Wait. Give me
So
one
the
second.
80s.
Yeah.
80s. Give me 80s Black Adam.
Well, when was he born specifically?
He was born in 1972.
Okay, this is giving me I think post-crisis Black Adam. Was he around? Oh yeah. It took him a while.
This is chronologically, so it's going to show you prequels and what.
Can you just do Control F198 and see if anything comes up?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. See if we can find the other.
Not in the 80s?
I don't think so because there
Pull up
weren't a
his
lot of.
League of Comic Geeks.
The thing is, I don't think there were a lot of Captain Marvel comics in the 80s.
Pull up League of Comic Geeks and scroll through his appearance list in the real one.
Hold on. Let me just look up some publication history. All right.
We'll get down to if The Rock's a fucking liar or not.
Shazam 28 would be his first Bronze Age appearance. So let's try the Shazam book.
No, I
So
feel
he
like
did
I-
have a book.
Yeah, in the 70s, issue 28. Oh, there he is again.
He's still, this is 1977. We'll be fair. We will say this one doesn't count though.
He was 5.
Yeah.
He could have been reading comics at 5.
These were comics meant for
Everyone's
5-year-olds.
new at Daystar.
Hmm?
Not everyone's
What?
new Daystar.
I was
mean,
reading
well,
comics at 5.
This was more readily available.
They didn't have TV back then.
Yeah. So- yeah, I'm trying to get a.
Because
It was this or Batman reruns. That was really the options of entertainment.
Scroll down to the rest of the page.
Because right now I am looking at this specific. Okay. Adventure Comics number 497. This is from 1983.
So he was 11.
Yes. This is almost exactly what I'm looking for in 497.
Oh,
Title H4.
Yes, this is it.
He's gonna build Legos on stream.
Yeah, I'm just.
It says he has an appearance in here. So I'm hoping it's not just like a shitty nothing appearance.
It's
it
entirely
might.
possible.
If we're in the Legion of Superheroes, it might be.
Well, it might be that Shazam has his own issue.
Okay. There's a story in here called the Mighty Marvels Join Forces. So this would be it.
This is
do
very
you want
pretty
it back to?
Aquaman. Very pretty Aquaman art.
But this is also a reprint as well from an older thing. So yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
just the first appearance again.
That's it again.
Okay.
This is just the first appearance, but in black and white.
Well,
That's fine.
Like a bowl.
the black and white part actually makes it a little bit more where I'm like, I won't say no.
He's white though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can't tell because it's in black and white.
Yeah.
There's no way to know that.
All right. So is there anything else in the 80s?
Adventures of the Outsider number 44. But there's a fuck ton of other characters. He's in the B story of this one. So he might be.
Adventures of the Outsider 44.
Yeah, this is from 1987. So he's a little bit older at this
The
point.
Outsiders? Oh, God.
So it's in the B story.
So we're definitely post-crisis, I think.
I love how if he is in this, what's the word? The Rock read this issue with Black Lightning in it and was like, I relate to Black.
So this is not great. This is not great. So but Black Adam is somewhere in here.
Somewhere in this comedy.
And he could have just been like, Jefferson Pierce was my favorite Black superhero growing up.
I may have gone too fast.
Yeah,
The Outsiders is a pretty good book.
We're on 45.
Oh, I love her.
We already went to 45. Where's 44? Go back to 44. Did we go? Did you go all the way through?
Yeah.
I'm still.
Yeah, he could have. The Rock could have been like, "Man, I was a really big fan of Geoforce." You know. Is he in the?
He's somewhere in here.
Wait, what was the name of the story he's in?
It's this one, Outsiders at Bat. It's this story. He's somewhere.
What about Looker? I love Looker.
All right.
And you're at Outsiders.
Huh?
I
read some Outsiders. I did not read a lot of it.
You know Looker?
Okay. This
Looker.
one, if anything, we're going to go
That's
with. I think
Looker. That's her in the pink.
I don't think I got to her issue.
What's her name?
Looker. I love her. She's trans.
Okay. World's Finest, number 257.
Is that Captain America?
Yeah.
What?
They would just do that every once in a while.
World's Finest. Now, which World's Finest is this?
It's the first volume.
All right. Then I think it might be the World's Finest.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait. I think this might be an apostrophe issue.
An apostrophe issue.
There's like 10 stories in this book. So,
It's
but
really,
he'll have
World's Finest really is just the fuck Wonder Woman book, huh?
Which issue was it again?
Oh, it was 257. He has a cameo in this one. So
didn't even bother.
Because he has more ones later. This was just the first one in the list, so he'll be like right at the end.
Titty grab.
Because there's other appearances later, but if I can just see if he doesn't look like it at all in this one, because the other issues are like less than 10 issues later, I'm gonna assume he was just full of shit.
Could we just assume that he read comics in the 90s?
Well,
that's also when he was
he
very
in the
busy. He was. Black Adam was around in the 90s, but I'm also like, that's also when the Dwayne would have been very busy.
Yes, the Dwayne.
He could have. There are 356 days out of the year. I'm sure one of them could have
And
included.
Their schedule what? Their schedule what? No, it was not plane travel. You drove.
Oh, then that's even worse. What's more time you have to kill?
Yeah,
not if you're
you usually have to be the one driving, right?
Yeah, you would like buddy up with people, but like, very notoriously like how bad fucking pranksters were back then between each other.
Next issue, they're gonna fight. They're gonna deal with the courtship of Captain Nazi.
We won't worry about that.
Can I did not expect that tweet to blow up. People are like, "Oh hell, that does actually look like a Nazi thing with the Ultimate Flash or Absolute."
Yeah,
Flash.
no, it was genuinely.
We need to go back. We need to.
And I'm like, yeah, I know about
somewhere.
that.
He's somewhere fucking in that comic. We just went through it too fast because it did say cameo, but I don't feel like it. We just have to spend less than 5 seconds per page. So it's near the so just start at the end and go backwards because it's the last story in the book.
Why is he grabbing titties first on the Superman statue?
Well, where else are you supposed to grab? They're very nice handholds.
Wow.
She's the arrow keys. So he's not on this
Just
page.
put it in the mode where you read it all at once instead of having to click through the pages.
Ayaan, you're bad at this.
Not on this page. Not on this page. I hate the way this man's head is shaped.
You want to hold it?
I will hold
That's what someone asked me, like, will I get canceled if I wear this tattoo? And I'm like, I wouldn't wear it at all.
He still doesn't. He still
Regardless
doesn't look. He still doesn't look like the Dwayne.
Oh my god. That's it.
I wouldn't want to wear it just as it is.
Let's do a Hail Mary and do Power of Shazam here.
We're desperate to prove that he's not a fucking liar.
I think we should just accept that the Dwayne is a liar.
Let us.
Maybe he was thinking of the other Captain Marvel.
The other Captain Marvel with their famous villain Shazam, Black Adam.
Yeah.
Maybe he kind of assumed that
maybe he was thinking of Black Lightning.
No,
It could happen.
What's that fucking bit from Holy Musical Batman? It's Captain Marvel, and it's fucking Superman.
Issue 16. Hold on. He doesn't show.
We were scrolling through some other things. It could totally be he was misremembering as like Black Lightning. because we were scrolling through some issues and I didn't get a good look at Black Lightning's face, but I saw the haircut that they drew him with, and it was exactly a haircut The Rock's dad had when he was wrestling. So if you want to go to what I just sent, in chat, because I've seen Black Lightning of that era of like the late 70s, early 80s drawn with this haircut. And I could definitely see him getting it mixed up. So Ayaan, if you just want to click the link I just sent.
All right.
I can't believe we're actually The Rock right now. Like,
we are really trying to.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like maybe he's not a fucking liar, because maybe he was thinking of Black Lightning, and Black Lightning was drawn with his dad's haircut on occasion.
So he's like, but like you have to remember, this is on the press release for a character that he like is playing.
I don't think The Rock has put it into his contracts for movies that he's not allowed to lose fights. I think I'm not gonna take him like his like thoughts of how serious things are too.
I just mean like it's one thing to be like, oh yeah, I love Black Adam, and be like he has electricity powers, and like he has a haircut like my dad, and he was really important. Like then I'd be like, oh, he clearly means Black Lightning, he means Black Adam. Another thing would be like, I took this role because it was important representation for me when I was a kid, Black Adam, and it's like, wow, so important that you remember his name.
Yeah.
Like it's like I don't know.
And I don't want to be like the asshole here to say Black Adam is Egyptian. Just like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's important that Black Adam.
So big.
I don't think so. This is the thing. I don't think there was like any Samoan representation during this era. The biggest Samoan wrestler at the time, Yokozuna, they said was Japanese.
I have to say, I don't think there's Samoan representation really. Period.
Yeah. So I think it's okay. And also, Rock is half black too. His dad wasn't.
Yeah,
Samoan.
but he's not Egyptian.
I know, but I think that it is fair to
I'm not trying to say like, oh, you shouldn't have felt that representation. I'm saying maybe you shouldn't have played Black Adam.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying. I don't think that movie should have happened. I'm not saying that. I'm saying more like on a if he felt whatever.
I found it so interesting that the movie almost had the capacity to say something about the nature of herodom being like a cultural belief, and the fact that superhero comics are Western not only in their production but also in like their like morality, and like how like in a colonized like world the concept of hero-ness would be different, and it just didn't. It just didn't. Rather than being like, hey, you guys are colonizers, it's easy for you to like be heroic, and it's just
I'm expecting too much from a movie that purely got made just because The Rock was signing on to it.
Yeah. Anyways, I gotta go downstairs. I'll be right back.
So
okay, we need help figuring out a title for my video for tomorrow, or figuring out something to go over the thumbnail.
Can we talk about liquor?
Can I do what if we're gonna be moving off of wrestling? There is one thing I want to share real fast. I'm out of just boredom today because I didn't have anything to do. I looked up every time a wrestler was on Punk'd, and I quickly realized the Punk'd ones, the times wrestlers on Punk'd aren't staged, because the very first one they fuck up the prank. They're supposed to drive a semi over Goldberg's motorcycle, and they missed. And they were just like, "Well, we fucked up the prank. We can't do it now." So I've realized that, like, okay, when it's wrestlers, they don't pre-prepare shit. So fucking Stone Cold, like, they do one with him where it's like just some asshole boss is chewing out a valet, and the the boss tries to like talk to like Stone Cold and like thinks like Stone Cold's gonna be on his side or whatever, and like the boss is like, oh, it's not even like it's unskilled labor, and Stone Cold goes, he goes, does it require a license to do it? And the guy's like, well, yeah. He's like, well, that sounds like a skill to me. Fucking Stone Cold randomly dropping all labor, skilled labor as a take in 2007.
That's
and like the prank ends so abruptly because Stone Cold is very clearly about to beat the shit out of this guy. Like it's not like big and showy. He's like in his face and he's like whispering. He's like, it's just like, he's like, do you look in the mirror and see a dickhead? And like the guy's like, I don't see them. I'm looking at one right now. Like he's like about to beat the shit out of this man, and the guy really abruptly goes, "You're on punked." Just really fast.
Can we watch just that clip without getting copyright struck?
No, I don't think we should test it.
The Triple H one is really funny too. In that,
man, what are you doing?
They do Triple H.
I am pull up looker.
They have
Pull up looker. Find her issues.
See that? So pull up Nemesis's message real fast. So I would love for people to see Edge versus Mick Foley from WrestleMania 22. Unfortunately, it does have amount of blood that would make Stack feel uncomfortable. The opening big spot of the match is that Edge tries to spear Mick Foley. And when they fall down, Edge immediately rears back and is grabbing his arm. And like Edge just like moves to the corner and he's like cowering for a second. Foley gets up, pulls off his jacket to reveal he has wrapped barbed wire around his stomach. And when they cut back to Edge, his arms are bleeding. And Foley is slowly but surely using bolt cutters to get the fucking barbed wire off of him.
Oh God.
Gross.
That's crazy. This is why I can't touch wrestling. I never know if there's gonna be blood or not.
Foley did a submission hold. Originally it's called the Mandible Claw. You ever watch BuzzFeed Unsolved and watch the thing where they talk about the murder that one Harrison Ford movie is based on?
Air Force One?
No. It's the one where I didn't kill my wife.
Indiana Jones.
Patriot game? No, wait.
The one where he's being chased by
Captain America 4?
Shut up. Dude, he's being chased by the guy who played Tommy Lee Jones. He's being chased by. Let me see. Tommy Lee Jones.
Men in Black.
I'm gonna be under your bed. The Fugitive. So The Fugitive was based off of a real murder. And when that guy got acquitted, his medical career was over because everyone thought he was still a murderer because the murderer was never actually caught. He became a professional wrestler and he invented a hold called the Mandible Claw, where basically he would do a specific hold where he sticks like his middle and ring finger in the person's mouth under their tongue and their thumb under their jaw and do like a paralyzing hold like that. So Mick Foley used to do that, but then he invented a character in a McMahon bit where it was like a sock with a face drawn on it. And so he would just use the sock instead. He would just put the sock on his hand and shove it in people's mouth. But in the Edge and Foley match, what he does, because they're like, oh, this match isn't the Socko isn't extreme, but it's effective. No, he wraps the sock in barbed wire and then he shoves it in Edge's mouth.
Christ!
Why does he keep barbed wire?
And then Lita tries to interrupt it to save Edge, and then he sticks the barbed wire sock in Lita's mouth.
Who keeps on letting this man have barbed wire?
Mick Foley's fucking great.
These people cannot be okay now. What the fuck? How do you recover from eating barbed wire?
They're fine now. I highly recommend, because Mick Foley's a lot of wrestlers, their books are ghost written. Mick Foley has written all his own books, and he has been a New York Times bestseller a few different times. I strongly recommend reading his autobiographies. They're so fucking good. What story that always stuck out to me that struck a heartstring. He tells the story of like when he decided he wanted to have children was after a match he did in Japan, because there were a specific wrestling group that did what was called death matches, which was like you were going to be covered in blood by the end of it. He fucking calls his wife from Japan after this really hard match, and he was just like, I want to have a baby with you. And like the way he describes it, it's like the sweetest thing in the world. Like, especially juxtaposed with like, he is like, they're like stapling his arm at the moment to like backstage. But he's calling his wife being like, I love you. I want to have a baby with you. And it's the cutest thing in the world. Mick Foley is the fucking goat. Mick Foley's also a big... Let me see if I get the name of the artist right. Mick Foley is a huge Tori Amos fan.
Lesbian.
To the point that he like...
Tori Amos?
No.
You can be...
The man that...
If you're a fan of Tori Amos, it doesn't matter what your gender is. You're a lesbian.
But Tori Amos, because he was such a fan of her, after meeting her in 2008, Mick Foley started working with a group that helped abused women and volunteered extensively fielding calls from women in different circumstances, and logged over 550 hours on the phone as like an assistant over an 18-month period. Mick Foley is the GOAT.
Fuck, this dude sounds awesome.
I also like his need for barbed wire.
I don't like that.
I think that's a very good bit.
He was also the one that Undertaker threw off the Hell in the Cell. The one who got thrown off the side through the table. And then JR is like, oh my God! God is my witness, he's broken in half! And then when he climbs up the cell again after that, and like he goes through the cell by accident during it, and then you just hear Lawler, the same one who called Brett's daughter ugly, just go, that's it, he's dead. Just like very defeated, just like, yeah, Mick's gone.
Where'd the looker go? Why is this loser here?
Foley also is responsible for introducing me to the funniest British homophobic slur.
Puff?
Because he was telling a story like they were in California, and they were like walking on the beach. It was like him and Stone Cold, William Regal. William Regal's British, and it was some fourth one, and they were like on the beach, and they slowly realized it was a gay beach.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because it was like, this was when Stone Cold still had hair, and he had like bright blonde hair and stuff. So like guys were coming on to them. William Regal says the following when he realizes it's a gay beach. Oh my God, it's a bunch of dinner mashers.
What?
Whoa, that's crazy.
What the fuck does that mean?
Because they fuck in the ass, so they're mashing the dinner.
That's
kind of funny.
It's funny.
And I'm like, this is the fucking funniest. And they left a different wrestler on the gay beach. And he tells the story of them coming back to their shared hotel room all pissed. Like, you motherfuckers left me on the gay beach because he fell asleep on the beach.
What's the other? Where's the light for you? It's right there. It's right here. Okay. Ash is currently building a flower Lego set, and I'm in charge of holding things.
Where did Looker go? I saw her for a moment, and I took her away.
Here's a picture of Mick Foley. This is one of the people that Sheldon does compare me to sometimes.
Pull up Squid's screen.
All right.
No, I've sent
Stop
the
showing us
image.
comics. No one cares.
Huh? Is that what you look like?
Sometimes I have really long hair. I have real long hair, and I grow my facial hair out sometime.
Interesting. So you wear a fun little vest.
I could pull it off.
You could. I feel like Squid. You could do a vest.
But
you don't like that whole
I deeply appreciate that. I like. I feel like if most people compared me to Mick Foley, I think it was like, even though I think Mick Foley's the GOAT, I would feel like some people are treating that like an insult, and I would get mad both on Mick's behalf and my own behalf. But the fact when he's on TV, Sheldon screams that he's so hot. That makes me feel good. Mick is also missing an ear.
Where'd it go?
Would you like to hear the story of why?
Who took it? Did someone take it?
So when he was wrestling in WCW, they were doing a show in Munich, Germany. And Mick did a spot. He would do this all the time where he would miss a clothesline. He'd get tangled in the ropes. He'd do what's called a hangman spot, where his neck gets caught between the second and third ropes, and he just kind of dangles there. But he knew how loose the ropes were normally, and he knew how to do it safely. He would hang there, he'd have his hands there, he'd be fine. But thing is, at that time, WCW did not use proper ring ropes. They used elevator cables covered in tape.
Why? Why would that be the
I don't
thing
know.
that
I don't know why. But Mick still knew this, but he was like, okay, as long as the ropes are loose enough, it's still fine. He didn't know in the match before them, the previous wrestlers in the match before him complained to the referee that the ropes were too loose. So they tightened the ropes before his match. So when he went to the hangman spot, he was like, oh, I'm actually hanging myself right now. And when he ripped the ropes over his head, he did take off one of his ears while he was doing it.
Yes.
Ow.
I need your help with the Legos.
You need those.
Yeah, can you get that thing?
It's more this isn't great because it's him now. It's fine, but you notice when you see pictures of him, one of his ears is smaller than the other, and that's why if you want to, this is when he shaved his head for a little bit. Ayaan, if you want to pull up the picture, you can tell that you can see that one of the ears is smaller than the other. That's because that's where it got ripped off.
He got his ear yoinked.
Yeah, because we have to make two, so it's gonna take too long. Okay.
I am back.
You missed me telling about how this man lost his ear.
I was just pulling up this bit. It was an interview with a preface for the Judas contract with Marv Wolfman, where he was talking about why he did this story, and it's so funny to me because he says the new Teen Titans was published in 1980, and many fans thought we were simply ripping off the idea from Marvel's X-Men. He was saying since it was going from an old title and then revamping it to be modern, is the accusations that we were an X-Men clone continued, even though the X-Men writer Chris Claremont once stated at a comics convention that the only similarity was that we were both working on former cult titles and had made them more popular than before. Still, some diehard fans refused to give up. Now I love puncturing balloons, and if some fans thought we were an X-Men clone, then why not play with them a bit? The X-Men had just introduced a new member to their group, a 14-year-old cute as a button girl with incredible powers. I'd do the same. I'd play her first as a villain, then seemingly reform her, and then have her join the Titans. Only I'd have her constantly lie to the Titans, change her stories, do suspicious things, and in general make her a louse. I could do that. I knew because comic book conventions would demand the readers ignore all the evidence and assume she was a good girl. After all, the X-Men's Kitty Pryde was a heroine, so even the lying, cheating, conniving Tara Markov had to be a heart of gold, right? Wrong. This is my favorite bit of it.
Stupid.
I just love this story because it's all out of spite, and I think that's really funny.
No, this actually makes me hate them. I hate the Titans.
Can I?
Or I hate the X-Men. You know?
Yeah, but the Titans, they're not similar to the X-Men at all.
Yeah.
No. This makes me hate Marv Wolfman specifically because we all know what happens with Tara, and we all
Tara,
know
like,
how DC
it's
is
not
treating
interesting.
Tara.
Can I?
I don't think he meant that as like. Well, yeah.
She is coming back now. Do you see this?
She's coming back.
Squid, what do you want to say?
I got a really stupid comment, and I would like to share it and share what I would comment to it if I was more toxic. Someone commented on a video that Sonic Origin is not canon, by the way. It's just some bullshit they made up. And I want to reply, so is all of fiction. Is all bullshit someone made up. What are you talking about?
Sonic the Hedgehog is just some bullshit someone made up. Like the whole of Sonic.
You should respond. You should do it. You should.
My favorite bit about this is this last paragraph where he's talking about how he got like upset fans, where he said, wrong. From the very beginning, Tara was conceived as a villainess. It was the first time a member of a superhero group ever proved to be a spy, not a traitor. She was always working for the Terminator. Playing on the comic reader's expectations worked. The Tara Markov story threw everyone for a loop. Reader response ranged from hailing the story as the Titan's high point to, how dare you make her evil, as if I had ever given the readers any reason to think she wasn't, to, for what you did to Tara Markov, I am going to kill you. We sent we sent that death threat to the police. Unlike our pen and ink created heroes and heroines, the writers and artists of the Titans are all too mortal. This then is the story of Tara and the Terminator.
Tara was also mortal. That is a big part of her story, I think. that is like a very essential part of it, that she does fucking die.
That makes a lot of sense. That such a pointless character is just like Mark Wolfman being like, I'm just gonna do Kitty Pryde, but she's evil. Isn't that funny?
I mean, I think it's funny.
No, this makes me want to fucking kill Marv Wolfman. Whoever tried to kill him, they were right.
I don't think so.
No,
in Minecraft!
If there's literally one thing to learn from any of this, you don't need to agree with Daystar, you don't need to agree with Ayaan. It's to learn, don't send writers death threats.
Yeah. This is very true.
Yeah.
This is the match I'm most looking forward to right now, even more than John Cena versus Cody Rhodes, even though the build up to that has been fucking nuts.
Someone posted a page. I guess they posted a preview, but somebody posted a page from the Harley Quinn fart comic and was just like, I can't believe DC published this. This is, the whole thing. And people are going crazy about it again. I'm like, it's not even out yet. Like, y'all can wait a week. Relax.
Yeah, that's my least favorite grifter.
Well, no, they don't need to wait, Daystar, because they're not going to read it at all.
Yeah, that's my least favorite comic talk grifter thing, where they're people who by and large don't read comics, and they're the type who spout well, this is the death of comics. This is the end of everything. And it's
but these aren't even Comic Gate people. These are just regular.
It unfortunately is not the normies with this one, but I see shit to a lesser important extent, I guess, in the Sonic fandom. I see dumb shit like that all the time. So someone got their copy of DCX Sonic earlier, and they posted a up close picture of when Shadow is I don't have time for this. And people were before the book was out, were I thought they understood Shadow. When it's when you read it in context, it's clearly that okay, Shadow thinks he can handle Darkseid by himself, and he's not going to exchange pleasantry with a fucking couple weird randos that just showed up. That's it. It's that's in character. He thought he could handle it himself.
I didn't realize there was discourse about that, but I saw that and I thought it was funny because I saw somebody say just bro's jobless and never has time for anything.
Yeah, someone did say that. I do love that was a thing that fucking Izuka took the time, because people were like, hey, does Izuka does Shadow officially work for Gun? And they're like, Shadow doesn't have a job. He just works with them when he needs to. So it's okay, so he's unemployed.
Yeah.
No. Here's the thing. I want to kill Marv Wolfman because that arc should have ended with Deathstroke being dead and staying fucking dead. I don't want to see a redemption for a fucking rapist.
Wait, Marv Wolfman isn't the reason why Deathstroke got redeemed, okay?
Yeah.
No, but he is the leading factor. He should have
Well,
fucking
he just
been
made
dead.
a cool character. That's all he did.
He
No,
did not.
he fucking dead. He needed to. Mark Wolfman needed to be less focused on Tara, more focused on making sure that no one brings fucking Deathstroke
Okay,
back.
I will say my least favorite part of like Tara's character is that they just say she's crazy and they don't really elaborate much onto it.
Yeah, that's
like,
still fucking stupid. That's
yeah,
still
like
fucking
I haven't
stupid. Mark
read.
Wolfman deserves
Listen,
death.
listen. All right, so anyway, sorry.
That popped my fucking eardrums.
Whoa.
I'm not arguing with Ayaan on this.
Ayaan was killed.
Don't tell Ash that they need to accept a rapist right now.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I need to read.
Okay, so
I'm gonna talk about the Invincible.
Okay,
drama
let me say I'm gonna say a thing real fast.
What? What are you doing?
I didn't take Squid.
Okay. I guess I'm the only one here, which means I have impunity and I can say whatever the fuck I want. I agree with Ash. I fucking hate that the Judas Contract gets adapted fucking over and over. I'm so fucking sick of it. It's literally that meme of like where they're like, I forget, I think it's from like fucking Parks and Rec or Arrested Development, which are like, shut up about this, shut up. I'm like, shut up about the Judas Contract. I fucking hate it. I do think the fact that anyone had it in their fucking head to fucking make Deathstroke a redeemable character in any form, that is a failure on Marv Wolfman communicating some story beats. That is a failure on his part, 100%. I will not say he is the one that redeemed the rapist, but he left the door open for that in how he wrote it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I will say.
Yeah, I just said everything I wanted to say, but like less angry because of course I'm inherently angry.
At this point, I'm surprised someone hasn't tried to redeem Captain Nazi. There might
No, I'm sure it's going to happen. They literally are hiring a Nazi right now.
I got fucking stage fright when I was put in as the only person. I was
sorry.
so fucking scared. I was like, oh shit, I have to say this right. I have to say this right.
You nailed it.
I fucking hate it. I fucking brought up how much I hate the Judas Contract in a Sonic video. I was I hate that shit.
So what I was trying to get past is that I needed to read, like, now that I have the entirety or most of the basically all of Tara's appearances until she dies, I'm going to try and read more into her character, because a lot of people only read the Judas Contract and not much like that led up to it. So I'm going to see if Marv Wolfman set this up like decently, but the way the story in and of itself is just saying like Tara Markov, this caption kind of fucks with me, where it says her name is Tara Markov and she is little more than 16 years old, and due to the fault of no one but herself, she is insane. No one taught her to hate, yet she...
No, fuck you, Marv Wolfman, actually. Fuck you, Marv Wolfman.
Yeah.
My only direct actual Marv Wolfman opinion is that I thought it was very funny that the Comic Codes Authority didn't want his fucking name printed on the fucking front of the book because his last name was Wolfman. Which I think is the funniest fucking things in the world.
I don't think that there's anything a comic creator can do that will keep the character from being capable of, like, someone trying to redeem them eventually.
Yeah,
I think
like I have no problem.
I think it's
weird that they had Vision adopted by a Native American tribe because he's literally red.
Yeah, I have no problem with Tara. Like, I have no problem with a character being portrayed as like a sociopath or someone who's like unempathetic or something in that regard, even if it's like a child character. I think you could do that. I just don't think Marv Wolfman did it effectively in a way that, you know, like it's weird.
I will agree with what Rena said. That I think when you're dealing with serialized fiction that has multiple writers on it, you can't really control what someone else does after you fucking leave, right?
Mhm.
At the same time, I think it should be a point where what you did with a character, if you're doing something really bad that needs to stick, it needs to make any other attempt to like redeem them look fucking weird to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it
in the
can't
20
just be like the
some people do it through costuming. Like if you tried to redeem the Red Skull, he's wearing a fucking Nazi uniform. No one's gonna be able to do it.
Like the 2016 Deathstroke run. I hadn't read it too much, but it did do a point in reframing that more as like how manipulative and abusive Deathstroke was to Tara, who was a mentally unwell girl, and what Deathstroke did only stoked those fires even worse.
The fact that Deathstroke has a series should be that should be a criminal offense.
That's a little suspicious, DC.
In my opinion.
So my opinion is, if you really wanted to have fucking a Deathstroke version, a version of Deathstroke that's a hero, you have Rose and Jericho.
You have Rose and Jericho, and I love Rose to death. So
I mean, you don't have Jericho.
You can bring no one is dead. You can bring Jericho.
Elena had a team up with Deathstroke one time in recent years.
Everyone's had.
And I was like,
team
she wouldn't do that.
Yeah, the worst thing, because I do read a lot of Rose, I like Rose, but then the worst thing is that when Deathstroke just shows up, and I'm like, no, she doesn't even fuck with him. Like none of his children fuck with him either. I don't know why they keep on putting him in books.
I mean, like, I think there's certain points in where he works the best. I think early, like, New Teen Titans.
You're gonna get fucking kicked out of the chat again. I feel it.
Yeah, you're gonna get
okay.
kicked out.
He works really well as an antagonist. Fuck you.
Okay.
So I had
my problem is that most times when they do make him an antagonist, again, they're just like, oh, he's a bad guy, not, oh, he's a fucking rapist and a child molester.
Yeah.
They should do more. I mean, like, how do you convey that other than just saying, and he's a child molester every time?
I think
they should put that.
that.
It should be the tagline on his name when he shows up. They say like
Deathstroke.
Deathstroke the molester.
Yeah, that's what it should say. It's always
Terminator, more like the Predator.
Every person who's still like pro Deathstroke and wants him in more things, I need them to read every 5 pages that he's a child molester. I need them to be reminded.
He should have to announce it every time he joins like a team up. He should have to be like, "Hello, my name is Deathstroke. I'm on the sex
You have to go up to your neighbors and tell them.
In all fairness, Ash, I'm pretty sure Deathstroke was a child molester for just like the one issue, and that's carried with. But like, I think that's all you need.
You keep adapting it. They would stop bringing it up. If this was like
literally his most famous story.
If this was like the fucking Scourge the Hedgehog thing where it happens in issue 150 and never fucking again, fine. But because they keep bringing it the fuck up.
Well, like, I do think at one point, I do remember
villainizing Tara for it.
I do remember there being Twitter drama.
My bad, Ash. I was wrong. It was like 3 issues because the Deathstroke 2016 series like made it a sticking point.
No, and then they flash back to it a whole fucking bunch. They're like, even times where he's like, "Oh, I feel bad about it." Like, okay, you still did that shit.
Yeah,
I remember there being a
you just do this.
Twitter drama over. I think at least once they tried to be like, "Oh," and then Deathstroke like Tara came on to him. I think at least
that was a thing they tried. That was a thing they actually tried in the fucking books.
Okay. They do it a lot.
They do it with like Colossus, and that's why I never want to see Deathstroke again, because no one's actually going to. That's why I think that both characters, Tara less so because again she is a victim, but both characters need to stop showing up in fucking comics. They're never going to handle it right.
It's not how they did create the similarity.
The only time I think they handled it right was 2005. That's literally because it's a child show and they could not do the thing.
2003, but
Yeah, 2003.
Yeah.
It was much like they were doing it in a way where it's like this was a very creepy thing, but it wasn't like explicitly stated.
Oh,
what
and then
it is.
Tara's not dead at the end of it either.
Yeah, she's just encased in like.
No, that she's like they bring her back in the last thing. Remember, right at the end of the show.
Right at the end, and she's going to school like a normal kid.
Sometimes I try not to think about that last episode.
They never really explain it.
Because they got cut short a season.
What I was thinking is,
I do.
That it's weird how you did make another X-Men similarity where both are victims of child. Like,
damn it, he did it again!
Next Tara's gonna say the N-word.
No!
We do that so much where he's just like, damn, these sexy minors always coming on to these men and making them stray. And I'm like, Chris.
And that's the plot.
Chris Claremont. Fuck Chris Claremont too.
There is a thing. We're jumping back to wrestling, so I don't get too heated because I've been screaming already. I'm gonna fuck up my voice real bad. Because I hate the fucking Judas contract. I hate talking about it. I wanna jump back to Ash mentioned watching Glow. That they were watching Glow as it was coming out. I haven't watched the series yet, but I decided I'll go back and watch original Glow, like the original wrestling thing, which is very hard to track down because you can only kind of find it on like some episodes have been uploaded, but a lot of things is like, oh, you have to go tape trading for it, which means I would have to have other rare wrestling stuff to give people to get it. But I was able to watch the first and second episode of the actual Glow series. Shit sucks. Shit sucks so bad. I have never seen wrestlers struggle to run the ropes. Like,
have you only seen the first 2 episodes?
No, like this is the old one he's talking about.
Oh no, the old one.
Like the actual Glow, what the Netflix series is based on. Fucking it sucks. It sucks so bad. I've never seen a wrestler struggle to run the ropes. Like, where they run, turn, bounce off the rope, run back. All of you have seen that at least one time in your fucking match tonight. And it's like, this is very fluid. I've never seen this level of failure where it's like, oh, I'll bounce off the rope. I'll stop in my tracks. And then I'll like remaneuver myself around the ring and not go fast. I'll lightly jog around the ring.
So because Glow the show is part like it's
comedy. It's making fun of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fictionalized documentary though.
Yeah.
And so they do mention like, oh yeah, a lot of the Glow wrestlers had never done wrestling before, weren't even a part of like
I lost my mind when I was looking through their cage matches. Like, think of cage match like Comic Vine or League of Comic Geeks for wrestlers, where you can go to a wrestler, see all their matches and shit. But you can also see other information about them. I was going through all the Glow wrestlers. The fact that all of them were trained by a Guerrero is fucking crazy to me. I'm like, this must have been one day of fucking training to be trained by one of the members of the greatest wrestling family of all time. And this is what you pull out with. Did they talk about the inexplicable racial slurs in the first episode?
Yes. That is an actual plot. So they don't use the exact same racial, like, again, they do tone it down a little bit with like the racism, but they do have a lot of like racist stereotypes.
So the first match I thought was fucking insane because the fucking heels were I think their names were, it was either Sexy Red or Spanish Red, and then there was like, let me fucking just pull up the cage match page because that'll cage match Glow.
She becomes a vampire.
Okay, I'm pulling up the events. And hold on. Okay. So let me share my screen real fast. We're gonna go through the cage match on this just so it goes through the matches.
I want to look at Looker.
Okay. So So this is the first episode's their cage match page. So the first match was Royal Hawaiian and Spanish Red versus Americana and California Doll. This is a very old style of American wrestlers versus foreign heels. I have never fucking once heard in a face wrestler say like a good guy, even like in the most heated like America versus foreign feud, I've never heard the face wrestler, the face American wrestler say, speak English, you're in America. Even in fucking wrestling, WWE Vince McMahon brain, they know that's the bad thing to say. They know that's the thing you don't say. But they fucking say that. They don't even say it on mic. They say it loud enough that the onboard mic on the camera can hear it. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, that's a pretty accurate representation of hello.
This is the match the racial slur happens in. So the team is Pepper and Salt. As you can guess, it's a team of a. I like that the one rating for this is a 0.
Yeah, in the show they call them like the something biddies. Because they changed a lot of the names.
Yeah, because some people, anyone who continued wrestling after this, which is not a lot because I've checked, a lot of people stayed in this and never did anything else. Like they might own their own names. A lot of indie wrestlers do this.
Yeah.
But Pepper and Salt, they were a white girl and a black girl tag. The joke is that they didn't get along. Like there was like cutaways where they would be like arguing over their outfits in a hotel room and be like, I didn't tell you could have that. And it's like, well, it looks better on me, and they fucking fight. But then who they're fighting, Mabel and Sarah, which is just other wrestlers who are on the show wearing Klan hoods.
What?
Call Pepper a racial slur. It's the one that begins with S. That's like a card suit. That tells you enough. Which I was like, I haven't fucking heard that ever. Like, I knew it was a slur, but I'm like, who fucking says that?
Wait, is that okay?
I didn't know that.
Didn't know that one.
You know what I'm saying, right? Though, like,
yeah,
okay. They say that, and I'm like, what? like, it's a fucking weird. It's out of no, because like I thought, like, well, maybe they wanted to get one that would get past the censors on TV, but then I realized earlier in the pilot, someone just drops the F-bomb 4 times in a row. I'm like, there's no fucking way this was on TV anyway. like what the fuck?
It was on. If I remember correctly from the show, it was on like paid networks, so it was on like cable.
Could have been, but
You're pulling up ancient slurs.
like I was like, what? So Salt and Pepper fucking unite because of the racists and then defeat them in record time. Actually, they don't even defeat them. They defeat them by count out, which is the fucking weakest way to. They threw them out of the ring. They did not get back in the ring, which is fucking stupid. That's just fucking nail them with a chair. You fucking pissed me off.
I'm trying to figure out because, like, you say the word, like, the word as a slur is like separate from like the other expressions here, so it's so hard to find information about it.
I was like, is this really a racial slur? I had to check because I'm like, I've heard it used in a negative context. I've seen negative reaction to it, so I had to double check. Fucking go into the fucking Wikipedia page of list of racial slurs and control Fing and be like, yeah, it's here.
Ayon's favorite place.
Whoa.
Wait.
I like that. I like that Ayaan did not react to that. I went,
No, I frequent the Star Trek one.
The Star Trek one. I didn't realize that there was an actual one.
Is this right?
No, there's an actual one.
Yeah, everyone on this fucking show was trained by Mondo Guerrero, who is mentioned in the Legend of Chavo Guerrero song.
Most of the ones Most of the ones on the wiki one they're stupid.
What do you mean other way?
So,
Like this?
The other,
Yes.
it's like calling
then
Irish people patties
it
and
like
stuff.
this? No. Like
This show fucking sucked. This show sucked so bad. I was debating because me and my friend who did a wrestling podcast are debating reviving it, but now doing it like kind of deadlock style, but focusing on very specific promotions and going through every episode of it and just like kind of like a watch along for it. So I'm like, well, Glow would be really fun because that's one that even before I had like known too much about it, my parents talked about Glow like when I was growing up. Like so it was like known. It was like a known quantity. And I was like, well, it must have some merit to it if my parents knew about it. No, this fucking sucked. This was the worst fucking shit I've ever watched.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I promise you the show is good.
No, I'm not saying shit. I'm sure the show is great. Everyone says great things about it.
Yeah.
It also just blows my mind that the person who started Glow, David McLean, started a different wrestling company called Women of Wrestling that is still going.
Feminism.
Looker's great. This is after she gets like they give her hot girl powers. Go back to regular before she was Looker.
okay, so
Oh, also I need a clickbaity title.
This is what she looked like before. And she's got like a good like gender dysphoria thing where she's like she hates that she's not womanly enough. And she's got a husband and the husband is trying to like she's just like, no, she's like, I love you, you're perfect the way you are, and she's just like not, she's like, no, I'm the worst, I'm ugly, I'm hideous, like this is. And then she gets zapped by the hot beams. They give her like a cunty little.
Yeah.
They give her the. They just hit her with the E-blast. And she becomes the Looker.
Wait, how did I do this the first time?
Wrestling alert! Wrestling alert!
And then she changes her name and everything. It's fun.
I have a fucking like, world title match for wrestling promotions GCW for their world title just signed. Effie, who's one of again, he's an openly gay wrestler who we like. Effie is going to be defending his world title against Maki Ito. On May 4th, to which Maki Ito quote retweeted this and said, "I will destroy your dick."
Got him. Get his ass.
Okay. She tweeted something.
Fucking Effie responded with a gif of Maki Ito. And then she responded with a gif of Effie. This is going to be the greatest match of all time.
Yeah.
Your stock has now confused me with.
I'm bad at Legos. We're missing a piece too.
I was just reminded of this tweet.
Okay.
This tweet of hers that I saw earlier that I thought was funny.
Yeah, this is good.
There's been a non-zero amount of other lady wrestlers responding and being like, please.
Please. Please. Please.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I managed to do this. I don't know why.
I'm sorry.
Is this like a mixed gender wrestling league or
a lot of the indies do it. So a lot of the indie wrestlers, indie wrestling promotions are into doing like intergender matches and stuff. It used to be a thing in WWE. And then now, because they're a publicly traded company, they've decided it's a bad look to do possibly a match where a guy beats up a woman for several minutes, because you can't do squash matches without it looking bad. But indie wrestlers do not give a shit, and they just want to do a match that looks entertaining.
squash matches?
You put two of them back.
So a squash match is you put someone against another person, and basically it's completely one-sided. They get squashed. But fucking indie wrestlers do it. There was one of the Orange Cassidy matches I was looking at was an intergender match from the indies that people were like, "This is a really good one," and I was like, maybe, because she's also like, she was the first thing he was getting was also, she was also very silly, but I was like, let's keep it to one silly person for right now, because it might be a bit too much to do multiple silly people.
I kind of wanted to go find a Hook versus Danhausen match.
Oh, but they're friends. Hook and Danhausen are friends.
I thought that they started out as enemies and now they're friends.
Yeah, it's Hookhausen. We love Hookhausen.
Hookhausen. Yeah, because I remember you telling me something about them and that they were a little bit gay about it.
Yeah.
My favorite part of the original video is when he eats the banana and then rubs the peel of the banana all over his face.
Are we talking about that one fitness influencer?
Yeah.
God damn it.
This is all he does.
He just puts his face in ice water. It's not even, it's sparkling water. Why would you use sparkling water for this?
Speaking of the banana, can we switch to my screen and just show the fucking funniest Raw screen cap of all time?
All right.
Has it got a banana in it?
Sure, it has two
Fucking Triple H and Shawn Michaels were on commentary, and they just started eating bananas for no reason.
They're eating it the gay way. See, you got to be like that other guy and eat it the not gay way. He did it right.
Now, real men eat it the gay way because they're not afraid.
DX was a little gay.
That's a little bit.
Oh, and this is the match I talked about earlier. Switch back to my screen. Where this is the one that's happening WrestleMania week that I'm very excited for.
Got a cowgirl. What's her deal?
She is basically, she's a WWE Hall of Famer. So she's very long running. So they're doing, so she's like a multi-time women's champion with WWE. So week of WrestleMania, Maki Ito is going to be doing a match in the vicinity of WrestleMania at WrestleCon, and I need to fucking watch this match.
Looks like fun.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
I don't know where this came from, but Dick Stroke the Sperminator is so fucking bland and annoying.
This was a while ago.
Yeah.
It was when it was relevant.
You have 24 hours to make Sun Love go viral. What?
That's just,
I don't get his bits.
Dan Herschel, you just
I don't understand his bits.
Is it okay for cats to eat corn?
I'm
Rat
sure.
Limit is better.
did anyone else watch The Day the Earth Blew Up yet?
No.
It's been a busy week.
Well, I guess you guys just love to see animation die, I guess.
Yes.
Ooh, that's
Fuck up.
well,
What is this house video?
Let it
I
be.
tried the stupid drug. You are a black man. This vexes me.
This is just like,
Did this be a fucking original video with them pasted over it?
yeah.
Did you see that thing about
Also, I have not spoken in a while.
Did you see that thing about Disney maybe buying the Looney Tunes?
And that ain't fucking happening.
Oh God.
Can you scroll up to the Starfire? She's really,
Hell yeah.
really pretty.
I think fucking Disney would have a higher chance of buying all of Warner Brothers before they buy specifically Looney
Just the
Tunes.
Looney Tunes? You never
Rob
know.
Liefeld has a book coming out. It's a new Youngblood.
Why do you follow Rob Liefeld?
Why are they
Anyway.
still making Youngblood books?
This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stitch you, and I'm going to tell everybody that all you do in the group chat is talk about how much you love Terry, and post Rob Liefeld's and what's the other fucking guy?
Oh, don't forget that Ayon's also a what is it? Deathstroke Defender?
I'm not a Deathstroke Defender.
Deathstroke stand.
What
I'm
did
not.
Joel do?
I'm not even a Terry stan.
This is old blood at this point. Fucking give the book a new name. What the fuck? This book's been around for 30 years. What the fuck?
The book is. I think the book is going to be called All New Youngblood.
Those are the same characters.
Well, they're all new.
Well, I know who Bad Rock is.
To be fair, 30 years is downright infantry in comics.
I mean, really, if you think
Then
about
at least call it middle-aged blood.
Yeah, if you think about it, Rob Liefeld cutting ties with Marvel and then doing a Youngblood book is a tale as old as time.
Yeah, that's just Shatterstar.
Actually, this was originally meant to be a Teen Titans book, and Roy Harper was supposed to be the leader. So this guy is supposed to be Roy Harper, I believe.
I fucking thought it was fucking Shatterstar for a second. It took me a while to realize that's a Marvel.
They're all
character.
the same. They're all the same.
Well, this one might not be gay.
He's definitely not gay.
Yeah, this one's not Spawn.
This is the one. This is the one. I fucking sure link hard because he was the fucking one that pointed out. But I think I've seen it before. That's the one that fucking hits someone with his dick, right?
Yeah.
God.
Like when he did the Liefeld "You're Not an Artist" bit in his theme song.
He talked about it in a video too. I think the one. No, go back up.
It's very funny how like Linkar's theme song is peppered with references to videos that no one has ever given a shit about.
So right and up, the like kind of the second one in the middle, that he either has a very similar design to a Spawn villain, or he just is that Spawn villain. Okay, hold on. Let me Spawn villain skull paint face.
Oh, I just remembered his name.
Terrible name.
I just remembered the not Spawn's name. It's Die Hard.
What's the list of the characters?
I'm pretty sure that's a Christmas movie. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a different thing.
Hold on. Let me get a look at the original book.
No, scroll. I wanted to see the list of the characters' names.
Oh, right.
It is the Spawn villain. Apple, it is him. Why do they have a Spawn villain in this book?
It's him.
Are they part of the same universe?
Yeah,
apparently.
Vaguely. That's the answer to every Image thing. They are vaguely
The Imiverse.
Yeah, Image did like kind of crossovers. Like at the end of the original Youngblood run, Spawn did show up and like confronted Chapel. And Chapel was like, I have AIDS, so now I want the same thing that you did with the devil, so I can live forever.
Doesn't Savage?
Why does he have AIDS? What happened? Why does he have AIDS?
No question
90s.
now. What do you mean he has AIDS?
The 90s. Everybody had AIDS.
Savage Dragon crossover of these classic Image comics? Because if they do, that gets really confusing.
So Batman, are we talking about the Batman crossover?
No, I just mean in general, Savage Dragon. If Savage Dragon crosses over with Youngblood, then that means like, isn't Savage Dragon Invincible?
Yeah.
Like that seems very bad.
I think they have had
Savage Dragon's also in a Spider-Man comic.
So is it? Like Invincible has like
no, but they're the same universe. They fucking Savage Dragon and Spider-Man meet in a random warehouse.
Maybe Spider-Man took a left turn at a random time.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking pull up these issues because I'm obsessed with this and how much fucking because the story behind it is really fucking funny. Hold on, Savage Dragon, Spider-Man. I just need to get fuck Marvel. We know the deal. I don't care.
I don't think that they can legally reprint this.
Well, we'll talk about it. Okay.
All right. I think I found the bit where he explains that he has AIDS.
Tom Hanks. I remember that guy from Big. Everything he says is a stitch. I have AIDS.
That was a bit for me specifically.
Yeah.
Like my life spent My life's been nothing but a long downward spiral for months now, Simmons. Considering the gravy train I was riding as part of Youngblood, I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. But when my good friend Jason Wynn started screwing with me, he told me the agency had been infecting me with this specialized strain of HIV virus.
They fucking put AIDS in him. Why? He's the guy they were sending to kill Spawn. Why would be like, oh, I know what'll make him effective. We'll give him AIDS and he'll fuck Spawn. What?
Is that their plan?
Over the length of my career, it was like the other shoe finally dropped. As far as footwear goes, Al, that was one heavy sucker. It came close to clobbering me. Wynn had me shuffled in and out of that joke-ass Bloodstrike outfit.
Wait, I'm confused. A specialized strand of the HIV virus over the length.
He got super AIDS.
What does that mean over the length of his career? Did they keep on injecting him?
They kept giving him AIDS till it took.
They microdosed him with AIDS until it worked.
That's not how anything works.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it
I don't
works.
think I'd ever pull myself out of the hole I was in. The way I look at it, I was just a dead man waiting to happen. It wasn't until later I figured everything out for myself. In one divine moment of clarity. If you had really come back from the dead, then so could I. Thing with me though, Al, I couldn't care less about love and happiness and all. You can have all that crap. I've got bigger plans for my return. Plans that will change everything
forever.
I'm gonna give more people AIDS.
I'm skipping over. I'm gonna
no.
skip over the next page because I'm pretty sure he shoots himself in the head.
No, I like big.
Wouldn't it be funny if you?
That was the other one.
Yeah, that's not exactly what I thought was gonna. It's Spawn looking normal.
Wait, then what was it? Page 20 then. It's like, Bruce, I'm begging you, man. Listen to reason.
Forget it, Spawny. I'm done listening. I'm done talking. I do want to thank you, though. Without you, I'd never have fulfilled my true destiny. I'd never have realized my life wouldn't truly begin till after my death.
Then he shot himself.
Clinician of everything.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen because this is fucking important.
Are we not allowed to show him shooting himself? I feel like that's fine.
I mean, I'd rather not show someone shooting themselves because they had AIDS on stream.
He comes back, he's fine.
Technically, HIV.
Oh, that's where we're drawing the line now?
This was made in the 90s. I felt like it was more offensive to do that then.
Well, we're not judging it by that standard. Okay. So, I mean, they say that every Image character is their own universe. They do not stick to that. That's patently untrue. They do not stick to that. So this is Spider-Man team up number 5. He's teaming up with Howard the Duck here. Basically, they agreed to have like an impromptu crossover without telling editorial what the deal was. So obviously Savage Dragon right here. Spider-Man and Howard the Duck go to this fucking warehouse. Savage Dragon is clearly right there. They meet each other. They scuffle with Melf for a bit. Elf with a gun. Everyone's fucking favorite character. Melf the elf with a gun. Spider-Man's here. Savage Dragon's here. Fucking Savage Dragon gets webbed. Howard the Duck comes to face with another duck. They end up swinging all out. They didn't fucking... So this one came out, and then it was like... Then Image posted their side, which was Savage Dragon and Destroyer Duck. And you thought... Also, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are here. We won't worry about that right now.
They're what?
This was around that time Image had them.
They were friends with Savage Dragon. So basically, we see the Savage Dragon side of things. We see the Savage Dragon side of things. We won't worry about that just yet. We see Spider-Man pretty explicitly here, about as explicitly as you can get. Like, yeah, that's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
We see it from the other angle. They go in. We see the fight just from another pose. And basically, what it's revealed.
It's Spider-Man, but with a space instead of a hyphen.
Well, it's Spider-Man, but we're not allowed to say his name. They're there. They fucking they do like a bit. What they reveal is that it wasn't just like one duck there or whatever. Like it was like a shit ton of clone ducks, and they stole the real Howard the Duck and dyed him another color.
That's funny.
So Marvel gets left with a clone of Howard the Duck fucking ever. And the real Howard and his girlfriend go into witness protection to just live in the Image universe.
I think Gwenpool should have brought that up in her first appearance.
Unfortunately, we can't. The Marvel Comics can never bring up Savage Dragon again because a recent issue did have Mickey Mouse doing a sexual assault.
Yay!
I don't think Disney's looking at what Marvel's doing, if I'm being honest.
And that's entirely possible. And I think it's less likely that fucking Marvel Disney execs are looking at whatever Eric Larson is putting out in the shelf every couple months.
Yeah.
But it was very much I fucking hate Disney, and now I can legally make Mickey Mouse a sex pest when Mickey Mouse became public domain.
Oh my god. That's funny as fuck, though. I would do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck Disney.
I think
fuck that mouse.
It would be like, I think Marvel Comics would be way worse if Disney was on Marvel Comics the same way Sega's on like Sonic. At least with Sega, they're really protective of the characters. I don't think Disney gives a shit about
Disney
them.
cares
No,
about them.
Disney would make them do like, okay, so we're already experiencing some synergy, but that's mostly just like Marvel Comics kind of shooting a shot in the dark on what Disney's doing.
Yeah, I feel like that's mostly marketing tactics more than Disney caring what they do in comics.
Yeah, no. That's why I'm saying if Disney was in charge, then we would actually be experiencing a lot more and a lot worse synergy.
Yeah, I don't think it's Feige coming down from above. I think it's editorial. Get Bad Rock off of my screen!
I've been optioned!
Oh, this feels racist. Is this racist?
He's a rock. It's fine. Godzilla's here.
Yeah.
Was at a different company at the time.
Yeah. This issue was funny because like
is it?
Well, the backstory on it is funny because this was
another
like,
thing to cancel Ayaan.
This was like an Image event. This was like an Image event where a lot of the writers and artists were like trading books. So Jim Valentino traded with Rob Liefeld to do a Youngblood issue as like a guest spot. So they just did like a one-off bit about Bad Rock going Hollywood.
Wild.
It's like, this is it. This is the big time. I'm gonna be a star. Yippee!
I don't think that's how he sounds.
How do you think Bad Rock sounds?
I think he sounds exactly like Ben Grimm because I know what he is.
I love that one clip that you sent of the guy who's playing Ben Grimm now, just doing a bad Ben Grimm voice.
Oh yeah, that's just like, hello. My name is the Thing from Marvel Comics.
It is clobbering time.
It's how he fucking sounds. Have him, like, I'm very glad we have a Jewish actor voice again. Give him some genuine voice direction. That is supposed to sound away.
I fucking hate the fact that Ebon is just doing his fucking voice. Like he's not even doing like, because he does have like a more gritty voice when he's in the bear. Like he's constantly shouting. And I expected him to do that for Ben Grimm, and then he's just not.
Okay, so
I would have. If at this point, if they would have just been like, "We're just bringing back Michael Chiklis. He's not Jewish. Who gives a shit?" I'd be like, "Fine, that's fine. Who gives a shit?" But this one is just like, this is the worst. Fucking, this is a boring voice. This is a boring voice for the best character.
Hello.
Okay, like I think that Pedro and Vanessa, they're doing fine for right now.
No,
for right now, Daystar,
Well, I think Joe
we have
Quinn-
barely
Wrong.
seen them. However, we've seen a lot of fucking Joseph Quinn and Ebon. They don't know what they're doing. None of them know what they're doing.
So
These are not
Well,
the
they're doing the
Fantastic
thing that
Four.
they were doing the thing that they were paid to do. They're just doing the character they have that's really popular, and they're doing it in the movie.
yeah,
That's what they think people want. We want Pedro
Unfortunately-
Pascal to play Pedro Pascal. We want Bear Man to play the Bear Man, and
No,
we
he's
want
not even playing the
Joseph
Bear
Quinn
Man.
to play
If he was-
Stranger Things
no,
boys.
If
Max is here.
Ebon was playing the Bear Man, then he would be fucking
Max
yelling
does-
at Johnny
Max-
constantly.
Max,
That's all we
Max
would
doesn't
fucking
know where he
hear.
is. This is exactly the Sonic crossover too. He doesn't
yeah.
know what's going
This,
on.
like this was the event, like when the
They're
Bad Rock
getting-
TV show was
they're
about to be
getting
aired.
back, what's
They
his
do like a
fucking
whole
name?
event, and all these different image characters. and
RDJ. They're
Spider-Man
getting
show up.
RDJ back to just play RDJ again.
And
Guys,
also
do I
Batman.
think that this is going to be a good movie? No. Do I think the next movie is going to be good? No. Do I think that we're ever going to get a good MCU movie again? Probably not.
What do you mean again? They've never made a good one.
They made Black Panther.
They made Guardians of the Galaxy too.
That's because shut the fuck
No,
up,
shut
Ayaan.
the fuck up, Ayaan.
No, shut the fuck up, you guys. I don't need to take.
The Guardians of the Galaxy movies are good, okay? They're good.
They're good
fine.
movies. They're bad adaptations. And reminder, James
Yeah.
Gunn almost made the one Asian character yellow. That was
Ye-
actually being passed around as concept
Look,
art.
look, there could be three
I don't
things.
know if we can. Unless he drew it, I don't know if we can blame James Gunn
Maybe
for the
Gunn
individual
did it.
concept art.
I'm blaming
Wait, wasn't
him.
what the rest of racist stuff with Mantis though?
Yes.
Yeah,
we
the
can-
rest of the racist stuff.
Yeah, we can. I'm fine with that, but I think the yellow thing specifically, that's. We'll leave that to the actual concept artist.
She was green in the comics.
She
They made
was.
her not green. That's
She wasn't
fine.
even green. She was like.
Well, yeah,
I don't
because-
think she had to be green in the
regular human
movie,
woman.
but she could have been anything like Mantis at all. You know?
Anyway, I think
Yeah.
Michael Chiklis is gonna stay the best live action Ben Grimm. I
He's-
don't
he's
think this
not
movie
even
is changing
a
anything.
He might be
And
the
you know
best
what?
live
Michael B.
action.
Jordan's still the best Johnny Storm.
He might be, Michael Chiklis might be the best live action Fantastic Four member. Period.
We're never
Fucking Michael Chiklis, like him being like, okay, I love any practical effects of Ben Grimm that includes the '94 movie. Fucking the 2000s one, that fucking effect rips. That's amazing. That's the best he's ever gonna
great.
look.
No, okay, here's my hot take. They are never going to get all four characters completely correct in any adaptation. I've just learned to accept that.
I don't
But
think
here's
they're
the
gonna get even one
Might be the
correct.
first one to go 0 for 4.
The age gap between Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby is bigger than the age gap between Sue and Reed in the pedophile retcon.
Oh no!
It's bad.
I want
No,
to say this might be a hot take, and I know there's people who like the other members of the Fantastic Four here, but I think this might be. I think this is a true fact in my heart. Ben is the most important character to get right.
That is true. That's why he has the most solos out of all of them. Ayaan, what the fuck are you showing?
I'm
What
hitting
is-
a random comment.
That was Pocahontas.
Wait, go back. Go back.
Again,
Was the one before?
We're not going to pay attention to what Ion's doing.
Here.
Speaking of the Punisher,
Ion's doing
And Ben is great in the 2000s movies, and he's at least the effect is interesting in the 1994 movie, but I don't think he gets to be much of a character in that movie because they
No
stuff
one gets
so
to
much.
be a
I
I don't
when
think
they were like, "Oh, Mole Man's here," I'm like, "What the fuck? You're putting Mole Man as a fucking random character in this movie?"
I have to say,
That's why I love the 1994 movie. Mole Man's just in it. He doesn't have really any motivation other than I'm gonna kidnap this blind woman, and Ben just beats him up.
I have to say, clips of the Fantastic Four movies have been popping on my dash. They're not good, but they're not as bad as I thought they were.
I think anytime
They're Doctor
and-
Doom's fucking ass.
Yeah, that one's not good. He's very he is also the hello, I am Dr. Doom from the Fantastic Four comic. He's also that. He's a very plain voice.
Are you talking
Doombot?
about from the 1994 movie?
Not the night. I'm talking about the 2000s movie.
Hello, Reed.
Oh yeah, no, he sucks.
90s movie. He's chewing the scenery. He's
Yeah.
great. He's got
so great.
he's got the long fake nails that come out of his hands. It's like hell yeah.
I don't know. 1994 might be the only movie to go 4 for 4 on the Fantastic Four. I understand that they have the weird Brian retcon, and I hate that. But they don't focus on it enough that I just kind of forget about it halfway through the film.
I heard a million times. I heard a million times how fucking it's the best Fantastic Four movie. It's so good. It's amazing.
That's a low bar,
I put it on in front of my family on vacation. I'm like, let's watch the Fantastic Four movie. I put it on. 5 minutes in, pedophilia, and I'm like, let's turn it off. Actually, sorry about this, guys. Let's turn the movie off.
Problem with the 1994 movie.
And then I stopped watching the movie, and I was like, I can't stand Fantastic Four fans. They're a bunch of fucking losers.
No. I legitimately, like, halfway through the movie, I just forget that was a thing. And
like, how did you get past the part when it happens? How did you keep watching it after
to me how the internet will drag Reed Richards through the mud, but I never hear about how he's a pedophile from anyone but Fantastic Four fans.
I know,
like,
it's crazy.
Well, like he's not a pedophile in most comics.
He is in like any comics.
Anytime they like for a hot second between the original Brian retcon, which happened like mid 80s, to about 2011 was maybe the last time it was mentioned.
So this is
okay, but like the Brian retcon and like in between the Brian retcon and like it being mentioned in a like,
and then also before that, they always had Sue be younger than Reed, but it was always like a question.
I can't believe you're spinning on Jack Kirby like this.
No. I'm not talking about Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby was the only one who explicitly was like.
Can I say something as someone who self-identifies as a Reed hater and try to be very fair? So I think there's a lot of Reed hate that I think is bullshit. I don't think it's fair to apply things from alternate universe. I see people apply Marvel Zombies shit to 616 Reed all the time. Marvel Zombies sucks for a variety of reasons, and I say that as when that's the series that got me collecting comics and not just reading them essentially, and just reading them when I had it. I don't think it's fair to apply shit like that to 616 Reed, especially when Marvel Zombies sucks. I've gone back and tried to read it. I don't like it. It's just not well written, especially compared to something like Deceased or recent Marvel Zombies stuff that actually think.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can never tell if Robert Kirkman. It's crazy. I can never tell if Robert Kirkman is a good writer or not.
The Reed hatred.
Yeah, you're trying to say something.
Great man on this one.
I don't think the pedophile thing was a retcon. I never really thought about that, and plus it's like, you know, weird shit happens in comics all the time. As long as it's not like specifically supposed to be framed a certain way, it's like whatever, I can forget that for the time being. People will try to just make up shit about Reed and shit. Like you can blame World War Hulk and shit on Reed, but then I'm thinking like you have to do what I do and also be like, well, Tony and Strange kind of suck for that too, and the rest of the Illuminati for at most being like, oh, I voted against it, and not the ones being like, I will fucking tear this house down for Bruce. Those are the ones that should have been saying shit. That it wasn't just enough to say no. Like you should have been like, no, fuck you. Like it should have been more than that. But it's like you should have shit to say about all the Illuminati, if anything. I don't like Reed because I don't like his vibe, and that's the extent of it. Like it's like he'll just say shit, and I'm like, I don't like him. And some people will be like, oh, you just hate him because he's autistic. I'm like, no, you can be autistic and suck. I think it's more ableist to be like, no, if you're autistic, you can't suck.
No.
Like it's.
Can I like I kind of get that because
this is the thing, but this is the thing I'll also tag on. I think it also just might be a writer thing.
It is a writer thing.
Because I like Reed and Ryan North's run.
Because Ryan North wrote him as autistic in the right way.
No, sorry.
Oh
no.
Okay. I'm not allowed to talk about.
Yeah, no one else is allowed to talk about Fantastic Four on this podcast except for fucking me.
Hey, I think
was I not allowed to say anything I just said?
I think I've read more Fantastic Four than you.
No. Okay.
I wasn't allowed to say any of that.
No, Squid is objectively right. Squid is objectively right. What
no,
happened?
Squid is subjectively correct about their own opinion about Reed Richards.
Yes. Anyway, but here's the thing. It all depends because Reed is always autistic, no matter the writer, no matter if the writer's intentionally writing him as autistic or not. But there's a difference between the writers who hate people with autism and the writers who are cool with people with autism. Ryan North is explicitly writing Reed as autistic with a knowledge of autistic people and how they behave and how not to make them.
We want to be clear here.
I'm fucking lost in the sauce of breakout. Holy shit!
I also am. I want to be clear here. We're interpreting Reed as autistic. Do not get Ryan North in trouble by saying that he's saying Reed is autistic.
Ryan North admitted it.
When?
Ryan North said, "I'm writing him as autistic, but it's not officially canon."
It's not officially canon. He can't say it's officially canon, but he did say he was writing him with autism.
He should just be autistic. Him and Batman should bond over being autistic.
That's what the next Marvel DC crossover will be. And then Godzilla will be in the background because he has to be in both universes now for some reason.
And be like, I support my autistic brothers.
I'll be right back.
I support my autistic big lizard destroying the city.
Anyways,
I will say I'll say something to Daystar because Daystar was very clearly singling out my opinion. I think it's also that I may have only had the misfortune of reading bad Fantastic Four writing stories of what's been like thrust upon me.
I think you can feel the way that you want to feel about a character. That's not a problem. I don't care.
No, but I also think like I hate like when people can like enjoy something and I'm like missing out on it because I think like there's obviously something that someone else is really enjoying and I would like to kind of meet with that or at least understand why people like it. So the most I've been enjoying about Reed is Ryan's run, but it's like that's just one way someone enjoys it. But it seems like there's a lot more things people enjoy about this character, and I would like to get that. It's the same way that I'm like I get upset about the fact that I can't fucking get into Star Wars. Everyone fucking loves Star Wars. I've tried so many fucking times. I even tried with the intent of bonding with my father, who I saw very little when I was growing up because he liked Star Wars. I couldn't fucking get into it. It's been like an uphill battle.
Dad likes Star Wars.
It's very dad core.
Yeah, that's why I like Star Wars. Me and my dad would watch it all the time when I was a kid.
I'm sorry.
Why did I watch Star Wars? I like Star Wars.
Okay.
Now there's some judgment in that.
I'm so sorry that you like Star Wars.
That's not what I meant. Okay. I also tried to watch Star Wars with my dad, if that helps at all. Didn't get it. So we also tried to watch Fantastic Four 2015 once.
My dad only likes the first and fourth one. It's really crazy.
I
That's
watched
the only ones
three
you put
Star Wars
on.
movies. I watched A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Rogue One. And that's it.
I mean, you don't have. No one has to like Star Wars. It's fine.
No,
I get what you mean
like...
though, because I know that that's the thing where like there's something that's like really popular and people really like it, and I'm like, I don't see any appeal to it whatsoever. And then I go and I read the whole run, and I'm still don't see any appeal to it whatsoever. And I'm like, okay, this was not for me. It's fine.
Like
it's more,
movie.
It's more like because it's in the same way that like for today when I was like I wanted to share my share my passion of the medium with wrestling. Same way with that, where it's just like I like to kind of understand. Like it's the same way I like when other people. That's why I like when we do the recommendation streams and shit, and why I kind of get more emotional when I don't like it because I go into every one of them wanting to like it. I really want to go in because if it's being recommended to me, I understand it as something that someone else has read and is holding dear to them. Like, oh, fucking when Rena recommended Icon to me, everyone go fucking read Icon. I fucking love Icon. Icon's the fucking best.
Yeah.
I love that book. I read The Max, my favorite comic of all time, over the course of 2 nights. I read Icon over the course of one night. I fucking stayed up all night because I'm like, I have to fucking keep reading this book.
And Icon's a long book.
Like that's what I like. And then with I every time I just assume it's something that someone else holds dear, which I always. It's in the same way when it's like I hear y'all talk about Sonic or anything else. I said this before the stream when I think it was just Ayaan, Ash, and Stack. When I was like, whenever someone makes a video about Sonic, fucking kick my little legs because I'm like, oh, I'm so happy that I got them to enjoy a thing. Like it's like I want to like be able to give that feeling to other people too. Now, when Ayaan recommends me a book, it is a non-zero chance that after I give my review, Ayaan will say, "Yeah, I haven't read it yet."
Yeah, Ayaan doesn't care about anything.
That's untrue.
No, I
care about Linkara.
Like, and that's also like that time where I wanted to do a PowerPoint, but I didn't have the fucking time because I was working so much. And like I felt really bad about it because I like to show how much I like a thing when it's recommended to me. And unfortunately, PowerPoints are my love language. It seems that I like to just make a full written out thing. If I'm not writing a fucking 10-page essay, I'm making a fucking PowerPoint. But I think that's like why
that's the thing. Like I don't know, stuff like Iron Man or something is something that I hold dear. But I'm like, I know most people aren't gonna like this, so I'm not gonna recommend people read something that
I still need to read the issue you recommended to me because I might fucking like it. That's the thing. It's like especially because it's written by the person who wrote Azrael, and I fucking adored Azrael for the issue.
I recommend things to people because I just want to talk about it with more people. Which is why the only reason why I get sad that people don't like things. Like it doesn't hurt my enjoyment of things. It's just kind of like, damn, I wish I could talk to. Well, and then,
I remember.
Oh no, it doesn't like hurt my
reading...
enjoyment.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt my enjoyment. It's just like it gives me such a joy when I see other people getting into a thing I like, or even like giving it like a shot. Like that's the whole reason I make content. Like in the same way Rena said, it's like to get people to talk about it. Like, okay, so for Sonic fandom, I don't like to engage with them at all directly. I like to make little shit posts from behind the wall. I like to retweet that picture of Kane going, "I'm making the face again."
I would love to. Me and Squid are at the levels of popularity we are for like the grace of God. Because if I had the popularity Squid did, I would spend my entire day ruining my own life, like arguing with people. I would get canceled so hard because it'd be like, wow, Rena really just sicks her followers on like everything that moves. And it's like, no, I just want to talk. And like, you're wrong. And it's not my fault if people agree with me.
The only fucking comment I've responded to recently was someone commenting like, how do I get my hands on DCX Sonic #1? And I was like, you have to go to your local comic book store. Like, I'm like, you have to go because it's not on IDW's website, and DC's website only gives you a link to a comic book locator store where it has the book in stock. And if you look it up on Amazon, they're only taking pre-orders for the collected book. They're not even doing digital sales for it. I don't know why they're selling it like this, but I'm hearing it's selling well from my sources. So.
It is hard to get your hands on comic books because there's not a lot of local comic book shops.
My local comic book shop closed down. I want to say like last October, maybe even October 2023. You know, and October.
Like, I have an anomaly that I have 4 local comic book shops within.
I live in New York City. I live in the biggest city on the continent.
You live in the setting for Marvel Comics.
Yeah. And
you live in Marvel Comics.
Yeah. And ever since my local comic book shop closed down, like there's a collectible shop on 14th, but they don't take pre-orders. They don't have pull lists. They don't let you buy comics in advance. Like I had to literally, when I wanted a variant cover, I had to hide it behind the stacks of books that they sold for children. because they had like a side aisle, and I just like hid the books I wanted there until I had money to buy them. Like my local comic book shop that used to be important, St. Mark's Comics closed down. Like the you know what it reminds me of? There's a fucking amazing. Hold on, fucking hell. I'm pulling it up. One sec.
So I think it might just be lucky in that San Antonio is like nerd central. You know, I go outside, I'm in the car, and I see the anime cars. I once saw a car with a bunch of Hulk 2003 decals on it. It was like bright green, and it was all like the art for Hulk 2003, which I'm like, that's insane if this, because it looked brand new, and I'm like, you have a very special interest. But I guess Hulk 2003's production art that gets put on toys, that those are kind of iconic, and they're very stock Hulk looking. They don't really look like the movie Hulk that much. They look very much like comic Hulk. But very I just scrolled through like some of San Antonio's local comic book store. There are 5 pages of them. There's so many. There are websites doing the top 10 comic book stores in San Antonio.
There's a bunch of comic book stores in New York, but none of them are like good. Like, can I just say? So, like, all I'm going to say is I'm not going to play this entire thing. This is an episode of a Magic the Gathering themed web series called Friday Nights, and it's a very good episode that you should watch. It's called LGS Quest, and the whole plot of it is that they are looking for a new local game store because their local game store closed down, and how terrible it is to try and find a new local game store when your games. And I felt it in my heart of hearts because I haven't bought a physical comic since October of 2023.
I know there was one fucking comic book store. There was a really fucking cool it's still around in Baltimore. I can talk about a random comic book store in Baltimore because it does not dox me because I do not live there anymore. And this was also pretty far from my house too. It was called Chuck's Comics. The only thing that fucking kind of creeped me out about it is that they had a fucking like on like one of their high shelves, they had a collected edition of Crossed, which I'm like, not a series I'd like to see getting like top billing in a store. Yeah. But like I can show some pictures of the store, and it's like, this place is fucking great if you want to switch to me. Because there's some pictures in the store. This place fucking rocked.
Holy
like,
shit.
From the outside.
Is that an entire wall of trades?
Yeah.
And rows of back issues?
Yeah. If anyone knows a good place in New York City to buy comics, tell me.
Like this fucking Chuck's Comics. Shout out to fucking Chuck's Comics.
It's not a good place to buy comics.
I know, I fucking hate them too, and I don't even live in New York.
Chuck's Comics fucking rocked. Like it was its parking sucked because it was like in a little shitty row of stores, and I could either park around back and risk getting towed if someone else got mad that I wasn't in just the right spot, or I could pay on the fucking meter. But this, which seems to be the thing with most comic book stores, but this place fucking rocked. I loved this store.
Fun fact, Midtown Comics is actually a chain store. There's multiple Midtown Comics around here, some of which aren't by Midtown.
I think Midtown Comics sucks.
Oh, wait, no.
Also, I'm going to go on a rant about the Fantastic Four Twitter users.
I've bought one.
This I love the dollar bin. I love this shit.
Love a dollar bin.
One physical comic. I've bought one physical comic since October of 2023. It was from a bookstore, and it was an old Voltron Force comic.
I have the one comic shop that is a.
They have this shit painted on the
It's
side
like a fire code violation. There's one that's, I think, homophobic. There's one that's got like a really bad tripping hazard in it and is always dark for some reason, but otherwise it's fine.
Your comic book store, like you and your comic book store, it sells all the normal comics, all that stuff. You don't notice anything odd. You're never lacking for a comic. Like maybe they don't have like indie comics that you can't find or whatever. For some reason, they don't sell either of the Pride issues.
That was what happened. I went into one shop that was near me to get the Pride issue, and she gave me like the dirtiest look. And when I asked about it, and she was like, "Yeah," and they like had it like under the counter, and I was like,
You're over the counter gay.
I've never had that happen.
Like, they didn't have it out.
What I just do is I just intimidate the older comic book shop owners back. Like, I start asking for like some obscure ass shit that like no one would know unless they're like an old school collector, and then they're like, "Oh shit, wow, that's crazy. You're like 20," and I'm like, yeah.
I think one of the best interactions is that there was just like a shelf, like on the higher shelf, there were these collectibles. Well, not collectibles. They were like these cheap little plastic statues of New Teen Titans characters. And I looked at the shop owner and said, "How much are those?" And he looked at that and deadass just said, "I don't know. How much do you think they are?" I said, $20. Like, and they're $20, I guess. And then he pulled it out and he looked at it like, "Oh, looks like they were 25. Yeah, I'll still do 20." And then I think that was a very funny interaction. They are very cheap.
The local comic book shop that I like, there was beef there one time. They just had beef. Like literally beef. There was beef.
Like literal beef.
Oh, there was beef.
Damn. Speaking
there
of
was
beef,
there was just like a pack of beef on the counter, and
speaking of beef,
and I was like,
I gotta start. I fuck the Fantastic Four fans on Twitter. All of them are wrong and they suck, except for like the 3 I surround myself with.
There's only 2 correct Rip Hunter fans, and it's me and some faggot.
I'm the only correct Wyatt Wingfoot fan. Fucking Tay, stop acting like you know about Wyatt. Yeah, of course, Wyatt Bottoms. That's the most basic take about him. If you've read Sensational She-Hulk, you know Wyatt's a bottom. Okay.
Okay, here's the thing.
I thought we don't refer to bottoms in heterosexual relationships.
You can be a straight man and a bottom.
I want to talk about.
Wyatt doesn't
do we honestly believe? Look me in my eyes and tell me that Jennifer Walters is actually a top, because I don't believe it.
I think she's a switch.
Can I tell a positive story about my local comic book store? This is another one from Baltimore. There's a chain one called Collector's Corner. I think my mom told me some of them are shutting down, which makes me sad inside. But I went to one and they had this. Someone can pull up my screen real fast.
Pull up the screen.
I went inside and they had this figure for Ultraman Monster Bolton, also known as Guillermo del Toro's best friend. And I was like, I knew offhand how expensive this one was. It did not have a price tag on it, but I was like, how much is this one? And they searched Bolton on Amazon, and instead of pulling up the right one, they pulled up the 5-inch one they sell on Amazon. And it was, so they're like $10, and I'm like, oh hell yeah, I'm getting that for $10. Bought it and leave. I want you to guess how much this thing normally goes for.
Oh no!
Oh, is it? I know.
$260. It normally.
Yeah,
goes
that's about
for.
what I thought it would be.
But I was like, hell yeah! They didn't have a fucking price tag on it anyway. I was the only one who went in and bought Ultraman shit. And it was normally I would save up for shit and then I would go in and do it. But then when I saw the Bolton, I'm like, dude doesn't have a price tag on him. I'm gonna ask. I think I'm the only person I was buying undubbed VHS tapes of Ultraman from this store.
Like, that's crazy. At that point, it's what you deserve.
Yeah.
You deserve a little treat.
You deserve $10. a $200 figure that's $10.
Bolton's great. Again, Guillermo del Toro's best friend, Bolton.
That is actually the funny thing that's happened, not to me technically, but like, well, no, okay, not directly to me technically, But like I will find shit that like people have for like a decent price, and I don't think that they know what they have. Like that one time I randomly stumbled into it was a flea market, and I got Gwenpool's first in-comic appearance for like $20.
What?
I bought it for stack. And I was like, this shouldn't be that price. It also happened with. There was a recent one that I was like, it shouldn't be this price, but I'm gonna take it anyway and just run.
Okay.
What was it?
New York City might suck. This fucking drive is 8 minutes away, and it's 24 minutes by public transit.
How much by walking?
42 minutes.
Jesus Christ!
Whoa.
How much by Heelys?
Like 40 minutes.
5 minutes.
If you Heelyd on the sidewalk of New York City.
I wanted to buy Heelys so bad when I was like.
I wanted them too, but they were banned everywhere the moment they were announced.
I meant like when I was like, I think an adult, like when I was way older than Heelys should have been. But then I looked it up and I couldn't find how to buy them once I was old.
They still sell them.
I saw them at TJ Maxx today.
What?
Yeah.
And you didn't tell me?
Didn't seem.
What did you tell me? Were they our size?
No, they were in the kids section.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can't wear kids' shoes. There's adults that can wear kids' shoes. I'm like, what the heck's wrong with you? It's crazy.
You know what I also just not realized?
Define kids' shoes real fast for me so I don't feel insecure.
I can wear kids' shoes.
Child-size shoes.
Okay. Because I have a real bad habit of shredding my shoelaces because just how I walk with them and they get untied. And Sheldon got sick of me fucking buying new shoelaces. Like, I'm just getting you Velcro.
Yeah, hell yeah, Velcro's fuck hard.
And they make Velcro in adult sizes.
Yeah. Kid shoes are specifically child shoes.
We're talking
like when you're still in the range to fit in a child's size.
They should make light up sneakers for adults, I think.
They do.
They do.
They're Crocs.
I want real shoes.
They light up Crocs?
Yeah, I have Lightning McQueen Crocs.
Oh, my fucking favorite thing is my friend. I told stories about Rob, the one who insisted I play all the fucking Gamera movies at work, and then walked around me for 3 hours going, "It's a goddamn turtle with superpowers."
Nemesis. I would like to not need to leave my burrow to go to a comic book store. That's my thing.
Please send me the Vegeta grounded image, please. You are grounded.
Manhattan. It shouldn't be hard to find a good comic book store in Manhattan that doesn't suck ass. You know, like I will go to Brooklyn if I have to, but I don't want to.
Can I ask a question about Invincible? I don't give a shit about this show or the comic book or anything.
What the fuck?
Omni-Man gets a redemption arc? Because everything I know about Omni-Man is I've seen the clips of him beating the shit out of his son, and I've seen the clip of him referring to his wife as being like a pet to him.
Yeah,
and that's all I know about Omni-Man. And now I'm seeing all this stuff like, it's better than the other one.
How much do we care about spoilers?
I just started season 2.
Okay, you're not reading the book. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah,
I refuse to read Invincible on principle at this point.
People keep telling me to watch it, and
you're not reading it in principle
enough times. I won't do it. Fuck you.
I saw somebody post that in your comments, and then I just like copied and pasted, and put it in your comments again.
Did the same thing, and I was like, I'm gonna delete this video. Actually,
I think
so.
That
wait, Ash, you're not reading it in principle.
I think personally,
on principle.
You're not reading it in.
I don't remember if you guys remember Hillbilly Comics, but during White Wingfoot Month, he kept on bringing up Invincible, And then that right then and there is when I decided I'm never reading this book.
I think I read Invincible.
Hillbilly used to show up to this. Who it was that?
Who was that guy?
That was a mutual of
Hillbilly.
mine. He's just another mechanical engineer who reads.
He was
a lot
the
of
second.
comics.
He was the second straight one.
He was the
before.
second straight one.
We had to whittle them down.
I
They
feel
did not survive the winter.
We picked Ayaan. You're welcome,
Okay,
Ayaan.
so who here has read Invincible? Me and Squid are the only ones, I'm assuming, right?
I've picked up issues where I know I'm missing issues.
I read the entire thing over the course of like 3 to 5 days in college because people were talking about season 1 of the TV show, and I was like, damn, I don't want spoilers, but I don't want to watch the TV show before I read this book that I've been hearing about for like a decade now. So I just read the entire thing and was just done with it. So it's not hard, and you should just do it. It's better than the TV show.
I don't care.
That shit pisses me off, by the way. Can we talk about stupid woke Punisher? It pisses me the fuck off. People are like,
apparently that's also how
I'd rather talk about the bad girl.
I don't want to talk about
He's
that.
pro-Israel.
What?
What?
Yeah, John. He is, but also the Punisher, like the logo is literally a hate symbol that I see on a regular basis of like ultra conservatives putting it on their cars and like
if you're gonna do it,
tattoos and
use the new Punisher logo.
Like it just like pisses me off that people want to be like, these stupid idiot conservatives don't know that they're wearing woke propaganda, and I'm like, they don't care. Like they don't care. They don't read.
What was that
comics.
one tweet?
They probably don't even know that he's a comic book character.
Yeah, what was that one tweet that just said like a Nazi saying you're going to the camps, and then the person who responded, a liberal, chuckling, haha, you spelled "your" wrong.
Yeah,
like it's like
that's exactly what I was thinking
people
about.
are just arguing semantics, and it's like, no, this isn't what we need. This isn't the time for that.
This isn't what's going on. And
it isn't.
So the Punisher actor posing with the trans flag is how I found out that he was a Zionist, because other people saw that, then looked up his Twitter, it was either his Twitter or his Instagram, but he was like liking like pro-Zionist tweet or things.
He is a conservative, John
Bernthal. I knew that when he defended Shia LaBeouf.
You paid money.
You paid money for it.
Hey, I kind of stay out of like a lot of shit. I'm very stupid. What did Shia LaBeouf do? I don't know.
He beat his girlfriend.
Oh, that's fucked up. Fuck him. I just didn't know. I didn't know what was happening.
I did like a podcast with him about it
all the time.
Did a podcast about? He did the beating girlfriend podcast.
Yeah, about how hard it is for men with mental health problems to blah blah blah. Like that's like an episode. They did like an interview, like a sit down interview.
Okay, so he did not do a podcast. If we had multiple episodes exclusively about the times he beat his girlfriend. I thought it wasn't first.
I wanted to say
that's my favorite part. He wraps his face with a banana. Go back, show me the banana part again. See, he eats it the not gay way, and then he rubs the banana peel on his face.
And then he washes his face.
Bro, we gotta go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
Not the at least 10,000. Don't fucking.
What I wanted to say
this shit's frozen for me, and I'm just.
We're losing Squid.
Oh no.
Squid was on the podcast too long. We had it too good.
The demons cursed us.
What I wanted to say about Invincible is that a lot of it's about deprogramming fascism. You know, it's about like it's about like.
I mean, let's be honest. The Squid isn't exactly it.
What's happening?
The thing is that in the show, the first time they ever say the word invincible, they just cut.
What is going on?
They actually do it like they do it almost every. I thought they did it most episodes.
I mean, that's how they like
the intro. They just say the intro. They just say it for the intro.
They have like an opening bit.
Yeah.
Well, it's called in the biz we call this the cold open.
Invincible. They cut to the title.
They don't do it in the show. Like sometimes people will call Mark invincible, but like it's not during the cold open.
Ayaan, you
so
gotta replace it with the guy from Fortnite. That one. You gotta go find that one.
Anyways, I think
people do a parody of it where instead of it saying invincible at showing the title card, it shows a title card that says that guy from Fortnite.
I know. Why are there so many more comic book shops in Brooklyn, dude? Like,
so if I read this book, I'm gonna have to read the woman take back the man that called her his pet.
So what I
You're gonna have to read
what
that.
I gather,
Don't read the Invincible. Don't read the Invincible
what I
comic.
gather, what's going on with that book? We're all talking at the same time.
I'm listening to Ash and Ayaan.
Okay.
Ayaan, what did you say?
So from what I've gathered about the whole pet line is that Omni-Man says that is more justification on like doing his whole like colonial thing, because his whole
just how it is in the show. In the book, it's played straightforward. Do not read the Invincible comic book. It is misogynistic and disgusting.
It is. Robert Kirkman is a very misogynistic writer. For a comic that goes on for hundreds of issues, like there is some nuance in it, but overall it is a mostly misogynistic book that is very bad at writing a lot of its female characters. I think Robert Kirkman is trying to revamp it and do it a little bit better with the TV show now that he has the gift of hindsight.
I don't think that the TV show is better. I don't see how it
There's only one thing from the TV show I think people should watch, and that's the Adam Eve special. But it has nothing to do with the comics.
Adam Eve looked ridiculous. I can't believe that she looks the way that she is, and it's not a joke.
The pink costume?
The costume with like the fun like Venus shit on it, and I'm like, hello.
I mean, they do make a joke about that in the show with Doc Seismic.
I hate that joke so much.
Look at the costume they've got you.
But like that, but she's not like, it's not a joke character. Like she's like the main female lead character.
Well, she's got like an atom symbol on there.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be an atom symbol. It does not look right in the show.
That's how you know she's the girl one.
In the comics is also lying to himself about the colonial nature of his.
I don't know what the fuck just happened.
So yeah, I think the way that it read is that like that's just him telling himself to justify the Viltrumite way. Truthfully, he did build a relationship with his wife and his son, but he's like
I got tired of listening to Ayaan.
As the only shit was actually read the book for once, let me speak about the book.
Okay.
Okay, so like,
why did this?
Okay, so Invincible has a lot of problems that come from the fact that it is a very bigoted book that comes out from like the turn of the millennium and runs for like a good decade. If you are turned off from that, I cannot like disparage you. I think it's 100% perfectly okay for you to be like, yeah, this book is bad because it like is ableist and homophobic and like sexist in a lot of ways. Like, yeah, for me, I just kind of expect that from most comic book media, to be honest, you know, like, this is weird. I'm bringing everyone back in.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Thing is
That's
that
the whole reason
Invincible tries to do a redemption arc for a rapist, and we're
Wait,
now.
what rapist are you talking
Are you
about?
talking about Anissa? Because I don't think that's the case.
No, that's not the case. Everyone hates Anissa.
Okay,
but she still is part of the team at the end of the book.
Kid after Mark. What the fuck is going on with that?
I don't think that's a redemption arc. I think that's just pathos.
She's still part of the team at the end of the book.
She is still okay. Yeah, actually, there is so there's a moment in the book in which like multiple people are trying to tell Mark like, oh, Anissa's better, she's changed, and like Mark is explicitly feels like smaller than because of that, and that is like a problem with like the people who do that. I don't think it's handled well. I think it's very flawed the way that they treat both Mark and like just generally how they treat Anissa at the end of it. I wouldn't say Anissa is necessarily redeemed. I think everyone's too cool with Anissa about it, especially Eve is chill with Anissa to a degree that I don't like by the end of the book. Mark never once thinks like that she's okay about it. He just doesn't have a whole lot of animosity towards his son because of it, which is like probably for the best. It's a whole thing, man.
Yeah, just from what I've read.
This is
again,
the
I
part
haven't
of the
read
book
all
that
of
I
it.
have read.
I've read parts of it. My whole thought is like, I have no desire to read the whole thing.
That's real.
Like I think it's interesting. Like at most, I'm interested. Like, oh, when other heroes show up, I think that's interesting because there's like conflicting path. The thing I've been getting pissed off about, and this is gonna be like, this also might turn on Rena's power scaling brain, but it's something specific that's been pissing me off. Is that they're like, oh well, fucking one of the alternate universe Marks killed the main universe Spawn. I'm like, no, he didn't. Spawn still has books. What are you talking about?
I have no idea what like you're even talking
so
about.
there's one panel when it's like the Marks are invading where one of them's fucking tangling with Spawn, and Spawn has him tied up in chains, and like that Mark goes like, I killed you once, I'll kill you again, talking about like his universe is Spawn. Because we see that Mark again, there are people who are like, oh, that Mark killed the main universe Spawn. I'm like, that doesn't mean that. Oh, what fucking universe does that mean that? We see Spawn once! Like, and then there are recurring Spawn villains. Just because Spawn faced off with someone doesn't mean he kills them. Notably, we just talked about the one that inexplicably had AIDS. And he shows up a lot in Spawn comics.
For me, I think that Invincible is interesting in how it does. Okay, so the things I find interesting about Invincible are one, how it actually deals with deprogramming fascism, because it Omni-Man as a character I find interesting because of the fact that like I think a lot of characters that are used to like being have like heel face turns are easy choices, so to speak. You know, they're characters that like aren't really in the thick of it, are victims of circumstance, and a lot less are true believers of causes that they need to like be pulled back from. And Omni-Man having connections with his family that actually pull him back from him, and Omni-Man not really understanding, like Omni-Man grew up an entire life that taught him about like compassion and like empathy and stuff like that, and he's kind of fighting against that because that's not what he knows. I find particularly interesting. The other thing I find interesting is what's the word, how they do like events, like there's the whole alternate universe Mark event comic thing that's only for a single comic, and I find the
whole fucking season.
Yeah, I find the format of storytelling, the way they do that, interesting. Where they like kind of take an like they'll have so many balls like bouncing around in the air that like they'll never have like one land without a more in, and the like TV show really takes that away by compressing everything. You know, like they like they're like by episode 1 resolves things that stay in the book as late as issue 69, when it in the plot is only as far as issue 13, if that makes any sense. So like it has fully resolved plot lines that have gone all the way to episode 69, issue 69, despite it only being up to 13. Despite that, like I don't know, Invincible's like very gross. It is.
Yeah.
And then I think it only got worse because like all of the fans of Invincible I see on Twitter are the same people who are fans of Spider-Man on Twitter.
Well, no, what I think
I'm not talking about the queer like female fans of Spider-Man. I'm talking about the male ones specifically.
I think
it
gives me
I'm
the
thinking-
vibes of like the boys.
Yeah,
what
that's what
I
I'm
gather,
thinking.
what I hate about this specific fandom and how they look at characters like Mark or Peter Parker is that they don't look at them as individual characters, but like
As what they would do.
self-inserts.
Yeah.
Like they like characters as like stand-ins or audience surrogates when that's really not the case. Peter Parker's not the everyman, I don't think. Or at least
Peter Parker shouldn't be the everyman.
He should
Well-
be the Spider-Man.
yeah. And same with
Let me
Mark
just-
Grayson.
Let me just mute the word aura on Twitter real quick. I feel like that's going to improve my life.
It will improve your life.
But speaking of good comics, I just saw this comic on Twitter, and this is exactly how I think issue 3 of the DC Sonic crossover will go. If someone wants to pull that up real fast.
I got it.
Speaking of good comics, Ryan North is also doing a crypto mini.
All right.
Like Crypto the Super Dog.
I see you've got my invite from the smoke signal from the orphanage fire bat. Who the fuck are you? Is that a fucking cartoon hedgehog?
Got his ass. He put on a little outfit and everything.
Ayaan reminds me.
You've seen them all in the outfits, right?
Let one straight man on here.
Yeah, is there a reason why they're gonna be in those outfits?
So, so from what it looks like, from like just reading it, it looks like something happens where it looks like the Justice League disappears. So Sonic and friends are like, "But we need to take care of their world," and they go to their. So I think my guess is that it's 100% Sonic who's being like, "Well, they wear outfits, so like." Yeah, we gotta, and I feel like most of them are gonna be on board with it. Like it was
Sonic's like, you're gonna be naked, and that's really making everyone else uncomfortable.
But then like
The Flash
issue
took me aside.
Not gonna be naked.
The Flash took me aside and said my dick and balls are out, and that made him uncomfortable. So I stole his outfit. Now his dick and balls are out.
Wonder Woman is going to, Amy's gonna face off with like Cheetah or something.
You just hit her with the big hammer.
I was gonna say redeem her.
That's entirely fucking possible.
If he ran with
Amy just defangs Wonder Woman's entire rogues gallery, that would be insane.
If the Flash ran naked, would it just like if he like ran full force naked, would it just like come off? I feel like it would just come off.
I mean,
no, unfortunately, they're like wind resistant.
You
so,
gotta
like,
snap. You gotta like put it down. You know, strap it down.
Who said your guys' Twitter?
probably pretty hard.
I just imagine
Many
like
starts running.
I just imagine this like intense scene from the Flash TV
we
show
not
where like the
think
theme is
this is a
playing,
dig
but it's just like Flash's dick. Just like, you have to focus, Barry. You have to focus. The whole time he doesn't have a costume on.
Off in the breeze. You know what? You remember Hoxpox? I remember reading Hoxpox when it came out and not liking it, and then hearing for years.
House of X,
House of
Power
X and Powers of X, like the original Krakoa book, like the start.
Oh, if it's anything by Jonathan Hickman, I automatically.
And I read all the Krakoa stuff as it was coming out because I didn't like any of it, but I was like, this is what's coming out. But then people were talking about how amazing and perfect and like how it was the best comic ever, and how it was like the perfect starting point to read X-Men, which is not true.
I think it's actually the worst. Like most Jonathan Hickman works. Don't start with anything.
And so I read it like years later. I was like, I'm gonna reread it and try to figure out what the heck I'm missing from this. So I reread it and I'm like, I still don't get it. And then I did something I've never done before. I went on YouTube and looked up like a comic, like explaining a comic thing. And I watched a man talk, basically just summarize this comic book for like 45 minutes.
Oh,
like
comics
Hoxpox.
explained. I know the exact.
And like,
okay,
like
I did
he
get a comment
he
about
was
them.
reading it and he was like reading it with like, so much.
Scroll up. You
He
can't
was
just
reading-
fucking scroll past
He
that.
was talking about things that I had like fully understood when I was reading it and thought was so incredibly dull and boring. But he was saying it with like such joy in his heart. I was just like, Okay. And then I'm like, you know what? I guess it's just not for me. It's for other people. It's not my problem. Like somebody else's.
I got a
deal.
fucking crazy comment on one of my more recent videos. They were like, "Hey, can you respond to the Comics Explained guy because they summarize DCX Sonic, but they don't know shit about Sonic?" And I'm like, it feels weird to respond to another creator like that. I don't want to do that. Like, but it's my thing is like, so like I did a video about Crackle because you know that was referenced in the DCX Sonic crossover. So I was like, okay, if I do a video about him, I need to do everything. So what I did, I fucking read every issue that had Crackle in it before I made that video, and I read surrounding issues, so I had context. I feel like I'm not like that's a rare thing for content creators to do.
Yeah, most of them are lazy pieces of shit.
Because I was like, I need to know what's important.
You obviously. Okay.
No, I sometimes I don't always read the book, but I try and do like little research things so I at least get like the basics. But then I don't act like I'm like a knowledgeable source on it. I'm like, I learned this in 5 seconds just for this bit. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I have enough genre awareness that I don't need to read comics to know what.
Also, this cover. I'm looking at some of the covers for DCX Sonic. This cover looks really good. I think we've talked about it before, but please put it on screen.
All right. Sonic Adventure 2 reference.
Yeah. I love this shit.
Do you think Shadow and Batman are gonna make out like he did with Bugs Bunny?
What?
He make out with Bugs Bunny?
No, but Bugs Bunny did like do the Basic Instinct like leg cross with him.
We don't know what happened between the panels.
Yeah.
It's set from what it sounds like. It sounds like the Sonic characters are going to be handling the shit in the DC universe for an issue. And from
go. I like the little rat.
Yeah. And for the solicitation for the 4th issue, it sounds like Eggman has tried to strike a deal with Darkseid, which is in my head is going exactly the way I can imagine it will go, where it's like Eggman is going to get betrayed in 0.2 seconds. but the Justice League is going to be dealing with that. Oh, I love that video. The guy yelling at the cat.
Yeah.
What'd the cat do?
He's trying to sit on his seat. Like, get out of my seat, you little thing. I'm trying to eat a donut.
He's cute. He wants some donuts.
Get away.
Why do the temperature play lesbians look like they're dying from exposure in the desert? Look at them. They're like falling the fuck over.
Little mouse or something. Look at it.
Yeah.
Out of my seat.
I don't even know I'm talking about them. They're so fucking like lost in it. They're just fucking, they're dying from exposure.
And here we see the lesbians in their natural habitat, surrounded by the media in which they love.
Only the Fantastic Four, apparently.
Yeah, all lesbians love the Fantastic Four. That's true.
Yeah, Stack left.
That's because I was talking shit.
Scared them off.
Wait, what's that?
You spooked the lesbian.
I need to do like a Werner Herzog.
I legitimately do not know where Stack went. Oh, there's Stack.
In this, we see the lesbian in their natural habitat.
Yeah, keep going, Ayaan.
Sitting on a couch of mushrooms and roses, it looks like.
It looks like.
Surrounded by plushies.
What the fuck are
It fucks like crazy.
Anyway, fuck the Fantastic Four fandom. I don't like any of them except for like the 4 or so I talk to.
Do we still have that wheel?
Huh?
What about me? I'm in the Fantastic Four fandom.
No, you are in the Rick Jones Iron Man sector of my friends.
I immediately got like permabanned from the Fantastic Four fandom the second I stepped foot on the premises.
What did you say?
Well, I said like the slot run, which I didn't know.
Okay. Here's the thing. I think people are too overly mean about the slot run. I
I was excommunicated before even
as a Spider-Man fan, and so reading his Fantastic Four run pissed me off because I was like, he could have been bringing.
I generally,
we did not get the worst slot related.
I generally don't care for Dan Slott's writing. I think it's a little bit too mean-spirited for my taste.
I like Superior
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. These are also the same people who praise Jonathan Hickman, so I don't trust their words. I don't trust them.
Having read all of Jonathan Hickman's run, I don't know.
Haven't read everything Jonathan Hickman has ever
I
written.
think people are incorrect about the point of what's it's called point of interest, the one where they talk about like the origin of Fantastic Four.
Oh, point of origin.
Point of origin. I think people are wrong about what the point of that story is. So like
Everyone's
just
like
not even
really
gonna touch
obsessed
it.
with like the Spire planet, and it's like that's not really like what.
That's not really what it's about. I
do think it was poorly written.
It was badly written, but I don't think that it's one of those cases where Slott does this thing a lot, especially when he was writing Fantastic Four, where he had a really good idea, but it's always poorly executed.
The thing is, it's like people say that it's meant to take away any Reed's fault with the accident. They're like, oh, it takes away Reed's. Like, it takes away the fact that the accident was Reed's fault, and it makes it just like completely this other planet's fault. I'm like, no, it makes it more his fault, and it makes him so much worse. Like, it makes
him so much worse. They did give a child military training.
Yeah,
I think
but I'm talking about Reed. Like Reed, it's about like him and like his hubris with the whole like colonizing space bullshit that he was on.
I'm gonna say something
it did make Reed seem worse.
I'm gonna say something as someone who, again, generally does not vibe with Reed. What the fuck are you reading, Ayaan?
I hit the random comic button and I got Rat Queens.
Okay. So again, generally not on board with Reed, but I think even if you wrote a story that like 100% like you like somehow fucking freed Reed from like it being his fault in any way, you wrote that out somehow, I think he would still find a way to blame himself, because a thing about him is that from what I've understood, from what I've read, he kind of likes to feel like he has control over a situation and will assume he has it even if he doesn't.
Yeah.
And I think even if you took away his like ability, any like of his own like character stuff for that story, where it was just like, oh well, shit happened, couldn't control it, whatever, he would still be like, no, I could have outthought it, and it still would have been the same shit. It wouldn't have changed him fundamentally.
Yeah, because he does.
But that's the thing is like people say that is what happened, but it isn't what happened.
I know, but I'm just saying. I feel like my takes on Reed are not that of a normal Reed hater. I just don't like his vibe. Like I think like
I think that's valid. I think that's
valid.
You know who's
it's kind of always been unknown what exactly was the cause of the crash, but like people it used to be like, oh, he like miscalculated something, like somehow he fucked up the whatever, and that's why they got exposed.
I think miscalculating is like more understandable than anything. It's like,
it's miscalculation, or it's in his rush to get the rocket off the ground because suddenly funding was pulled. He missed something, like he missed a check. He didn't do. He thought that they could just go past the cosmic storm. It's always something of him forcing the mission ahead. And like even in the case of Spire, doing it.
The new origin is that there was this planet that's like super, super far away that they were going to encounter, and like the other planet knew it and could tell that they were coming. And then they're like, oh fuck, these invaders are gonna come try to take over our planet. And then they like restructured their whole culture to become like super war torn and like super like war focused as a retaliation for whenever they showed up, and then they caused the cosmic rays because of Reed's being like, oh, I'm just gonna go out to space because like I own the place, and it like fucked up
that entire sentence.
So
it makes more sense when you read it. Like it's like
The second Cosmic Storm is
whole
the
thing.
Fantastic Four.
The
No, put it back.
The Cosmic Storm
Like,
was
it's-
caused by
Put back George W. Bush.
caused by the Spire,
Cosmic
but
Storm-
it's like out of like Reed having, because it's very like space agey shit, like stuff like where Reed's like, we're gonna conquer space, we're gonna beat the commies to space, we're gonna be like the great colonizers of Mars and the moon and like all this shit. Like that's like what kind of the thing with the Fantastic Four is.
It's essentially what Sloth's retcon is that we can't make it. We gotta kind of make it about the space race, but not really, because 15-year timeline rule.
I think punishing Reed for his hubris more directly makes a lot of sense, as opposed to just like, oh, we kind of fucked up somehow, and it's just sort of like cosmically.
Could I ever get you guys into Wonder Woman comics, like outside of?
No, I hate women.
Okay. I think my harder sell for you is the Gail Simone run.
I read it.
Don't even attempt.
You've already read the Gail Simone run?
Yeah.
I like the
What are your
run where
thoughts?
she was working at Taco
Not-
Bell. I was reading that. That was a good time.
About it.
You know what's the one where Wonder Woman works at Taco Bell?
Yeah, that one's fun.
Oh yeah. Hold on, let me pull up. I know that issue.
Yeah.
What the fuck are okay?
So who
anyway,
in a space race? Who in a space race? We're gonna sing Kong.
Anyway, I inherently cannot
Seeing Kong. That's what it's called.
Sloth's run because it's the only run actually to actually have anything for Johnny Storm to do.
Can we go back real fast? I want to go back real fast.
Every other run does not care about Johnny Storm as
I need to go back to Rip Hunter because I want to talk about one specific panel real fast. Scroll up.
But
So
every
again,
person
I
hates what he does in this run.
I bought this trade. Go down. Go down.
We own the trade of this.
Yeah, I bought the trade of this when it was recommended to me. I still think I say we hang this little bitch is the craziest line I've ever read in a fucking DC comic.
I say we hang this
And way to go for foreshadowing.
Crazier, this character hangs himself later.
Yeah.
Good.
They just get that published in like a regular DC. It's not.
He doesn't come back.
He does come back.
No, he comes back, but it's not in this book.
It's not
It's not this version of him.
Yeah, as far
Not
as
even
I'm
this
concerned, he's
version of
fucking dead. Like,
He's just straight up
like-
dead.
like it's the same way. Like, yeah, Crackle comes back too, but that's like after like a reboot or two. So like Crackle as I know him is dead, but he's still around. That's that. It's like he's dead.
And then like the other thing then is like the whole thing with Spire is Reed now has to like contend with the fact that he's completely destroyed this alien culture with his interference. Yeah. And not like he blew them up or anything. Like he his interference fucked up the guy in charge, and then he like destroyed the culture of this planet.
Where Wonder Woman is job
I
hunting.
don't think that we should take any Fantastic Four like opinions from people who see the rest of the four as props for Reed and Doom.
Yeah, so I love the bit with Wonder Woman job
I
hunting.
might like it because it's not
where-
Doom focused.
She's saying like,
This is very good. Your
No,
youth,
okay,
intelligence,
hold on.
attitude, everything.
I don't
is
want to
just
talk about Wonder Woman right now. Ayaan, give me like 5 seconds. I'm on
I
a
like that there's a lot of Alicia. I like that there's a lot of Sue.
I'm on a roll with this, Ayaan. I promise you, we will get to it in like 5 seconds.
Can we just, I
Okay.
just put a video in general? Can we please just play that while Ash is ranting with sound
So
on, please?
many things are going on at once.
This is very important for this to play while Ash is ranting. It's very important.
Okay, I'll
Alright.
pull it up.
Stack pull it up. Anyway, so like that's the thing with Sloth's run. So there's only a handful of runs that don't focus on Reed and Doom or Reed or Doom in any capacity. And so it's 2014, which a lot of people either forget
Ash,
about.
can you
or
speak
don't-
up? Can you speak up over the?
Stack, can you hit replay real fast?
I went to laugh really badly the second I saw that. So one of the runs is the 2014 run, which I hear no one talk about, that did like the most for Johnny Storm's characterization. It did what Jonathan Hickman didn't have the balls to do with Johnny, which is make him suicidally depressed. Okay, I love that run. That's my.
And he's
that's one of
liked
my
it on the
favorites.
slot run too.
They also did it on the slot run, which is why I really like the slot run too. Because even though like
the arc
Sky
where he
Ship
like
is
the
bullshit.
arc where his like fire like fucks up and he gets like stuck in fire mode forever. Like I was like, hell yeah, I love this shit. It's
That
so good.
shit was great. They also did that in 2-in-1, but it was like the reverse where he was losing his powers. That shit fucked hard too. I'm just not realizing that most of the Fantastic Four fandom is just Reed and Doom fans, and they hate it when anyone else who's not them gets attention.
Or
the
they
same
just
people
have a
who do it.
disagreement with you about something.
No. Because
Okay.
whenever I do look at their criticisms, it's usually such utter bullshit that makes no sense. Like they didn't even fucking pay attention to the run.
I truly hate
All the shit I
on
pay
this
attention
segment.
to is not.
Look, I hate when we go into the I'm the only real fan of this thing here.
No, but it's true this time.
I think that most Fantastic Four fans are true Fantastic Four fans. They just only care about Reed, Richards, and Doom.
Yeah, it's fine to be. It's fine. Like I feel like with some people's Fantastic
And
Four,
if that's your
they have to
perspective
start
of
it off
Fantastic
with-
Four, of course you're gonna love the Hickman run.
Or maybe they just don't see the same things and stuff. I don't know.
No, because here's the thing. Do you know all the people who like? Okay, here's the thing. Sue Storm fans constantly disenfranchised. Okay, that they are.
This is
they
the
are. They
graphics
have
to
the
stay
right
on the
opinion.
podcast forever. I think.
Where's the bun? Where's the bun?
Okay, so
Don't need a bun, it's fine.
so all Sue Storm fans have correct opinions because again, they have a character who has been for the large majority of the series has been the bottom rung, okay? Because every single run has like a top 4 ranking on who they pay attention to the most. So like Hickman's run is it's Reed.
Most of the time it's gonna be Reed up top. Most of the time it's Reed up top.
For Hickman's run, it's Reed, then it's Doom, then it's Ben, then Sue and Johnny are kind of at the bottom, and that's the order of how much they give attention to them. Okay, for Ryan North's run, it's Alicia's number 1, everyone else is number 2.
I think I think he's got them all on a wheel and he's just spinning every time he picks one.
Yes, except for Alicia. Alicia gets a surprising amount of focus, and it's
Most
great. And I
writers
love
would
it.
call this episodic storytelling.
Most writers would call this hamburger.
I call it
Yes.
hamburger.
Yes.
But it is true that most comic book writers are middle-aged men, so they're gonna write about Reed Richards.
They're gonna write
That's
about
gonna be
Reed
their point
Richards.
of
The 2014 writer and Slot are the only ones to put Johnny at number 2.
Get real.
Which is why probably I like them the most out of all of them.
Listen to the demon stack.
Although John Byrne did also kind of put Johnny at number 2, but Johnny was number 2 because
Stack playing.
Ben
right
was
now?
like
Yeah, it's
number
Stack.
1. We don't count anything Brian did.
How do you fuck up the order section? I'm so confused.
Listen to the demons.
Anyway, I have encountered the worst thing about Fantastic Four fandom is that a lot of their opinions are based on shipping.
Oh, they got real on the first order. I looked at the video and I looked back to the Stack's current order, and it's like, oh shit, they did this the first chance they got.
Anyway, the problem with a lot of Fantastic Four fans is that they're shipping brained. And like you think I'm bad with my Johnny Wyatt agenda, but I'm not nearly as bad as they are.
Can we talk about, by the way?
There's
Keep
so many
going.
fucking oh, I'm Johnny Storm's biggest fan. But yet you only talk about fucking Spider-Man. Shut the fuck up.
Stack, listen to the demon stack.
Johnny doesn't even like that bitch
So much
anymore.
content, so much mustard. So much
Can I say This is something that I have noticed recently in most fandoms online. They skip any kind of discussion of the actual like piece of art, like the original media, and go straight to shipping, and then shipping is the only thing, like the only frame of reference that anybody
I think
talks
we need
about
a shit
media
ton of
through.
mayo. I think we
And I
need
think
10 layers of mayo real
It
quick.
is weird. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
We need
No,
more-
no, 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 because that's how I feel whenever I step into the Fantastic Four fandom. There's two really popular ships.
I think this should be the new format of Stack talking about comics. I think this should just be like videos over like Papa's Burgeria. Like we record a bunch of B-roll.
No, I think whatever's happening right now is the perfect thing to be happening.
Yeah, this is we're a video game
figuring all
channel.
this out because I've been so
I fucking ordered this shit from Five Guys a little bit ago.
Really?
No, but I've been so pissed off at like so
Can you put another bottom bun in there?
I think people are so like so shipping
A mayonnaise stack.
and like I think shipping's fun. I like it, but it's always gonna be secondary to me to like whatever the original thing is.
Yeah.
But so many people just like that's the only thing that exists for them, and it feels like a weird like it feels like weirdly it's like that new like anti-intellectual thing where people refuse to like do any kind of media analysis or
yeah,
like
And,
understand
I
what they're
see it-
reading.
That was the kind of funny thing about that Doom Read fan who like thought I was only talking about them, and I'm like, no, there's like 7 of you who all do the same thing about Ryan North's run, where you
Another bread,
constantly
please.
get mad at it because it chooses to not focus on.
But we have to add
Reed
some
for, like,
mustards for
an
glue.
issue or two.
And add some more bread, please.
Yeah.
Like Reed's in the book a lot. But like Ryan North clearly just doesn't like writing. He doesn't not like writing Doom. He doesn't think that Doom is as important as these people want him to think Doom is. And I think that's perfectly okay for a writer to do. I think it's perfectly okay.
I think we should
after
make
years
another
and years of
burger.
There's
and
also-
run the shit out of it.
Doom.
There's also a lot of Doom.
on it.
There's also a lot of Doom happening. There's a
Doom
lot
got
of
to
Doom.
be a T-Rex.
There's also an entire Doom event. Shut the fuck up for
There's so
fuck's
much
sake.
Doom now.
Doom got to be a
You know how
T-Rex.
long I've been suffering to get like one Johnny story?
There's been
and
so
I
much
know
Doom.
Ryan North.
There's been so much Doom. I like stopped reading the book because I was like, okay, it's gonna be a lot of Doom. I'm kind of over Doom.
There's
I-
that is actually
No,
kind of the great thing
fuck.
about like at least that's
You shouldn't
kind of
have put the top burger on. You should have just served it without a top burger.
at least the start of North doing
Fuck.
One World under Doom in Fantastic Four. Like him doing One World under Doom in Fantastic Four has very little to do with Doom still.
I like
Doom's
Joe and
not-
Nikki too.
Like
I like Joe and Nikki.
Okay, now we got to do this for the
Next-
next Burgeria episode.
the
Let-
next issue is going to be focused on like the next issue is going to be focused on like specifically the kids' reaction to Ben changing and
We're
Ben
doing
having
Kids React?
consequences. It again has nothing to do with Doom, which I think is very fun.
Oh yeah, I saw that Ben is human. Like he made him human again.
Yes, that happened
That's
in issue
crazy.
2.
That's crazy.
And like I like and like it's gonna be really interesting. But I feel like a lot of Fantastic Four fans, specifically the
Put another
Doom Reed
burger on.
shippers, are going to complain because it's not about Doom or Reed.
Stack, you got to do this
I
for
don't like them.
the.
I don't like the Spidey Torch shippers.
I
Especially after
like-
that one person took like so much money from me and Stack and just
Did not draw.
it's
Yeah,
been
what the
months
fu-
now.
What the fuck is up with that? You gotta. I
They're
don't know.
not answering DMs. It's weird.
It's weird. I feel like it's gotten to the point where because we have mutuals in common, I'm gonna bring it up to them and be like, "Hey."
I wonder if there's
so-
other people that they've taken money from and just like, or if it's just you two in particular that they've decided that they don't fuck with you anymore.
And if it is, then I would like them to admit it because I know that they've talked shit about me before.
Whoa.
What they have.
It was something because I have made light jokes in the past, but to be fair, this is also coming from the context of I have been assaulted so I tend to joke about things that probably most people should not joke about.
Mm-hmm.
And they got
Boring
pissed
ass
at me
burger.
because I made a joke specifically for Secret Invasion, where I was like, "Oh, I thought
Zach's doing a respect only women run.
Showing up." And to be fair, it was kind of it was a shitty joke, but like,
what'd you say?
also, they got really mad at me about that, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Okay,
we're gonna fuck Wally over.
And there's been a couple other times.
Wally's not allowed to eat.
This
Fuck
person,
this Larry
that
David
is
looking
the
ass.
crazy thing. That is the crazy thing about that one Doom Reed shipper that showed up in my DMs, because I know for a fact multiple people in the Fantastic Four fandom talk like vague shit about other people. Like they won't.
Yeah, they're all real shady. Like it's all like.
What is up with y'all? I don't have these problems.
Why can't we all be friends and talk about comic book? Let us play game. Let us play game together.
Again, there's only like 4 or 5 Fantastic Four fans that I actually respect on Twitter, and like I could. It's no, Sop's no longer on Twitter.
It's all women with Susan Storm profile pictures.
It's the women with Susan Storm profile pictures and Izzy, who really isn't in the fandom. Izzy draws.
I don't think I know Izzy.
Firefighter boys now. Where's
this demon coming from?
Who got possessed? Ayaan, is that you?
No, it's not. I think
Is it Rena?
Taylor gets a normal burger because we're not racist.
Rena, what happened?
Rena, what the fuck is happening?
I can't even mute Rena. Hold on.
Rena, can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not feedback.
So it's coming from Daystar specifically.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, okay?
It's feedback of just me. What kind of bullshit is that?
Try talking.
Put me back on.
This feedback on more than us.
Rena, where are your headphones? I know that you have some because we've had this discussion before.
Feedback is an alien introduced in Ben 10 Omniverse. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Anyway,
Hold on.
comic books.
Pickle.
Like it's the thing. Like
Pickle
Mickey
Tower.
17. Mickey 17 is such a good movie, and there's like so much that can be said about it, and then everybody is just
Feedback is the Omnitrix's DNA sample of a conductoid from Telsavor. Feedback has a black body and one green eye in the middle of his head, 2 antennae, a tail with round plugs on their tips, 4 fingered hands, and feet with only 2 front toes.
And the only thing anybody says
Feedback
about
had
it,
a white chest color and round plugs on the tips of his fingers.
the only thing
16-year-old
anybody
Feedback
says
looks
about it
identical to his
is they
11-year-old
want
self,
Mickey
except his
17
chest
and
is
18 to
recolored
fuck.
Nobody knows.
No, and that is what I hate about Mickey's.
It's not even just Mickey 17 though. It's every new anything that comes out, any fandom.
Oh
It's
God!
become
Fuck McDonald's, but do you remember the McPickle?
No.
No.
Computer, pull up the McPickle.
All right, we're clean over here.
Okay, anyway, but here, this is a problem I see specifically in the Fantastic Four fandom, which is why the only people I really respect are people with Sue Storm profile pictures. Is that so many Doom Reed shippers, and it's Doom Reed shippers specifically. They are like, oh no,
That's
yeah,
different.
I care about Sue.
That's the vintage McPickle. That's the
Doom and
vintage
Reed.
McPickle. You have the current McPickle pulled up, which they refused to make me. I'm like, I want the McPickle. That was a joke, sir. No, I want it.
Like, I don't know, like when you talk about a character, people will be like, "Oh, who do you ship them with?" And it's just like,
I'm the wonders you can do.
Like, the answer can be no one.
I talk about Wyatt Wingfoot all the time outside of shipping, which is funny because that's the only thing he's in the book.
way people
God, you
talk
hate
about it
this
sometimes,
Half-Life
it's
1
like-
scientist.
Oh shit, there's someone here.
Sometimes it sucks because it makes me feel like I'm not like an actual fan of a character if I can't come up with like a valid ship for people to.
That's what I used to think
care
when I
about,
was like 13.
But that's how it is now on.
It is how it is again on.
I think it's always been that way.
I think it's gotten worse. I think people have just sort of like skipped the part where we actually talk about a show or a comic or whatever, and we skip right
that you've gotten older.
AO3.
There's like six people watching this. No one's gonna out me to the Fantastic Four fandom. I'm still talking shit about them, but I'm only near them by proxy because I like talking about Wyatt Wingfoot.
You really, y'all are.
You know what's a really nice, good comic to get into these days?
Wonder Woman.
You say
Old
fucking
issues of Wonder Woman.
Talk about how good Tom King is.
Hey, wait,
no, I'm not touching Wonder Woman with like a 10-foot pole right now.
Ken just posted Ken just posted a new page from the Knuckles Omnibus. Let's put this on the screen.
Why did I get kicked? What did I do?
you invoked his name.
You said Tom King's Wonder Woman, and Tom King
you said it's a good time to get into Wonder Woman.
In the sense that I really like Wonder Woman right now.
He did say older Wonder Woman.
What Squid? What did you want?
After I said
in private chat, I pulled up. Ken just posted a new page from the Knuckles Omnibus.
Do we think?
We're moving on up.
Why not the ruined hands?
Avengers reference.
To the east side, to a deluxe department.
I do think that in fandom spaces right now is the worst time to like female characters.
Someone commented as I wish those ants looked more like you, Ken.
Yeah, stop putting the ending music.
Oh, that one wasn't me. The end music for this one, I think, would be more. Thank you all for joining in on this episode of SQUID-A-MANIA. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Like 5 conversations.
I never got to talk about Wonder Woman.
I just say.
Okay, talk about Wonder Woman for 30 seconds. Go.
I really like Wonder Woman.
Great. Good take.
Watch wrestling. They're fucking uploading full matches right now, and this entire YouTube channel posting highlight reels of AEW feuds. Just fucking watch them.
I don't make no money on this website, folks. Cost me $5,000 a month to host it.